Chapter 1, God-Level Gasupon Machine System. Chapter 1, God-Level Gasupon Machine System. Clearly, in a single-room dormitory. Yechen opened his eyes slowly. He is actually a traverser. According to memory. In this world, a trainer with a vocational trainer license is a profession that everyone looks forward to. But on the contrary, becoming a vocational trainer bears greater responsibility. And the parents of this body who have the same name and surname as himself. A few months ago, during an exploration of an unknown secret realm, the whereabouts of all members of the team were unknown. When Yechen's parents set off again, they also took away all the Pokemon, but none were left behind. In other words, there is no Pokemon on Yechen now. After realizing the status quo, Yechen couldn't help but feel a little pain. You know, in the Pokemon world, want to be a trainer. The most basic necessary conditions. That is to have a little Pokemon. Otherwise, you can't hold a stone and go find a big brutal, wild little Pokemon like Charizard, right? Afraid that the other party is a flamethrower, you will be cool directly. And at this moment, Yechen's mind. Suddenly, there was a cold voice. Ding. The magic capsule machine system is being bound. 1%. 31%. 99%. Ding, congratulations to the host. The God-level Gasupon machine system has been bound. Ding, the system prompts. Host, you have successfully won an opening lottery chance. Do you want to draw? Yes/no. The cold system prompt sounded in Yechen's mind. God-level capsule machine system. Hearing this, Yechen couldn't help but shine. Could it be that he can finally stand up? Draw. Yechen's heart moved, and he chose to draw without hesitation. At the same time, a mysterious Gasupon machine emerged in his mind. There are all kinds of Gasupon on the Gasupon machine, and some even carry the pattern of the beast. Hey, so many beasts, Mutuo, Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia. Could it be that I got my Pokemon? Yechen showed a hint of surprise in front of his eyes. As a traverser, he still knows the system very well. Host, please rest assured, the system produced must be a boutique. The God-level Gasupon machine system felt Yechen's emotions, and replied, the voice was as cold as a machine. Yechen nodded, and then pushed the joystick beside the Gasupon machine. Accompanied by a whirl of the mysterious Gasupon machine. In the end, a Gasupon with a diamond-colored appearance appeared in the room. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a diamond gacha. Is it on? The reward drawn for the first time is a diamond-level reward. It seems that luck is pretty good. Yechen didn't have much ink, but directly chose to turn it on. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the diamond gacha and getting a shiny Beldum. Accompanied by the drop of system prompts. A little Pokemon floated in front of Yechen. It is a dumbbell with a pure white appearance, with a round head. Embedded in the ball joint at the front of its torso, there is a huge red eye in the middle. Yechen recognized him at a glance. This is Beldum, the infant form of Metagross, one of the 9 quasi-gods. Originally, Beldum, a quasi-god, was a very rare existence. In front of him, it was still shiny. That's even rarer. Beldum in shiny shape not only looks more beautiful. After evolution becomes Metagross, the body will turn into a very nice white gold. In terms of strength and rarity, they are also more powerful than ordinary individuals. Pokemon, Beldum. Attribute, Psychic, Steel. Features, Clear body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Level 5. Carry props, none. Skills, Takedown, Iron Head. Yechen uses the detection system that comes with the system. Confirm this Beldum property panel. The basic quality of this beldam is champion. Worthy of being a shiny quasi-god. This force is high. Please give me some advice from now on, beldam. Yachen smiled and stretched out his hand to touch the beldam floating in front of him. The opponent's eyes were also comfortably curved into a crescent shape, and he rubbed his palm affectionately with his head. Seeing beldam who was close to him, Yachen couldn't help feeling more and more excited. There is a Pokemon who is only quasi-god level, and train it well, and the road to trainer will be stable in the future. At this moment, Yachen suddenly thought of something. According to the previously synchronized memory, he remembered that there were some Pokemon rations in the room. By the way, this is the Pokemon ration that my parents left here before. New product, beldam, try it and see if it suits your taste. Yachen said as he opened the seal of the jar. Inside are blocks of colorful square candies. According to the font on the ration jar, this seems to be dedicated to Pokemon, a small steel attribute. It should be in line with beldam's taste. Beldam floated to Yachen's hand, leaned down and sniffed, and his body began to jump happily. Ling ling. Beldam was eating happily and couldn't help but scream. It can be seen that you guy likes to eat poke blocks with minerals. Yachen smiled and pointed to the jar. The metallic poke blocks were disappearing quickly. After beldam finished eating, he happily rubbed Yachen. It seems that now this little guy, after enjoying the Pokemon ration of steel attributes, I have completely identified myself. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Go to the Arena, 5 times the experience reward. Chapter 2, Go to the Arena, 5 times the experience reward. Beldam is only level 5 now. But it is of champion quality. Let alone shiny. A shiny quasi-god, thinking about it is exciting. Suddenly got such a powerful Pokemon. This makes Yachen have an urge to find someone to play against. To say that Hwaju is the most suitable place to play. There was a place in his heart immediately. Hwaju Arena. The arena is for people to compete. Here you can let them know the strength of their Pokemon. At the same time, you can also gain your own combat experience. Without further ado, Yachen hurriedly took beldam to the Hwaju Arena. It was the first time Yachen entered the arena. There was a sudden sound in his head. Ding. Detecting that the host has come to the arena, the system has automatically updated the side missions. Task content, victory in the first battle, win 2 games. Do you accept it? Yes/no. Task reward 1, all the experience points obtained in the first 2 games are increased by 5 times. Task reward 2, get 3 lucky draw chances for the Gasapon machine. Hear this task. Yachen couldn't help but shine. 5 times the experience. This means that beldam can gain experience quickly, thereby upgrading, even evolution. You know, Metang after beldam evolution is very powerful. And the chances of the 3 Gasapon machine draws are even more powerful. If you draw out 3 diamond Gasapons by yourself. Then I just took off. With such excitement. After Yachen accepted the side mission, he entered the arena directly, searching for his opponent. The arena is overcrowded, and many people are competing in full swing. Looking at all kinds of little Pokemon on the court, Yachen was also a little happy in his heart. Some can't wait to know the power of his little Pokemon. Under the arrangement of the staff, Yachen also quickly found his opponent. His opponent was the first opponent. It's a teenager in a t-shirt. The venue was opened, and there were many spectators standing off the venue. It's just in their opinion. This newcomer named Yachen is about to lose today. Because the youth opposite Yachen is very strong. In the previous game, he has won 3 times in a row. But Yachen on the court was not afraid at all. The quality of his beldam is champion. So he is completely worthwhile at the moment. The teenager on the opposite side smiled and sent out his little Pokemon in the first place. Come out, Bellsprout. Seeing the boy on the opposite side sent out his little Pokemon, Yachen also sent out his little Pokemon. Come out, Beldum. A fierce white light swept across the venue. When the white light dissipated, it was a Beldum that appeared in front of others. A shiny Beldum. The audience off the court is boiling. God, this is Beldum, one of the quasi-gods. That boy actually has a quasi-god. And this is not an ordinary quasi-god, it's a shiny entity. Originally, a little Pokemon of this type of quasi-god is rare. This boy actually has a shiny quasi-god, I am so envious. But when everyone looked carefully, they discovered that this was not even an ordinary Beldum. This is a shiny quasi-god. Shiny little Pokemon, it's just an individual in the ordinary little Pokemon just in case. Say without hesitation. If this is not a regular downtown arena. If someone can own a shiny quasi-god, it will inevitably cause quite a sensation. After all, this is like a famous car from the previous life. In the eyes of the trainers in this world, you can have a shiny quasi-god, no less than driving a global super limited edition Maserati. Don't be too enviable. The boy opposite was also obviously very surprised. But now that it has been played, it's impossible to recognize counseling. On the battlefield, it is very important to seize the opportunity. Bellsprout, use a vine whip. Bellsprout quickly launched an attack. But looking at Yachen, he didn't panic at all. Just calmly gave instructions to Beldum. Baldum. Hit him after avoiding it. Pokemon, a quasi-god of champion quality. Although Beldum hasn't evolved yet, it is very fast. After Beldum heard the order, after just a moment, he easily avoided the opponent's attack. Fly directly in front of you with a hammer. Boom. Along with it, a violent collision suddenly sounded on the court. After everyone sees it clearly, it was discovered that Beldum's blow hit Bellsprout's abdomen directly. Hit the mark. The opposite hasn't reacted yet. Bellsprout has fallen to the ground. Only a few seconds have passed. I'm not mistaken? The trumpet flower is second. It's too strong. I'll go. The face of the boy on the opposite side was blue and purple, but in the end he had to admit it. Is he Yachen's opponent? Oh, you won. The boy obediently took out the bounty that the loser should give from his pocket. Yachen smiled and accepted it unceremoniously. A total of 10,000 points of Union currency. Ding, the system prompts. Beldum's current experience points are full, and the level has been automatically upgraded. Ding, the system prompts. Beldum has reached level 15. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Yachen's mind. Pokemon, Beldum. Attribute, Psychic, Steel. Features, Clear Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Level 15. Carry props, none. Skills, Glare, Takedown, Mind Head Cone. Confirmed Beldum's data panel. After these battles are over, under the effect of 5 times the experience value, Beldum's level has been raised to 15. Besides, Yachen was very happy to find out. After Beldum was upgraded, he also realized a new skill. Mind the Hammer. As a psychic skill, the power of the Mind Hammer in the original work is also very powerful. After mastering this skill, now the strength of this Beldum. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is directly improved by more than half. Become stronger. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Reject the Invitation of the Saffron Trainer. Chapter 3, Reject the Invitation of the Saffron Trainer. After the battle, Yachen was only one victory away from the completion of the mission. As long as the next battle, he won. Then you can get 3 chances to draw a prize for the God-level Gasapon machine. That would be very comfortable. Just then, a voice came. Hello, this is Hanzu from the Pokemon Guild in Hwaju. You fought really well before. The opponent stepped onto the ring and introduced himself to Yechen. Yechen took a look at the opponent. It was a young man with glasses. Dressed in a gentle manner. But the most conspicuous thing is the trainer's medal on the opponent's chest, which has been shining with the saffron color. Look at his former Hungarian badge, saffron color, that's the saffron trainer. There are only a handful of saffron trainers in Hwaju. I didn't expect to meet the talented boy Hanzu here. The audience in the audience, seeing the saffron trainer, suddenly boiled. Saffron level trainers, in the entire Hwaju, are also elite level. In front of him, the opponent will suddenly appear here. It surprised them even more. But Yechen didn't seem to care much. Just nodded politely. You are very strong. Are you interested in joining our Hwashan trade union? Hanzu smiled at Yechen and spoke. Through previous battles, he has discovered that the opponent's strength is not simple. Many guild trainers will find potential trainers in the arena to join their guild. In front of him, there is a trainer with white beldum. No matter where it is, it will naturally be the talent that other guilds are vying for. Hearing this, everyone in the audience showed envious expressions again. Being able to join the trainers' union is undoubtedly something ordinary people can't ask for. But in the next second, Hanzu included. Everyone present could not help but be stunned. I reject. Yechen said very plainly. I'm going, I heard you right. Someone would actually refuse the invitation of the Hwashan trade union. He is the most powerful trade union in Hwaju. However, he really has no reason to join directly. Do you think, a good trainer who can have a shiny quasi-god, will lack the resources to train Pokemon like us? Hey, I won't be envious. The people in the audience said very surprised. However, it is indeed the same as they thought. Yechen owns the system. Naturally, there is no need to join a force so early. Aren't you thinking about it? What you want, the resources of the guild will be tilted towards you. Hanzu saw that Yechen refused without even thinking about it. He was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, trainers do not have the opportunity to join the guild casually. He also observed Yechen in the audience for a long time. Shiny beldum appeared, he was a little surprised. After all, heterochromatic beldum was not common. In the next 2 games, through some details, he could see that this beldum has at least the quality of a quasi-elite. Yechen was recruited even more. A guild with quasi-elites in the future will greatly improve the overall strength of the guild. Yechen shook his head again, looking very simply. Okay, then. But, are you interested in playing with me? Hanzu touched his glasses, a little helpless. It doesn't matter if the talk cannot be reached. Show your own strength first and leave an impression on the opponent. That's also good. Yechen nodded. It's just a battle, it doesn't matter. Then let's start, you must use this one against beldum. After Hanzu finished speaking, he threw out Pokeball and released his little Pokemon. This is a red-orange whole body, with a concave horn on the top of the head, slender and sharp claws, and a flame burning at the end of the tail. Charmeleon. Yechen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Pokemon would be Charmeleon. Then use the probing system to take a look. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Attribute, Fire. Features, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Superior. Level, Level 27. Carry props, none. Worthy of being a saffron trainer. This Charmeleon possesses superior basic quality. The level is as high as 27. It can be said that Yechen has encountered the most powerful opponent. But, although Yechen's beldum is only level 15, But in terms of quality, it occupies a very big advantage. The opponent's quality is only superior, and after reaching level 40, it is a limit. The basic quality of Yechen's Beldum is champion. So there is no need to fake it. Charmeleon, Ember. Hanzu immediately commanded. Charmeleon is very fast. After hearing Hanzu's voice, he immediately rushed towards Beldum and spit out Ember, wanting to attack Beldum. Yechen looked calm and said, Beldum, take it down, then rush over. Ling ling. Beldum yelled, facing Charmeleon's attack. The eyes on the iron ball showed no fear at all. He obeyed Yechen's orders very much and let Charmeleon's attack hit him. And while holding the flames, while advancing. Originally, Beldum must have been injured when this attack smackdown was on him. But after 2 battles, Beldum's experience increased by 5 times. From level 5 to level 15. When Charmeleon finished attacking, there were only a few shallow scars on his body. He didn't suffer much injury. Beldum, Hanzu was surprised. Through the analysis just now, Hanzu thinks that during the previous game, the strength of this Beldum is only around 8 to 9. But he didn't know that Yechen has a 5 times bonus, and Beldum already has 15 levels. Therefore, Charmeleon's catching attack did not cause much damage to Beldum. If he knows Beldum's upgrade speed enjoys 5 times the experience blessing. A fight is easy, and he can work hard for several weeks. I don't know how I feel about it. At the same time, Yechen's voice sounded again. After glare, use the mind head cone. Ling ling. Beldum obeyed the command of the voice and watched Charmeleon suddenly glare. The red eyes that looked cute, but it made Charmeleon's heart of fear surfaced. But then, Charmeleon was taken aback for a moment, but then reacted. But unfortunately this Charmeleon has not had time to make a defensive move. Beldum's attack has already erupted. Now the distance between Beldum and Charmeleon. It's only less than 2 meters away. And even this Charmeleon, whose level is close to 30. There is absolutely nowhere to escape. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Beldum Evolution. Shiny Metang. Chapter 4, Beldum Evolution. Shiny Metang. Boom. A psychic-formed mind hammer hit Charmeleon's jaw and knocked it back several meters. The body fell to the ground. It looks like the power of Beldum's previous blow. Very powerful. Charmeleon. Seeing this scene before him, Hanzu shouted suddenly, anxiously. Tackle just now. Charmeleon was knocked back a full 5 or 6 meters away. He almost fell into a coma directly. Crack. Charmeleon was panting, but still didn't faint immediately, just half-kneeled on the ground. Just an attack, there is such a power, this boy, is he really a professional trainer? Hanzu looked at Yechen, his eyes were full of shock. Can you still stand up? Charmeleon. Hanzu looked at Charmeleon and asked. Charmeleon tried to stand up a few times. But because of the previous battle, Yechen's Beldum, the fighting power that erupted is too strong. Even Charmeleon, who is leading a lot in level, can't hold that blow. So in the end, he still failed to stand up. Ugh. You are very strong, we lost this game. See Charmeleon this state. Hanzu also directly chose to admit defeat. Under these circumstances, anyone with a discerning eye, it can be seen at a glance. In this game, who is strong and who is weak? Who won? The game is over. I announce that the final winner of this game is Yechen. Accompanied by an order from the referee of the game. The result of this game is also known. 1. This player named Yechen is really amazing. Yeah. The tackle of that strike just now is really wonderful. Many spectators off the court also cheered for it. The game just now. It can be said that today. No, it can be said that it is the past few weeks. The most intense game they have ever seen. And at this moment. Ding. The system prompts that Beldum's current experience points are full, and the level has been automatically upgraded. Ding. The system prompts that Beldum has reached level 21. A system prompt rang in Yechen's mind. The experience value in the battle just now was very rich. It directly brought Beldum's level to level 21. However, Yechen soon discovered that something was wrong with Beldum. Because Beldum started to emit white light. Ding. Beldum's level has met the requirements of evolution. Beldum starts evolution. Just after the system prompts. Beldum is also wrapped in white light. After a dazzling light dissipated, what appeared in front of Yechen was a completely different Pokemon. The whole body has a white background, a dish-shaped body, 2 arms with huge iron claws. But Yechen already knew. This is Metang after Beldum evolution. Yechen listened to the cold mechanical sound in his mind again and opened the Beldum panel. Pokemon, Metang. Attribute, Psychic, Steel. Features, Clear Body. Qualification, Champion. Level, Level 21. Carry props, none. Skills, Takedown, Iron Head, Mind Head Cone, Miracle Eye, Bullet Punch, Electromagnetic Levitation. 5 times the experience bonus. Beldum directly evolved into Metang. Also learned 3 skills, Miracle Eye, Bullet Punch and Electromagnetic Levitation skills. These skills are without exception. They are all skills that need a very strong Pokemon to learn. Metang is learning skills, and after evolution. The current strength is more than a little stronger than before. If, let it go and fight Charmeleon again. So Yechen estimates. The final result is definitely a spike. There were also many spectators who witnessed Beldum's evolution. They showed incredible expressions one after another. It's so handsome, I saw Pokemon evolution for the first time. See you for the first time, this time it's the right time to play against the Pokemon arena. Yes, it is usually difficult to see Pokemon evolution in the arena. The people in the audience were amazed by Yechen's Metang, and they were pleasantly surprised at almost every game. You and Metang are both outstanding. Hanzu stood up on the stage, the baby ball put away Charmeleon, stood up and said to Yechen. I look forward to playing against you next time, I will defeat you. Hanzu praised Yechen and said. Afterwards, according to the agreement, 50,000 Union coins were given to Yechen. Yechen nodded and said. I am also looking forward to it, but Metang and I will not stand still. Hanzu left the arena after shaking hands with Yechen to congratulate him. He is looking forward to the next duel with Yechen. He wanted to go back and sum up some details of the game with Charmeleon. Strive to play even more exciting after meeting Yechen next time. After this, after playing with Hanzu, the number of people who want to challenge Yechen is also increasing. But Yechen is not too tired. After all, the most important thing is now. It is to quickly improve one's own strength. And completed evolution in Beldum. After becoming Metang. Those ordinary challengers. In his opinion, it has completely become an experience baby. During the battle, basically one slapped a child. Easily won the game. Although the experience value gained is not as much as the previous 5 times bonus. However, Yechen's Metang was upgraded to 3 levels, and it is now level 24. Night. Yechen returned home after playing for a day. And at this moment, the system prompt also rang suddenly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, 2 victories in the arena. Ding. Congratulations to the host, get the task reward, 3 Gasapon machine lucky draw opportunities. Asterisk. Chapter 5, Quasi-Elite Quality Trap Inch. Chapter 5, Quasi-elite quality trap inch. The mission was successfully completed. After seeing the system prompt, Yachen couldn't help showing a hint of joy. After completing this task, he had 3 chances to draw a lottery. The draw is ready again. Yachen muttered the system silently, and the mysterious Gasapon machine appeared in his mind immediately. Now he has 3 precious chances to draw a lottery, and he hasn't been slowing down either. System, the lottery starts now. Following Yachen's words, the Gasapon machine began to rotate slowly. Finally, the Gasapon machine finally stopped, and 2 cyan Gasapons were dropped. There is also a silver-white Gasapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for getting 2 bronze capsules. Congratulations to the host, for getting a silver Gasapon. These 3 draws. I don't feel that the things I draw are very powerful. Yachen is a little bit regretful. He still thinks that he can draw another diamond. It would be great if I opened another shiny quasi-god by myself. But 2 bronze capsules and 1 silver capsule should also be good. After all, the previous task was just a novice task. In addition to the reward of 5 times the value of experience. It's better to have extra rewards than nothing. While thinking about it, Yachen opened the 2 bronze capsules first, and a dazzling light burst out. Congratulations to the host. Get Pokeball X15. Congratulations to the host. Get 50,000 Alliance coins. Pokeball, Pokemon World, used to capture the Pokeball of little Pokemon. Alliance currency, the universal currency in this world, is very useful. The rewards for the first 2 bronze gachas are also quite satisfactory. It is more in line with Yachen's estimation. After all, they are the 2 lowest ranked Gasapons. Most of the opened ones are Alliance coins or props like Pokeball. After opening the 2 bronze capsules, Yachen didn't slow down and opened the silver gacha again. The rarity of the silver gacha. Compared to the first 2 Gasapons, they are rarer. So Yachen is still very much looking forward to it. Congratulations to the host, you got Lucky Charm *1. Lucky Rune, within half an hour after using the Lucky Rune, in the real world, the lucky value reaches max, and the energy disappears after use. Note, Lucky Runes affect the host's luck in the real world, and cannot interfere with the Gasapon system. Looking at the introduction on the system panel, Yachen was surprised. This lucky charm can actually make oneself lucky in the real world. Reach max within half an hour, which is the highest. You know, in the Pokemon world, luck is a very important thing. With this, not only can I meet the rare and powerful little Pokemon more easily. In the future adventure, it can be said that there is no small helping hand. Seeing this, Yachen also made sufficient plans. After a night of rest, early the next morning, Yachen was about to take Metang out directly. Just leave, Yachen, after eating breakfast. Hurry up and pack some essential luggage, ready to go out to try your luck. Before going out, Yachen thought about his goals carefully. If you want to say where is the most suitable for catching wild little Pokemon, Fangdu Wilderness is definitely an out-and-out gathering place for God's favorites. In recent years, there has been constant news that high-quality little Pokemon has been found here. Some people even say that he has captured elite-quality Pokemon here. Now that Yachen has a lucky rune, he must go to this amazing place to try his luck. Riding a bicycle, Yachen rushed forward and finally came to Fangdu Wilderness. In fact, I have met many people on the road, but most of them are downcast. But Yachen didn't care at all, because he had lucky charms. Looking at the green woods in front of me, everything is full of life. This is the environment that little Pokemon likes most. Ding! The lucky charm has been used. The host will be within half an hour, lucky value max. After turning on the lucky charm, Yachen was full of confidence, and he went straight into the woods. The air is full of the smell of vegetation, which makes the smell of Pokemon very difficult to recognize. But Yechen just walked into the woods for dozens of steps, and saw a light green little foot, just beside the green grass. Yechen approached cautiously, and he found a little Pokemon covered in green. Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Features, luxuriant. Attribute, grass plus poison. Quality, superior. Level, LV5 infant. It turned out to be a Bulbasaur of superior quality. You know, even if it is an intermediate Pokemon, others will have to smash their heads to fight for it. But a Bulbasaur of superior quality just sleeps on the side of the road. Just met by yourself? If you are still sleeping while taking advantage of it, you must have caught it easily. But Yechen finally shook his head. Gently walked away. If you are calling someone else, you can meet such a good thing. I am afraid that I can wake up with a smile in my dreams. But now Yechen's vision is different from those of ordinary people. His vision is more than just a small Pokemon of superior quality. After all, if you want to quickly improve your strength, it's best to rub the effect of the lucky rune that hasn't disappeared, and look for a little more powerful little Pokemon. After all, in the latter case, no matter how much cannon fodder is collected, it is only cannon fodder. It's better to cultivate some powerful little Pokemon. Work hard on quality. I hope there is such a good thing ahead. Yechen continued to search carefully. Suddenly, he felt as if he had stepped on a hard thing under his feet. Looking down, Yechen carefully saw what he had stepped on. But at this glance, he saw a big yellow ant all over. Pokemon, Trapinch. Features, Macamp Clamp. Attribute, Ground. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV25. This turned out to be a quasi-elite Trapinch. Yechen couldn't help but shine. Just walking on the side of the road, I can see a sleeping Bulbasaur. Now it is directly walking and stepping on a quasi-elite Trapinch. Trapinch was originally walking on the road, but he didn't expect his foot to be stepped on by an unknown two-legged beast. Roar! Trapinch's huge mouth opened and closed, and his face was full of discomfort after being stepped on. I opened my mouth and wanted to take a sip at Yechen's feet. But Yechen's response was also extremely fast. Faced with the sudden appearance of Trapinch, he quickly made a countermeasure. Come out, Metang. Yechen threw out Metang directly. A dazzling light flashed, and a white Metang suddenly appeared in front of Yechen. Boom! The moment Metang came out, he directly smashed Trapinch away. Seeing the powerful Metang in front of him, Trapinch opened its mouth wide and showed a warning gesture. Yechen knows too. If you can't beat Trapinch, it's impossible for yourself. Successfully conquered this powerful little Pokemon with potential elite. P.S. Author's words. For Filu, Pokemon text was originally a niche collection, and flowers are extremely important to the early stage. I hope that you handsome guys can use their little hands. I am grateful. The rules for adding and changing are as follows. 500 flowers plus one more. 300 reviews plus one more. 50 comments plus one more. Readers, please don't be stingy with the flowers in your hand. Send more and more updates, the updates are absolutely full. Focus on. There is no cap on the update. 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 Asterisk. Chapter 6, Conquer Trapinch. Chapter 6, Conquer Trapinch. Metang, use tackle. Thinking of starting out first, Yechen directly commanded Metang's attack. Trapinch was not afraid. Instead, it directly resisted Metang's attack. Boom. The two collided hard. Trapinch is obviously not Metang's opponent. After all, Metang is champion quality, and it is after evolution. Trapinch is only quasi-elite quality. So after this blow, Trapinch was also injured. It was hit and flew not a short distance. But it hasn't waited for Yechen to be happy. There was a tremor on the ground. Yechen immediately recognized the name of this skill. Sand Tomb. As a ground attribute, Sand Tomb is restrained. Metang is made of steel. If hit by this trick, the result must be serious injury. Yechen immediately commanded Metang. Metang, get out of this place. Metang also trusts Yechen very much. Even if he has the opportunity to continue attacking, it still chooses to return. There is no hard-on. Sure enough, it was the next moment it left this place. A huge sandstorm swept over. Seeing that I escaped this trick, Yechen is no longer afraid. Instead, he directed Metang forward to attack. Metang, you slam. Boom. A loud noise rang from here. Several big trees were wiped off by Metang. Trapinch also avoided the blow very deftly. After that, Yechen did not give Trapinch any chance to escape. It has always been directing Metang to stick to Trapinch. In the scuffles, Trapinch was pushed back and forth. Finally, Metang, under the command of Yechen, came to a blind spot. Here, Trapinch is finally unable to dodge anymore. It can only choose to use its most powerful move. Metang is not to be outdone. The two little Pokemon collided together again. This blow. Both are the most powerful blows of both. The loud sound even shook the trees. A huge cloud of smoke was raised on the scene. And when the smoke is gone, Yechen saw the only little Pokemon standing. The whole body is white, with two huge metal claws. It is my Metang. Metang won. And Trapinch was already on the ground. Both eyes have turned into circles. Looking at Trapinch, who has lost his combat effectiveness, Yechen threw out the Pokeball he had prepared. Unbiased hit Trapinch. Trapinch turned into a white light and was entered by Pokeball Absorb. Now it has lost its original combat effectiveness, and it is already unable to resist under severe injuries. Finally, the white button in the center of the Pokeball flashed red 3 times. The Pokeball also made a click sound, motionless. Successfully conquered Trapinch. After conquering Trapinch, Yechen slightly concealed his excitement. Then I checked the properties of Trapinch. Pokemon, Trapinch. Attribute, Ground. Features, Macamp Clamp. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV25. Carry props, none. Skills, Sand Tomb, Tackle, Sandstorm, Mud Slap. Yechen thought, and checked the properties panel of this Trapinch. The attribute value of this Trapinch is very high. As a quasi-elite quality little Pokemon, no matter where it is placed in the Kanto continent, it is definitely a very rare and powerful existence. Not to mention the Trapinch, one of the rare Pokemon. Finally, the Flygon of evolution. It is not inferior to the ordinary Yuuzhanjia. The race value is as high as 520 points. The strength is very powerful. It seems that the function of Luck Max of the Lucky Charm is really not covered. With such a powerful little Pokemon, his future combat effectiveness has been properly improved a lot. Yechen was briefly excited after a while. A system prompt sounded again in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, own 2 Pokemon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for having 3 chances to draw a Gashapon. Hidden mission. Yechen was so happy that he immediately chose to draw the Gacha immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a Saffron Gacha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 2 bronze capsules. The reward this time is pretty good. 3 capsules, except for the 2 basic bronze capsules. I even accidentally got a saffron level Gasapon. Very good. After confirming the reward, immediately choose to open these 2 Gasapons. Ding. The host opened the bronze capsule and got 2 bottles of potion. Ding. The host opened the saffron gacha and got a permanent triple experience booster. Seeing these 2 prizes, Yechen swallowed secretly. The first reward, potion, is quite satisfactory. In line with his expectations. Potion, as the name suggests, can heal injuries from helping hand Pokemon. However, the system gave this potion. It is much better than the ordinary medicine on the market. According to the prompts given on the panel, Pokemon's injury can be recovered almost instantly. This effect is completely comparable to the original game. It is much more powerful than potion on the market. It's also very good. As for the second prize, when Yechen saw it, his eyes lit up. Permanent double experience magnifier. After carrying it, the experience points gained by Pokemon in the host team will be permanently tripled. Permanent triple experience vibrator. Look at the introduction on the system panel. After carrying this prop, all the little Pokemon in your team will get 3 times the experience value. And it's shared by the whole team. This also means that even some little Pokemon did not play. You can also gain experience. There will be this thing in the future. I want to cultivate a new little Pokemon in the future. It will undoubtedly be a lot more convenient. The usefulness is not inconvenient. After confirming his trophy, Yechen nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the Trapinch that he had just conquered was released from the Pokeball, accompanied by a burst of white light flashing. Trapinch was also released from Pokeball. But at this moment, Trapinch seemed to be in a bad mood. Crack, crack. As soon as Trapinch came out, his face was full of grievances, and he kept clenching his teeth. However, Yechen is not so surprised by this. After all, the other party is before. It was early in the morning, basking in the sun. Sleeping well. Who knows, he was woken up by being trampled on by someone inexplicably. In this case, put it on anyone. Some will get up and feel aggrieved. But at this moment, an extremely comfortable feeling suddenly appeared on it. Crack. Trapinch was taken aback for a moment, and then discovered that Yechen was using potion to help it heal its previous injuries. The potion given by the system before has a very good effect. It was just a moment when it was applied. Not only recovered the injuries from the previous battle, it also gives Trapinch an inexplicable sense of comfort. Trapinch, please take care of me in the future. Yechen smiled at Trapinch, touched Trapinch's head, and said comfortingly. After all, the opponent is now his little Pokemon. So we must handle the relationship within the team. That is still very necessary. What's more, I had suddenly stepped on the other side before. So Yechen will naturally not let Trapinch's status be ignored. Looking back at Trapinch at this moment, it was stunned at first, but when it saw that its state had completely recovered, also no longer sulking alone. Crack, crack. Trapinch rubbed his head against Yechen's chest. It can be considered to have recognized the master in front of you. Touching Trapinch's head, Yechen smiled satisfied. It seems that Trapinch has successfully recognized himself. At the same time, soon after successfully conquering Trapinch, in the woods not far away, there was a sudden violent explosion. Asterisk. Chapter 7, Team Rocket's Trio. Chapter 7, Team Rocket's Trio. Yechen approached curiously. Vaguely heard the sound of fighting. When he approached slightly, he saw the scene clearly. It turned out to be a group of people beating a girl. Wu Qingqing looked at the two people and the cat in front of him. I was very angry. Originally, he just caught a rare little Pokemon in the grass. They were forced to hand over their Pokemon. They also said that this was clearly caught by them. Although his strength is good. But when he captured Pokemon, he was already injured. With his injured little Pokemon, he couldn't hold back the beating of these people in front of him. In the end, he was finally defeated. The Team Rocket's trio is very happy. There was a triumphant laugh. I didn't expect that. I was just evading the pursuit, and there was such a good thing. A rare little Pokemon can sell for a lot of money. Even if you keep it for yourself, it will greatly improve your strength. They no longer hesitate, they just want to go forward and take away Wu Qingqing's little Pokemon. But at this moment, Yachen couldn't stand it anymore and chose to shoot. Trap Inch, Mud Slap. Accompanied by Yachen's order, Trap Inch pushed up a huge mudstone with his head and threw it towards the opponent, directly interrupting the opponent's attack. Who is it? Seeing that the attack was interrupted, the Team Rocket's trio seemed very shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would intervene suddenly. As for Wu Qingqing, looking at the fearless young man in front of him, it was as if he had seen the savior. She is saved. But the Team Rocket's trio is very annoyed. He was about to succeed, but was interfered with. If you dare to disturb us, then leave us ruthless, brat. Jesse and James next to them are also fierce. In their view, Yachen is just a person. It is impossible to beat three people. But Yachen just smiled disdainfully. You can only bully girls. Don't say I look down on you. The three of you go together. Yachen looked at the three of them. Said calmly. Hearing this, the Team Rocket's trio was also very angry. Obviously they don't want to be extravagant. After all, he was still being hunted down, and if he procrastinated for too long, there might be accidents. But the boy in front of him was really annoying. If you don't teach him a lesson. I really couldn't swallow this breath. The three looked at each other and decided to fight immediately. Jessie took the lead and threw out her little Pokemon. Ekans. Kill me to death. Peng. After a loud noise, a huge purple snake appeared on the court. Pokemon, Ekans. Quality, Superior. Level, LV25. Carry props, none. Seeing Jesse throw his Pokemon, James was not to be outdone. He also sent out his little Pokemon. Wheezing. Pokemon, Wheezing. Quality, Superior. Level, LV25. Carry props, none. Saw two little Pokemon being sent on the field. Wu Qingqing suddenly became a little nervous. She just lost under these two little Pokemon. I just don't know if Yachen can beat them. Yachen saw the two little Pokemon in front of him. It just sneered. He also released the little Pokemon he had just captured. Crush them. Trap Inch. With an order from Yachen. The semi-elite quality Trap Inch is definitely different from the ordinary Pokemon. He just stood on the court and caused a huge pressure on the other refining little Pokemon. The two little Pokemons on the opposite side were involuntarily stunned by Trapinch's coercion. Lie on the ground a little immobile. Although this is only a momentary thing. But it was enough to make them feel scared. Yachen grasped the reality of their fearful emotions. Did not miss this opportunity. Instead, he said immediately, Trap Inch, use Sand Tomb and Sandstorm at the same time. Accompanied by Yachen's order. Suddenly the earth turned into a piece of quicksand, and an endless sandstorm appeared in the sky. Suddenly the scene was shocked, and the trees were torn apart in an instant. The weeds were uprooted. As for the two little Pokemon as targets, the opponent is huge and awkward, unable to escape in time. It was swallowed in just a moment. When Sandstorm disappears. I saw the outcome has been determined. As expected of Trap Inch. Even if I just experienced the battle with Metang. Nor can these two ordinary Pokemons be defeated. Ding, the system prompts. The current level of Trap Inch has been automatically upgraded. Reach level 34. Ding, the system prompts. The current level of Metang has been automatically upgraded. Reach level 32. After defeating the opponent. Relying on the effect of a threefold experience value amplitude device. Trapinch's level has been directly increased to level 34. As for Metang, although he did not participate in the war, but still relying on the effect of the vibrator to improve some levels. Both Akans and Weezing were defeated, and Jesse and James could only be caught. Wu Qingqing reacted, and Yechen defeated them so cleanly. Even the woodpipe fighting that looked at Yechen changed. Yechen felt that it was normal. After all, his own Trapinch and their little Pokemon weren't in existence at all. Superior quality, and quasi-elite quality. If you want to say. That gap is simply the difference between cloud and mud. Yechen understands the contradiction between the two parties. Knowing that Team Rockets is a robbery. His eyes have also become a little unkind. Be prepared to send them to Hwaja police station. But there are a lot of these people in front of you. While worrying about how to send them to the police station. The grass next to it was shaking. A beautiful policewoman, suddenly riding a motorcycle, got out of it. He was tall and straight, and his skin was as white as ivory. It turned out to be Officer Jenny of Hwaja Police Department. After seeing the situation here, she was also a little surprised. I just heard a sound here. That's why I rushed over. Who knew this was actually the three of Team Rockets fighting with others? And it has been defeated. Now her eyes changed when she looked at Wu Qingqing and Yechen. You caught Team Rockets. They are a team of fugitives. We have caught them for a long time. Yechen realized that the trio were fugitives. No wonder he would do something to snatch someone else's stuff. He also said directly, then give them to you. Officer Jenny was obviously very happy. Originally thought that he would have a fierce battle with them. Unexpectedly, they were directly defeated by others. I picked up the bargain. Thank you right now. Thank you for this couple. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much time it will take. Who knows that Wu Qingqing blushed, and said shyly, I am also saved. Only then did Jenny realize that it was Yechen who defeated the two. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Hwaja Gym, a diamond level Gasupon reward? Chapter 8, Hwaja Gym, a diamond level Gasupon reward? After bidding farewell to Jenny and Wu Qingqing, Yechen returned the same way. After arriving home, he carefully checked the current status of Trapinch. After the battle just now, Trapinch's level has also been upgraded again. Pokemon, Trapinch. Attribute, Ground. Features, Macamp Clamp. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV34 Advanced. Carry props, none. Skills, Sand Tomb, Tackle, Sandstorm, Mud Slap, Earth Power. Check the Properties panel of Trapinch. Yechen nodded in satisfaction. The previous battle. The opponent's 225 level Pokemon still gave a lot of experience. Not only did Trapinch improve his level, he also learned Earth Power. It's even worse than the last level, you can evolution. Take out the potion and apply the Trapinch again. Trapinch also liked the feeling of being touched by Yechen. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, someone was knocking at the door of Yechen's dormitory. Yechen put down the things in his hands and opened the door barefoot. Only then found out that it was Officer Jenny. In between, Officer Jenny stood upright at the door and smiled at Yechen. Are you Mr. Ye? Yechen was called Mr. Ye for the first time. After a while, he still said yes. Then Jenny took out an invoice from her pocket and handed it to Yachen. "This is your bounty for helping us catch Team Rockets. The three of them have been away for a long time. You can help us to catch them successfully, we thank you very much." Jenny smiled after speaking. According to the regulations of the police station, after arresting these fugitives, they can get a bounty. And the invoice that Jenny just issued. That's it? See here. Yachen was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, I just acted casually. You can get bounties unexpectedly. I just need money to buy food for the little Pokemons. The money came just in time. Officer Jenny left after giving the bounty to Yachen. Yachen closed the door and touched Trapinch fiercely. After all, the money also has Trapinch's credit. But at this moment, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host, start the main mission, get the first Taoist medal. Task reward, a diamond gacha. The main mission is open. The reward is a diamond level gasapon. Yachen started to get excited. For the first time, I opened the diamond gacha and opened Shiny's Beldum. Could it be said that the quasi-god can also be drawn the second time? This reward is really tempting. But Yachen did not go directly now. After all, I have been tired for a day today. The physical strength of myself and Pokemon was also consumed. So he plans to fix up for the night today, and then challenge Jim tomorrow. In this way, with excitement, Yachen lay on the bed and fell asleep. Yachen got up early the next morning. First, I checked the status of my two little Pokemon. Unsurprisingly, he has returned to health. Then you can directly hit the gym. Without further ado, Yachen hurriedly took his two little Pokemon and went out. Tell me which gym is the closest to me. That is undoubtedly Hwaja Gym. When he came to the door of gym, Yachen was stopped by the gym apprentice. There is no other reason, only the silver trainer can challenge the leader. But Yachen did not have time to pass the trainer review. So now he is still a non-level trainer. Now he can't even challenge the gym apprentice. This is undoubtedly uncomfortable for him. With your own strength, it is not difficult to pass the challenge. Can't challenge gym leader. You can't complete the task yourself, and you can't get the diamond gasapon. Just when Yachen felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to leave, a girl appeared. It turned out to be Wu Qingqing. It was uncomfortable to see Yachen standing at the door. Wu Qingqing hurried forward to understand the situation. When I learned that Yachen turned out to be just a non-level trainer, even Wu Qingqing was shocked. Such a powerful trainer. Have a quasi-elite Trapinch. It turned out to be just a little unranked trainer. Such a person is definitely qualified to challenge the leader. Wu Qingqing also went directly to the apprentice and asked, why can't he directly challenge the leader? The apprentice was very impatient and didn't even turn his head. All I said, without the qualifications of a silver trainer, you can't challenge the leader. Wu Qingqing just smiled slightly, and said, you turn your head to see who I am. The apprentice turned his head to take a look, but he almost freaked out. It turned out to be leader's daughter. Leader is usually strict with them. His daughter is even more of a demon king. So the apprentices are all a headache for her. Yachen is a strong trainer, you should let him in. Wu Qingqing said. The apprentice had no choice. Leader's daughter had already spoken, and she could only follow suit. After knowing that I can go in for the competition, Yachen is also very happy. Because of this, you can directly challenge the leader. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Trapinch Evolution, Vibrava. Chapter 9, Trapinch Evolution, Vibrava. After solving the matter, Yachen also smiled at Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing's face was a little red, and she nodded. Not much to say, Ye Chen thought that he could get a diamond Gasapon right away. Some can't wait. Walking into the gym, there was a burly man sitting inside. This is the leader of Waja Gym. Seeing Ye Chen walk in, the leader immediately understood that this was to challenge himself. Over the years, fewer and fewer people challenge themselves. Especially young people like Ye Chen. Young man, you are here to challenge me. Ye Chen nodded. Yes. I came here today, and my goal is naturally to defeat you. Leader smiled boldly. If you really have this ability, then I naturally welcome it. Come on, let me see how good you are. The two came to the competition venue. Pokeball is engraved on the smooth floor. Leader does not intend to bully young people. First he summoned his Pokemon. A burst of light flashed, and a cute little Pokemon appeared on the spot. Ye Chen took a closer look and realized that it was a Bayleaf. Pokemon, Bayleaf. Attribute, Grass. Features, Luxuriant. Quality, Leader. Level, LV30. As a leader, Pokemon's strength naturally does not need to be said. This quality alone is enough to discourage many ordinary people. Although it looks like, this Bayleaf's level is not very high. It's not like Pokemon, the opponent's main force. However, it is definitely much better than ordinary opponents. But Ye Chen is not afraid at all. He also released his Pokemon. Come out. Trapinch. A few powerful claws supported a strong body. Trapinch, also level 30, appeared on the field. Leader obviously noticed the difference in Trapinch. The breath is obviously only available to Pokemon who is quasi-elite. This made him couldn't help but get serious. Both are ready. Ye Chen took the lead. Trapinch, use Sand Tomb. Boom. A storm enveloping the sand and dust swept over, enveloping Bayleaf in an airtight manner. Bayleaf was obviously unsupported inside. Leader sees Bayleaf's situation is not optimistic. Quickly said, Bayleaf, use Razor Leaf. Bayleaf received the order. It also condenses a piece of energy on the leaves behind him. Several leaves with huge energy pierced through the quicksand. The target is Trapinch. Upon seeing this, Trapinch gave up Sand Tomb's attack quickly. Gently jumped backwards and dodged Razor Leaf's attack. Trapinch gave up the attack and it was a good time for Bayleaf to attack. Bayleaf let out a clear cry. Magical Leaf. This attack was more ferocious than the last Razor Leaf attack. Trapinch can't avoid it. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen directly ordered, Trapinch. Attack. He intends to defend directly by attack. Since this attack one can't hide himself. Then the other side must eat me too. Trapinch condensed a huge wave of energy from his mouth. Earth power. A huge energy fluctuation swept the entire room, forcing Ye Chen and Leader to close their eyes involuntarily. After the light disappeared, only a small Pokemon remained on the field. The other little Pokemon had fallen to the ground. There is no doubt that the standing little Pokemon is Trapinch. Bayleaf was already seriously injured and fell to the ground. But Trapinch only has a few scratches on his body, and the damage is not fatal. Seeing Bayleaf fell to the ground, Leader Wushan, his expression was a little unbelievable. Although this Bayleaf is not his strongest little Pokemon. However, it is definitely not something that an ordinary trainer can easily defeat. In the previous gym battle, basically all challengers, even using will warfare, it is estimated that none of Bayleaf can beat him. But he didn't expect that even his Bayleaf was in front of him. Nor is Ye Chen's Trapinch opponent. And it was defeated alone. It seems that there is no need to compare it anymore. Like such a powerful challenger. Unless he uses his strongest main force, Pokemon. Otherwise, even if he sends a few more to go up, it's just to deliver food. Ugh. A sigh. Wu Shan admitted reluctantly. You won. The previous game, you played really well. Wu Shan nodded and said congratulations to Ye Chen. There was joy on Ye Chen's face. Preparing to withdraw Trap Inch. But I found something wrong with Trap Inch. It did not listen to Ye Chen's orders at the moment. Instead, a faint glimmer was exuding all over his body. Soon Ye Chen realized. Trap Inch is going to evolution. Sure enough, after a short while, Trap Inch glowed intensely all over. After the light dissipated, only a dragonfly-like creature remained on the ground. Pokemon, Vibrava. Attribute, Dragon plus Ground. Features, Floating. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV36. Trap Inch after the stand-up fight. It turned out to have reached level 36 directly. And it actually evolved directly into Vibrava. Vibrava can directly evolve into Flygon afterwards. Vibrava's strength is much stronger than Trap Inch before evolution. Dragon plus Ground attributes. Makes his measurements very solid. Moreover, the floating feature that comes with it can also be immune to attacks from the ground system. Now Vibrava can already be said to be far more powerful than before. Leader saw Trap Inch evolution. I am also very envious in my heart. He also wanted such a powerful Pokemon. But I might not get it in my life. Ye Chen was so excited after beating the leader. Only then did I realize that I had defeated the leader and got the Eternal Badge. This shows that he has completed the main task. So hurried back to the dormitory, ready to receive their own task rewards. Sure enough, after returning to the dormitory, the sound of the system arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Complete the main mission, get the first permanent badge, the Hwaja Medal. Congratulations to the host for the reward, Diamond Gacha. Sure enough, a Gashapon shining with diamond light appeared in Ye Chen's hands. Ye Chen opened the Gashapon with joy. A dazzling light flashed, and the Gashapon was opened by Ye Chen. But this time it wasn't Pokemon. It's not such a special prop. Instead, it is directly an egg without any movement. Ye Chen looked at the egg with some doubts. Only then discovered that this thing is indeed a bit mysterious. Name, Pokemon Egg. Source, Gacha Machine. Explanation, a diamond-level Pokemon egg will immediately hatch a small Pokemon, and there is a small probability that a third-level monster or Udemon will be hatched. Ye Chen was shocked. This turned out to be a favorite egg. Although it is only a small probability. However, the race value of the third-level gods has surpassed most Pokemon. Whether it is attack power, speed, or defense, they are not comparable to ordinary Pokemon. Even if it is Yosanjia, you have to kneel when you see a third-level god. If you can successfully hatch one, then the cliff will be the rhythm to take off in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 10, A Mysterious Ruin has been discovered. Chapter 10, A Mysterious Ruin has been discovered. The rewards you got when you opened the Gashapon this time. It can be said to be very rich. Ye Chen is also looking forward to it. This diamond-level Pokemon egg can finally hatch a little Pokemon. However, the hatching cycle of Pokemon eggs is generally unstable. So after Ye Chen sorted it out, after placing the Pokemon egg on the head of the bed, he planned to rest. Early the next morning, soon after Ye Chen just woke up, suddenly Metang popped out of Pokeball. He rubbed his head against Ye Chen. Just at this time, Ye Chen just remembered. It seems that this little guy should be hungry, after all, after taking Vibrava yesterday. Ye Chen divided the Pokemon ration into 2 portions, and it is almost finished now. Oh, I'm so careless. Ye Chen patted himself on the head. A little embarrassed. Quickly touched Metang's small smooth head. Metang also put his head into Ye Chen's palm and arched it. It means nothing. Soon, Yechen went to the street, ready to buy some food for Metang and Vibrava. While he was buying food, he suddenly heard a conversation. Have you heard? What did you hear? Those are two people who look like trainers. It seems to be discussing something. It seems that a ruin suddenly appeared in the north of the city. A lot of big people have gone, and some of them are very powerful explorers. It is said that the ruins this time are very old. There may be very rare treasures in them that have not been discovered yet. It's a pity that the two of us are too weak. We are just amateur trainers. Alas, otherwise I really want to see. The two sighed, and they gradually walked away. Obviously, with the strength of these two passers-by, they have no confidence to explore the ruins. After all, the more treasures there are, the more dangerous it is. Yechen fell into deep thought. Anyway, I have nothing to do recently. Why don't you try it? That's it. After buying food, Yechen also embarked on the road to the ruins. Due to the location of the ruins, it is not very far from Huaju. So after eating breakfast, Yechen only spent almost an hour. He arrived near the ruins. Only, there are indeed a lot of trainers there. After Yechen came, he was not welcomed. Where did the little fur boy come from? So young, are you here to watch the excitement? This is not a place to watch the excitement, you should go home. Everyone saw Yechen's young age. And it's not a familiar face. Immediately identified this as a rookie trainer. Come here just to watch the excitement. But I haven't waited for Yechen to speak. A voice suddenly rang. What are you talking about? This is not an ordinary trainer. If not unexpected, Yechen should be stronger than you guys. It was Huaju leader, Wu Shan, who spoke. Hear the other side talking like this. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Huaju leader is a recognized master. Even Huaju leader thinks this person is a master. And this person is still so young. It's definitely not an ordinary person. So everyone expressed their apologies. Yechen didn't say anything. He is indeed a little too young. Some can't convince the crowd. But he was also very puzzled. Why these people are standing here stupidly? Not going in? When he got closer, it was only then that everyone was thinking deeply at the door. It turned out that this gate was blocking everyone's way. There are a lot of traces of attacks on it, and it must be a way to open the door that everyone has come up with. It seems that they are trying to brute force. But none of them were successful. Yechen also walked in, ready to check what this institution was. Many people are embarrassed by this institution. Yechen did not find any clues. This couldn't help making him a little frustrated. Originally wanted to come to this ruin. You can find a way to incubate your own sacred beast eggs. Unexpectedly, you can't even enter the gate. Huh? Mythical beast? At this moment, Yechen seemed to suddenly realize it. Now I raised my head and looked at the gate carefully, only to discover some differences. It turns out that this mural is a puzzle. It can be seen from some details that these are the limbs of the beast. While thinking about it, Yechen was about to step forward and open the door. Everyone was blocked by this gate for a long time, but they couldn't open it. All a little discouraged. Seeing such a hairy boy stepping forward, I felt a little disdainful in my heart. But in order to give Huaju leader some face, there was still no sarcasm, but there were quite a few expressions on his face. Yechen didn't care about them, just moved the puzzle piece by piece. Following Yechen's actions, everyone can see the mystery of this mural. Is this a puzzle? This kid can actually find out. Everyone was a little surprised. Finally, with Yechen's operation, the puzzle was finally put together. Everyone can see exactly what it is. It turned out to be a puzzle of Kirardina, Pelujiki, and Dialga. Oh my god! Why is this puzzle made of a sacred animal? Use sacred beasts as the gate, the things inside must be incredible. This boy. What a great one. We have been looking for it for most of the day, but he just took a few minutes to solve it. Yachen was a little tired after finishing this puzzle. If it weren't for him as the original party, he would have played such puzzles in his previous life. Otherwise, it can't be done so quickly. After all, hundreds of slabs came down. Ordinary people probably don't explain it. Just look at it, it's probably a big head. Step back from the gate and rest for a while. Coincides with this moment. A voice rang in his head again. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the hidden mission, detective the secrets of ancient ruins. Congratulations to the host for cracking the encryption door. Get a lucky draw for the Gasapon machine. Yachen was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden mission. And it turned out to be a hidden task like solving a mystery. But he actually won another chance to draw a Gasapon machine. That must be more comfortable. Maybe he can hatch his own favorite system, lottery. Yachen said silently in his heart. The Gasapon machine spun for a while, and finally stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the host, I got a saffron gacha. Wow. Saffron gacha. Yachen quickly opened the saffron gacha. Ding. The host opened the saffron gacha. Obtained a system backpack. System backpack. Yachen checked it slightly. I found out that the space of this backpack is really big. According to the description of the system, this backpack has a full 37 cubic meters of space. Even putting 2 beds in it is more than enough. Now, there is a helping hand for the system backpack. In the process of exploring the ruins, it will definitely be much more convenient. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Defeat Unknown and Solve the Mystery of the Mysterious Ruins. First update, please support. Chapter 11, Defeat Unknown and Solve the Mystery of the Mysterious Ruins. First update, please support. Don't you enter the ruins? Huaju leader, Wu Shan asked in surprise. The ruins are now open. Except for him, as the leader responsible for guarding the camp. Most of the other explorers have already entered the ruins. Don't worry, I plan to have lunch with the Pokemons before going in. Yachen spoke calmly. It's up to you, and remember to be careful when that happens. After Wu Shan spoke to Yachen, he turned and left. After all, as the leader, he is also the person in charge of this exploration of the ruins, and there are many things waiting for him to deal with. Yachen continued to have lunch with the little Pokemons. After all, the system said that this is an ancient relic. The danger inside is certainly not small. Even if I go in later, it shouldn't be a big problem. And now Metang and Vibrava are a little hungry. Take them a break by yourself. Waiting for work in the afternoon, restore the state to the best. That is definitely better. Thinking of this, Yachen released his 2 little Pokemon. Play with them. Many people around have chosen to enter the ruins. However, there were still many passers-by who heard the sound. They saw Yachen release 2 young Pokemon with extraordinary aura. One after another, they took a breath. Vibrava from Trapinch Evolution. And this momentum must be of very high quality. Maybe it's a semi-elite. And the momentum of Metang next to him is even higher than Vibrava. It looks like this boy is just a teenager and approaching 20 years old. It has such a powerful strength. Everyone looked in awe. Yachen has long been accustomed to being treated this way by others. He is just busy playing with his little Pokemon now. Metang likes to eat poke blocks with minerals. I bought a lot of it myself. Watching Metang squinted his eyes and ate happily. Yachen is also very happy. Vibrava is not a picky eater, you can eat all kinds of poke blocks with relish. The two little Pokemons held poke blocks on one side and ate happily. I also took this opportunity to rub their heads. Feel the smooth and warm hand feel under your hands. While watching the landing, people continued to enter the ruins one after another. After resting here for a while, looking outside, there is basically no one. It's not early outside. Yachen also thinks it's almost time. It's time to enter the ruins. Thought of this. Put the two little Pokemons that have rested into the Pokeball. He also entered the ruins. I am a few hours late than others. But so far no one has been able to get out of it. It should be that no one can figure out this relic. But when he entered the ruins, I realized that I actually overestimated them. Those who had entered the ruins before were actually stopped very close by hard work. A group of people, trapped in a maze. Many of them have entered this maze many times. But every time I walked out without knowing it. Yachen saw that they had nothing to do with this maze. Could not help but shook his head. It seems that I still overestimate them. Everyone has been trapped here for a long time. At this moment, I also hope that someone can come to helping hand and they can crack this maze. At this moment, I saw Yachen coming to the ruins. One after another is very happy. Because Yachen came to helping hand to solve the puzzle at the very beginning. And it only took about 10 minutes. This maze this time. Yachen must be the most likely to crack. Yachen did not delay either. It is directly into the maze. But he is still a bit confused when he is inside. After walking for a while. Sure enough, he walked out of the maze, and the exit was where he entered. He turned out to be a failure. This makes him a little puzzled. When I walked through the maze, I didn't even feel a bit of it. This does not have the characteristics of a maze at all. The purpose of the maze is to choose one after another, allowing you to choose the right path among many forks. But this maze has no such characteristics at all. Thinking of this, Yachen is almost certain. This maze is problematic. Since it is not a problem with the maze solution, then there must be a problem with the maze itself. Thought of this. Yachen decisively dispatched Vibrava. I saw a flash of white light. A Vibrava covered in emerald green appeared. There was a burst of shouts at the scene. Wow! He actually has Vibrava. This Vibrava should be at least level 40. No wonder Hwaju leader respects him so much. It seems that he is not the opponent of this boy. The people around were very surprised. Saw this Vibrava. I am even more looking forward to Yachen's actions in the future. They always feel that Yachen is the one who can crack this maze. Yachen did not hesitate, and immediately ordered Vibrava. Vibrava! Use probe supersonic. Vibrava listened to the order and quickly activated the skill. An invisible ripple spread from Vibrava's mouth. In the end, the entire maze was enveloped. Finally, Yachen discovered the weird reason of the maze. I saw it under Vibrava's detection supersonic. A weird psychic Pokemon appeared. Everyone also saw the appearance of this Pokemon. It turns out to be an unknown. It's a little Pokemon from the psychic family, no wonder we are trapped. Does unknown possess disorientation skills? This Vibrava is really amazing. This unknown turned out to be illusion. Let everyone be trapped in this place. Yachen didn't hesitate anymore. Command Vibrava quickly defeated unknown. Vibrava, use bug buzz. A huge ripple spreads. Hit unknown hard. Unknown is only good at playing with illusion. But his combat effectiveness is obviously not good enough. I was hit hard by this blow. Seeing that he had already passed this level, Yachen was finally relieved. It seems that there is no problem with my own judgment. At this moment, the maze finally disappeared. What appeared before everyone was a broad road. Asterisk. Chapter 12, Ultra Ancient Puppets. Second more, please support. Chapter 12, Ultra Ancient Puppets. Second more, please support. Seeing Yechen 3 or 2, he solved unknown. Everyone also admired Yechen incomparably. This time even Yechen didn't like them. They will also be walking with Yechen. Everyone knows that Yechen is most likely to explore the existence of the bottom of the ruins. Follow him, absolutely can't lose. Yechen also had no choice but to let them follow. After all, he couldn't drive them all away. So everyone followed Yechen and went all the way. But while on the road, everyone was a little uneasy. It was like a tiger lurking in the darkness in the distance. It seemed that he might rush out to bite his throat at any time. Yechen frowned and said softly, "Everyone, be careful. There may be danger ahead." Everyone nodded, and they were naturally very convinced of Yechen's views. And they already felt this power. Everyone moved forward cautiously. I'm afraid that I stepped on some mechanism. But everyone didn't go far. Suddenly there was a huge noise in front. Rumble. There was a loud noise. It's like earthquake happened underground. It shakes violently. In the middle of the fever, I was panicking. In the darkness, 2 scarlet rays of light shone out. Boom. Boom. There was a loud sound. A huge ancient Orberg puppet emerged from the depths of the ruins. The footsteps were so heavy that they shook the ground. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. If this ancient puppet is allowed to approach, they definitely can't solve it. And they can't stand the damage of ancient puppets. So everyone took a shot. Merrily. Use water gun. Zigzagoon. Use tail whip. Bulbasaur, use a vine whip. Everyone used their most powerful moves one after another. For a time, it was like a firework convention was held directly underground. Countless skills hit the ancient puppet. For a while, the power was so huge that even the unstoppable footsteps of the ancient puppets stopped. Everyone was very happy at this moment. It seems that this ancient puppet is nothing more than that. There was a smog underground. Ancient puppets have been overwhelmed by skills. It seems to be unable to move. But then, a roar came from where the ancient puppet was. Roar. Those 2 scarlet eyes are like 2 huge lanterns, bursting with violent light. Peng. The ancient puppet smashed the ground hard, causing a wave of ground shaking. Immediately afterwards, a fierce red light jetted out from the place of the ancient puppet. The target is the little Pokemon who just released the skill. Kabu. Puffgy. A group of little Pokemon at the scene were all hit by this red light. After screaming, they also fell to the ground one after another. The injuries are all serious. Has already lost combat effectiveness. The crowd took their little Pokemon back to Pokeball to recover from their injuries. At this time, the ancient puppet revealed its figure. The smoke cleared, and the ancient puppet didn't even suffer any damage. The defense of ancient puppets is so powerful. Yechen was also surprised. The level of this ancient puppet must be very high. Thought of this. Yechen quickly used the system's detection function to check this ancient puppet. Pokemon, ancient puppet. Features, hard. Attribute, unknown. Quality, unknown. Level, LV50. Skills, unknown. When Yechen saw that the level of ancient puppets turned out to be as high as level 50, there was an uproar in his own heart. No wonder everyone has no way to hit the damage. Ancient puppets up to level 50 are under the attack of a group of little Pokemons with a maximum of level 20. It's hard to get hurt by this. But after the ancient puppet wounded the little Pokemon, he didn't even plan to let everyone go. He stepped on heavy steps and rushed over again. The ground was rumbling, and the 2 huge scarlet eyes that looked like red lanterns looked terrifying. Everyone's little Pokemon has lost his combat effectiveness. At this moment, he has already lost the power to fight back. Can only watch the ancient puppet rushing with a pale face. You stop for me. Vibrava, use earth power. I saw a violent tremor on the ground, and a majestic force gushing out from the ground. The ancient puppet only felt that he was hit by a huge force at his feet, and instantly lost his balance. Boom! The huge figure of the ancient puppet crashed to the ground. There was an uproar off the court. No one thought of it. Sold by a group of people did not harm the ancient puppets. Yachen turned out to be relying on his own Vibrava. Knocked down the ancient puppets. After knocking down the ancient puppets, Yachen did not delay. Vibrava. Use bug buzz. Vibrava ejected a sound wave from his mouth again, and hit the ancient puppet hard. Boom. There was a loud noise. The Orberg armor on the surface of the ancient puppet was shattered by this blow. Everyone was stunned. This is Orberg. But in Yachen's mind, this is quite normal. A 40-level quasi-elite quality Vibrava. A blow at full force. Isn't it easy to crush Orberg? Seeing that the ancient puppets can't move at all, everyone was also relieved. But Yachen's eyelids jumped violently at this moment. Boom! A huge red light bursts from a distance. The goal is Vibrava. Asterisk. Chapter 13, Get the Ancient Psychic. Third more, please support. Chapter 13, Get the Ancient Psychic. Third more, please support. Vibrava. Avoid it. Yachen's face changed drastically, and he quickly commanded. Vibrava's posture is very agile, making a dexterous turn in the air and avoiding the blast. And the ancient puppets at this moment were finally badly injured. Coupled with energy exhaustion. Finally fell down and can't get up anymore. Ding. Vibrava experience point is full. Ding. Vibrava has been upgraded. After this battle, Vibrava is finally upgraded. Pokemon, Vibrava. Attribute, Ground plus Dragon. Features, Floating. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV42. Carry props, none. Skills, Bug Buzz, Supersonic Detection, Earth Power. And because of the triple experience booster. Reasons for experience sharing. My Metang has also been upgraded. Ding. Metang has been upgraded. Current level LV42. Everyone saw Yachen easily defeated the ancient puppets. Can't help but admire this strong young man. Seeing this young man's spirited look, they are also extremely envious. And looking at his appearance, he must continue to explore. But everyone's little Pokemon has been seriously injured. The most important thing now is to send them to heal their injuries. There is no way for me to go forward with Yachen. Oh, thank you very much for your rescue, but we can't move on. Yachen, we are waiting for you up there. Come on. You are our last hope. Everyone admires Yachen very much, but they can only stop there. Everyone has already walked out of the ruins one after another. Yachen was the only one left to move forward. The road ahead is getting darker and darker. Even with a miner's lamp, it's a bit scary. Yachen released his Vibrava. It has the role of reconnaissance. If you encounter danger, you can remind yourself in time. Because of the company of Vibrava, Yachen didn't feel scared. On the contrary, there will be a sense of excitement about the encounter ahead. Finally, Yachen also came to an end. No danger was encountered again along the way. At the end, a bright and pure blue light was gleaming slightly. It seems full of energy. When Yachen approached this blue light suddenly burst out even more dazzling light. Yachen squinted slightly, resisting the dazzling light. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the ancient heritage. Ancient inheritance, the mysterious power of unknown origin. Only those who have passed the trial are eligible to obtain the ancient psychic, and use this power to communicate with the little Pokemon. Yachen suddenly realized. Just say it yourself, why are there so many obvious levels along the way? It turns out that these are the content of trials. That follows this logic. Others even came here. You can't get this inheritance either. Because these levels are solved by yourself. Recovered. Yachen found that the blue light had completely disappeared. Instead, a blue mark appeared on the back of his right hand. The color is very light. If you don't look carefully, you will never see it. Vibrava is still very conscientiously exploring the surrounding dangers. Obviously it is not like putting one's own partner in danger. Seeing Vibrava's intimate behavior, there is also a warm current in Yachen's heart. Called Vibrava and gently stroked its head. Thank you so hard. It's okay, we are partners. Squeak squeak. Vibrava called softly. Yachen was stunned for a moment. Only then did I remember that I had accepted the ancient inheritance. Now it is possible to hear the little Pokemon. Yeah. We are partners. Yachen said with a light smile. Vibrava also rubbed Yachen lightly. Expressed his happiness. Just when Yachen was about to go home. Suddenly, a small golden treasure chest appeared on the ground very abruptly. Obviously, I didn't see this treasure chest at first. Soon Yachen suddenly realized. It seems that this treasure chest is also the same. Only those who have passed the trial and accepted the inheritance. To see and get. Yachen was very happy to open this treasure chest. A lot of evolutionary stone/ite was found in it. Oh my god. With so many evolutionary stone/ite, it is estimated that at least there are dozens of dollars. Even if you sell it, you have to sell it for a lot of money. Yachen happily put these evolutionary stone/ite into the system backpack. The corners of his mouth couldn't be closed with a smile. This trip to the ruins really gained a lot. Watching time has passed for a long time. Yachen also decided to go up. Go back to the ground. I realized that there are actually quite a few trainers. After healed his little Pokemon. I also came here specifically to wait for myself to go up. Yachen was also a little moved. These people saw Yachen come back with a smile, knowing that he must have finished exploring the ruins. And it's very rewarding. Everyone looked at Yachen with admiration. In their hearts, Yachen has become the object of their efforts. After all, no matter which world you are in. Great trainer, strong. Will always be the most respected party. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Invitation of Professor Oak. 4th, please support. Chapter 14, Invitation of Professor Oak. 4th, please support. After returning to Hwaju, Yachen also sorted out his own things. Let alone those dozens of evolutionary stone/ite. Even if it is an alliance currency, I have tens of thousands of dollars. At least nothing else. The cost of buying Pokemon rations for 2 little Pokemons is not a problem at all. In the past few days, the 2 little Pokemon are full of food every day and feel very happy. The relationship with myself has also improved a lot. I have been having fun with both of them recently. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Yachen's play with the 2 little Pokemon. After opening the door, I realized that it was 2 big men with black sunglasses. Is it Mr. Yachen? Although the 2 of them seemed very cold, their words were very respectful. Yachen froze for a moment and said, "Yes, I am Yachen." One of the 2 men with sunglasses took out an exquisite invitation letter from his arms. It is inlaid with gold wire, which looks beautiful. This is an invitation from Professor Oak. He invites you to the Hwaju Hotel for a banquet. At that time, I hope you can participate on time. The man in sunglasses said respectfully. Yachen was a little surprised. Professor Oak is a big man in Hwaju. He is not very famous, so why was he invited? Although he was still a little puzzled. But they have done enough posture, and they have specially sent someone to invite themselves. If I don't go, it's a bit unreasonable. Now that it has been decided. Yechen also replied, okay, go back and tell Professor Oak that I will definitely go there on time. The two men in sunglasses nodded, and walked back neatly. Yechen returned to the room and made preparations, changing himself into neat clothes. Then he took his little Pokemon to the Hwaju Hotel to attend the banquet. When they arrived at the door of the hotel, the door boys were a little strange when they saw Yechen as a young man. Because Hwaju hotels usually come here for consumption by big people. It is still rare for a child like this to be accompanied by an adult. Yechen took out the invitation post, indicating that he was invited here. When the doormen saw this invitation letter inlaid with gold threads, they were shocked and hurriedly welcomed Yechen in respectfully. Yechen had just stepped into the door, and a hearty laugh suddenly sounded in his ear. Ha ha ha! Yechen, you are here. Following the direction of the voice, Yechen saw a tall middle-aged man walking towards him. A snow-white hair, a snow-white coat. This is the famous Professor Oak in Hwaju. Yechen still has a very good impression of Professor Oak. He can be said to be someone who really contributed to the relationship between human beings and the little Pokemon. I have been working hard for decades and have made many results. And I am not at all fame and fortune. Even if it is dangerous research, it is always on the front line. Professor Oak. Hello, hello. The two shook hands enthusiastically, and Yechen also expressed his doubts for the first time. I don't know why Professor Oak invited me to this party. Who knows? Professor Oak laughed loudly. Oh. I'm here to thank you. Without you, my researchers might not be able to get out. Thanks to your timely rescue, they are not buried at the feet of ancient puppets. Yechen has come to realize that this is the reason. I really saved a lot of people that day. But I didn't expect someone to invite myself. Sure enough, on the table on one side, a few people were familiar. It should be the person I saved yesterday. They are also smiling and recycling at themselves. Yesterday, Yechen's decisiveness and bravery convinced many people. Today's meal was also brought forward by them on their own initiative. The meal was very enjoyable. Yechen wanted to be very funny and made them laugh. Professor Oak's knowledge is really wide. Originally, Yechen also had a lot of doubts. Professor Oak was also very dedicated to help him answer. The image of Professor Oak in Yechen's heart is also a bit taller. After a meal, Yechen was also ready to leave. But Professor Oak did hold Yechen. Yechen, are you interested in visiting my research institute? We should have the opportunity to cooperate. I have a lot of topics, and I need a strong trainer like you to check it out. The strength of the researchers under me is still not high enough. Professor Oak invited Yechen very sincerely. But Yechen was lost in thought. He recently learned that Hwaju will hold a competition in the near future. These 2 times were the time for serious preparations, and there was really no time to go to Helping Hand Professor Oak to study the subject. But I still like Professor Oak. So he said softly, I don't have time now. But after the Hwaju competition is over, I should have time. If you are in a hurry, you should find someone else. When I have time, I am naturally happy to come to Helping Hand Professor to complete the research. Professor Oak is also very satisfied. Such a young man is neither arrogant nor impetuous. And I have some clear plans for my route. Such a person will definitely be incredible in the future. Maybe the future is the existence of elite level. It's okay, you can do your own business first. I'm not in a hurry. If you have time, just call me, I will welcome you anytime. Professor Oak said cheerfully. Yechen naturally doesn't have any opinions. I also exchanged cell phone numbers directly with Professor Oak. Professor Oak is really a good person. If not for the preparation of the Hwaja tournament, I really want to go to his research institute to see it. After hanging up the call with Professor Oak, Yachen looked at the mysterious Pokemon egg by the bed. Although he had known for a long time, the hatching of Pokemon eggs, it will take a while. But for so many days, his egg hasn't moved. If it weren't for the system to indicate that the egg is alive, I thought this egg was already scrapped. And at this moment, on the Pokemon egg, there was a clear sound. A crack appeared. Crack, asterisk. Chapter 15, Articuno is hatched. 5th, please support. Chapter 15, Articuno is hatched. 5th, please support. See here. Yachen couldn't help being shocked. I quickly realized that it was his diamond-level pet egg that was drawn out of the Gasapon last time. It will be hatched soon. Forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Yachen quickly picked up the pet egg and put it on the table. And quickly locked the door of the dormitory, lest anyone break in and disturb. Then he stared intently at this diamond-level Pokemon egg that was already cracked again. Although it is a diamond-level Pokemon egg, it sounds amazing. But in fact, it looks no different from ordinary Pokemon eggs. Only when you observe carefully, you will find that this egg is faintly shining. It looks very strange. At this moment, Yachen's Pokemon egg has several very subtle cracks. There was a very powerful aura faintly exuding. Click. The crack on the pet egg was opened little by little. Yachen's heart was also lifted in his throat. He also wanted to know what kind of little Pokemon could hatch in his diamond-level Pokemon egg. And, according to the previous prompts of the system, a diamond-level Pokemon egg has a chance to hatch a third-level beast. The three gods have their own advantages and disadvantages. But the advantage of Unity is that the race value is very high. Up to 580 points. Basically, it is not inferior to the existence of the 9 quasi-gods. The combat power can completely smash the ordinary Pokemon for several blocks. If you can have such a favorite, then for one's own strength to improve, there is no doubt that it is quite huge. Yachen quietly swallowed his saliva and stared at the pet egg intently. Click. Click. Finally, the eggshell was shattered little by little. A blue light reflected from the inside. At the same time, the whole room, there is a very powerful momentum. Even when Yachen first got the belldom of shiny champion quality, I have never felt such a powerful momentum. Suddenly, a light blue feather protruded from the eggshell. The next moment, a fluffy cutie opened his little black eyes and looked at the human in front of him carefully. This was the first creature he saw. Yachen also carefully looked at the newborn Pokemon in front of him. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pokemon eggs have successfully hatched. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring an Articuno. Articuno. Yachen was so excited. Articuno is one of the 3 sacred birds of the Kanto region. The strength is naturally strong. Yachen immediately checked the attributes of Articuno using the attribute panel that comes with the system. Pokemon, Articuno. Attribute, Ice plus Flight. Features, a sense of oppression. Quality, Champion. Level, LV1. Carry props, none. Skills, Hurricane, Powder Snow, Pecking. This is a little Pokemon of champion quality. This means that this little Pokemon is the highest level Pokemon. Articuno itself is a very powerful little Pokemon. Not to mention that this is a champion quality. Articuno as a third level god. He has a race value of up to 580. Especially in physical defense and special defense, it has very prominent attributes. The physical defense of 100 makes it basically have a huge advantage when facing 99% of the physical attacks of Pokemon. The special defense of up to 125 is a nightmare for all special attacks Pokemon. Although the most powerful attack is defense. But Articuno's attack is not low at all. At the same level, there are too few who can beat Articuno. Not to mention that Articuno can still fly. If you wait for it to grow up, take yourself to the sky, what a cool thing. Looking at the two-legged beast in front of him, he kept staring at himself without speaking. Articuno gave a light peck in a daze, and quietly shrank into the half-broken shell. How do you feel that this two-legged beast looks strange in his eyes? Yachen was still immersed in the joy of getting Articuno. It wasn't until his hand was pecked lightly by it that he woke up. It's as if something suddenly occurred to me. Yachen quickly took out a box of premium poke blocks specially prepared for Articuno. This cost him tens of thousands of union coins. It is the most expensive poke blocks you can buy in the entire flower. Articuno was originally hungry when hatched from pet eggs. Now that he smelled the scent of advanced poke blocks, he couldn't help but slowly stick out his fluffy little head from the shell. Two eyeballs that looked like black gems gave Yachen a grin. This two-legged beast is so good to me, I will reluctantly eat some of the food he presented. Thinking of this, Articuno was so hungry that Hoot Hoot screamed. He quickly threw himself into Yachen's hands. Eat bite after bite, eating happily. Watching it eat so happily. Yachen was also very happy. No matter how much money you spend, as long as you can make your friends happy. I certainly won't hesitate. After eating his first meal, Articuno also hiccuped in disregard of his image. After that, he frankly sat on the table with his chubby belly. The two small paws just straightened out in front of his chubby belly. Still not forgetting to comb his hair with his beak. Yachen also feels that the beast is worthy of being a beast. Even in the incubation period, the whole body is filled with a leisurely extravagance. Seeing that Articuno was full, Yachen took out a pokeball. Little guy, if you're full, go take a rest. After seeing Yachen's kindness to him, Articuno has completely trusted Yachen, and he also obediently went to the pokeball to rest. Seeing this, Yachen's face was also extremely happy. This also means that his success has subdued Articuno. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Participate in the tournament. First update, please support. Chapter 16, Participate in the tournament. First update, please support. Pokemon, Metang. Current level, LV42 Superior. Pokemon, Vibrava. Current level, LV42 Superior. Pokemon, Articuno. Current level, LV1 Childhood. Looking at his growing team, Yachen nodded in satisfaction. A powerful little Pokemon was added to the team. The increase in strength is definitely a turnover. Besides, in a few days, it will be the competition. This pair has participated in the Hwaja competition for a few days and will have a huge helping hand. And my goal is also the first. In the next few days, Yachen took the little Pokemons to train or play together when they were fine. Life flies quickly. And the state of combat power in his team. It is also a peak of energy storage. In this way, after Yachen carefully prepared, the Hwaja competition officially kicked off. The Hwaja tournament is one of the highest level events in Hwaju. The contestants face everyone. As long as you can get the first place, no matter what your age or status, you can get everyone's approval. Those who can get the first place in this event have basically achieved very high achievements in the future. Among them are many famous leaders and countless talented teenagers. The Hwaja competition is the strongest one in the past 10 years. There are even many trainers who are not far from Hwaja Norman. Just to get a good ranking here. If you can get a ranking here, you must have proven yourself. Yachen also holds this idea. Resolutely entered the competition. The competition consists of 2 steps, the audition and the race. The first step now is naturally the audition. Hwaja tournament is a very formal competition. As long as you can enter the top 10, you can get a huge bonus. The person who wins the first place can even get a saffron level treasure. You know, you can't find anything like this in ordinary cities. And only in a big place like Hwaja can you have the courage to take out saffron level treasures as prizes for victory in the competition. A piece of saffron level equipment can be directly exchanged for millions of alliance coins from the outside. And Hwaja tournament ranked first. Even more money can't be exchanged. The value is immeasurable. The center of Hwaja at this moment. The audition has already begun vigorously. Yachen was placed in the second group. There are more than a dozen opponents in his group. They all seem indifferent, and they must not be novice trainers anymore. It was the first moment he stepped onto the ring. Suddenly a voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission, get the first place in the Hwaja tournament. Ding! Reward for completing the task this time, 3 chances to get a lucky draw for the Gasapon machine. This is another side task. Yachen is serious. He himself decided to win the first place in Hwaja tournament to prove himself. Now the system is refreshed with new tasks. The rewards are still very rich, it is a chance to draw a lottery 3 times. There is no reason not to work hard. While he was thinking, the audition finally started under the announcement of the referee. The group of people stepped onto the ring one after another, preparing for the competition. The audience off the court are all looking forward to it. I hope that there will be a wonderful match in this battlefield of chaos. After others finally took out their little Pokemon, ready to fight. Yachen smiled slightly, opened the Pokeball, and released his Metang. He just took a look, although the people on the court are not novices. Little Pokemon's level is not low. But none of them is above level 30. This is for Shiny Metang, who has a level of 42 champion quality. Not enough to fight at all. Although he also hopes to see Articuno's strength. But the current Articuno is still too young. At only 1 level, it can't beat most of the little Pokemon. So Yachen chose to let Articuno watch the battle. Hwaja tournament, the first round of audition. Start now. As the referee's voice sounded, the little Pokemon of the trainers quickly rushed towards each other. But the scuffle that the audience expected did not appear. Instead, there was no sound soon. Just when everyone was puzzled, the smoke cleared from the field. Standing on the stage, there is only a mighty Metang. The audience's eyes straightened suddenly. I haven't seen clearly what little Pokemon is on the court. That's the end of the game? Was it solved by Yachen's Metang 3 times by 5? The whole journey did not even take more than 30 seconds. Has fallen down. Some viewers were still dumbfounded. Some sharp-eyed people have already observed the difference in Metang. This Metang seems to have a very different aura. At least it is of leader level quality. And the level must be very high? I guess there are more than 30 levels. Don't you know this person? He is Yachen. There was a burst of discussion off the court. Yachen? Who is he? Is he famous? At first glance, you are not from Hwaja, he is the powerful trainer who saved our research team. Not only did we defeat the ancient puppets that made our entire expedition painful, but we were also able to emerge from the ground unharmed. After that, he was invited by Professor Oak, but he refused. Hi, but that's amazing. There were originally people who didn't know Yachen off the court. But most people still know Professor Oak. Even the boy whom Professor Oak would invite must be extremely powerful. Later, they also understood this form on the court. Yachen stood on the stage indifferently, not caring about the surprise of others. He just thought the system prompts in his head were very pleasant. Ding. Articuno experience point is full. Ding. Articuno has been upgraded. The current level is 20th. Due to the triple experience bonus, the effect is shared with the experience value. Articuno is also the experience value that Absorb brought to these battles. Articuno at this time is already level 30. Pokemon, Articuno. Attribute, Ice plus Flight. Features, a sense of oppression. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 30. Carry props, none. Skills, Mist, Agility, Hurricane, Powder Snow, Blizzard. Looking at Articuno, whose level was greatly improved, Yechen nodded in satisfaction. Because this time there is more than one opponent. It was the little Pokemon of hundreds of contestants on the entire audition field. So with my own triple experience value booster. Even if the opponent's strength is very weak. But the sum of hundreds of them is not a small number anymore. Metang and Vibrava are slightly higher grades. Upgraded to level 45 and level 42 respectively. As for Articuno, it was directly promoted to level 30. After this upgrade, Articuno even gained 2 skills in one breath. Not to mention Blizzard. As a small Pokemon with Ice attribute, one of the most damage skills that can be mastered. The power is terrifying. As for agility, you can greatly increase your speed. Such an offensive skill and a defensive skill will allow Articuno to maximize its combat strength. Articuno's increase will become very big. Originally Articuno was a very comprehensive Pokemon. Now after having these 2 new skills, that strength definitely has a lot of enhancement. After the qualifiers are over, the next round is the race. Opponents in the qualifiers are not particularly powerful. But most of the opponents in the race have some strength. Therefore, Yechen also plans to take the little Pokemon to take a rest. In order to replenish vitality. The official tournament is also very considerate. A hotel was arranged for the players who passed the C selection. I have to say that the official service attitude of Hwaja tournament is really attentive. Yechen also went back to the room arranged by Hwaja tournament and took a rest. Hey, Articuno, have some food. He patted Articuno's head lightly again, and said, Articuno, come on, you are the one who is the end of the game. We must win. Because of the psychic effect of the ancient heritage. Yechen can communicate with Articuno. So Yechen can be heard by Articuno. Articuno answered impatiently while eating the food. Don't worry, master. I will definitely win by then. Ha, ha. Yechen looked at Articuno confidently. I was also very happy. I am also looking forward to its performance. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Articuno Debut. Second more, please support. Chapter 17, Articuno Debut. Second more, please support. Time passed quickly. Soon, Hwaja tournament. The first round of the race is about to officially start. This morning, Yechen's strength has already impressed many people. There are many people on the scene now, just for Yechen. Yechen also entered the field according to the budgeted time. Participate in the competition. But this time the battle. He did not choose to send his strongest Metang. Because I want to test how strong Articuno is. Actually before yesterday's World War I. The vast majority of people present didn't even know Yechen. After yesterday, everyone just felt that Yechen's strength was okay. As for Metang at level 40, everyone just laughed. Unless you see it with your own eyes. Otherwise, who would believe that a teenager can have such a powerful little Pokemon? In this way, under the expectation of everyone, Yechen finally appeared. This time Yechen's opponent is Hanzu, a native saffron trainer in Hwaju. A total of 4 referees were present. They are all nearby gym leaders. Only if they act as referees, everyone will be convinced. Please prepare for both players. The referee gave an order, and both Yechen and Hanzu looked attentively and plunged into the game. The audience is also attentive. They all wanted to see Yechen's 40-level Metang, who was blown up to the magic. Even the referees are staring at Yechen, wanting to know if this boy is so good. If Yechen owns a Metang of level 40, that is, superior strength, he has become the favorite to win this tournament. But Yechen just smiled. A blue light flashed away. It is not Metang that is presented to everyone. It was a blue bird-shaped Pokemon. As soon as Articuno appeared, the entire arena was stunned for an instant. But just in the next second, after a brief calm, there was an overwhelming enthusiastic sound. I'm going, that's Articuno. Wu Shan was the first to recognize Articuno. As one of the 3 sacred birds of the Kanto mainland, Articuno's status among the folks can also be said to be very high. Although this bird is legendary Pokemon, it is already known to exist in the population. There is far more than one, and it has been found many times. But it still cannot be denied. This kind of little Pokemon is very rare and powerful. No less than any kind of quasi-god. Even worse, this trainer can actually own Articuno. I envy it. I've only seen a small Pokemon like Articuno a few times on TV. It seems that even Lorelei Elite has not managed to tame one. I guess that this trainer named Yechen is likely to be a descendant of a big family, otherwise he wouldn't have 2 consecutive, such a rare little Pokemon. In the audience, everyone looked envious. But, of course, there is only envy. There is nothing superfluous. After all, it's just that the opponent can come up with 2 consecutive, Metang and Articuno, such a rare little Pokemon. Then the opponent's strength and background, it is estimated that they can't afford it. However, they still feel a little pity. After all, Yechen's opponent in this battle is a saffron trainer who specializes in fire attributes. So they feel that Yechen is still at a disadvantage. Hanzu looked at Articuno and couldn't help swallowing. Then Pokeball flashed red. What appeared on the field was a Typhlosion braving the heat. Yechen also checked the properties of Typhlosion with the detector carried by the system. Pokemon, Typhlosion. Attribute, Fire. Features, Fierce Fire. Quality, Leader. Level, 37. Carry props, none. Skills, Ember, Glare, Quick Attack. Yechen after reading the attribute panel of Typhlosion. I have a bottom in my heart. Although the quality of this Typhlosion is not low. Have leader level qualifications. But it is not his own Articuno opponent. Your own Articuno can definitely beat it. The game officially begins. With an order, the game has finally begun. Everyone also watched the game on the court attentively. A strong man next to Wu Shan asked, Wu Shan, who do you think will win? Wu Shan immediately said without thinking, Yechen. The brawny leader was obviously a little surprised. He thought Wu Shan would talk about Hanzu. After all, in terms of attributes, Yechen is really at a disadvantage. But Wu Shan didn't want to explain to him more. Just motioned him to look at the court. I saw that the 2 Pokemon were already in formation. Hanzu has never seen Articuno, but he has full confidence in his Pokemon. Typhlosion. Use Flamethrower. With an order, Typhlosion immediately condensed a fiery flamethrower from his body. Charge straight towards Articuno. Articuno didn't seem to react. Facing this attack, he didn't evade at all. Seeing this, Hanzu couldn't help laughing. In his view, relying on attribute restraint, it should be possible to win the game directly. But look back at Yechen. But just holding his hands, there is no response at all. Appears very calm. When the next exclaim on the spot, Flamethrower finally hit Articuno's position. And just when Flamethrower is about to make contact, Yechen said softly, Blizzard. Hoo hoo. Accompanied by Yechen's order. Articuno quickly fanned his wings and created blizzard. Suddenly, Flamethrower was buried in an instant, and the scene was plunged into a blizzard. Blizzard didn't last long. It's almost a dozen seconds. But shortly after blizzard disappeared. Sneer. A sound of rising smoke and steam sounded. Articuno's position remained the same, and even his expression did not change. Flamethrower has completely disappeared. On the other hand, the Typhlosion of the other party was directly frozen into ice cubes. Lost the ability to fight. There was silence down the court. Hanzu also looked incredulous. My Typhlosion's Flamethrower turned out to be ignored. Hanzu's face was gloomy. Own, just defeated like this? His own move did not break the opponent's defense. Opponent hurts himself badly in one blow? I lost. Hanzu picked up Typhlosion with disappointment on his face. I didn't expect that I would lose so directly. But Yechen is also from Hwaju, and I see Yechen has such a strong strength. Hanzu also blessed Yechen to go further. You are better than me, you can definitely go further. Yechen also nodded, of course he was here for champion. What's more, it is now under the action of a triple experience booster. My Metang has been directly upgraded to level 44. Metang experience point is full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 46. Articuno experience value is full, automatically upgrade, the current level is 35. Vibrava experience point is full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 43. Only one level of experience is missing. Metang can evolve into Metagross. Once you own a Metagross, champion is almost at your fingertips. This is very comfortable. Looking back at the people off the court. Although the result of the game is already known. It's just that the change in the form of the field is too fast. The impression of everyone is still at the moment Typhlosion uses Flamethrower. Who can tell me what happened just now? Isn't Typhlosion still using Flamethrower? Isn't the fire attribute the ice suppression attribute? I go, why suddenly lose? Tina, what is this Pokemon? So amazing? I want one too. Yechen just smiled and took his Articuno back. With Articuno's special defense racial value as high as 125. Even if it is restrained by the fire attribute on the opposite side. The Flamethrower on the opposite side also couldn't break the defense at all. Articuno's attack power is also very powerful. It's no surprise that the opposite Typhlosion was defeated by a single blow. The brawny leader just now. Watching Yechen get rid of Hanzu 3 times. He was also extremely shocked. Now I look back at the smile on Hwaju leader Wu Shan's face. It seems very intriguing. Good fellow. When did you Hwaju be so perverted? A gym leader from another city said with a look of surprise. He has watched several competitions. But a player like Yechen is such a great player. He saw it for the first time. Hearing this, Wu Shan smiled slightly. Then he said. This year's champion, we have settled on the flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Interview with Miss Reporter. Third more, please support. Chapter 18, Interview with Miss Reporter. Third more, please support. There was no game that night. It also gave those players who entered the race a break. And this is also the time for reporters to interview those who they think are likely to win the championship. Yechen, who defeated Hanzu, a native saffron trainer in Hwaju, was a single move. Naturally, it was also frantically interviewed by local reporters in Hwaju. At this time, Yechen received questions from several reporters. The questioner is a reporter's sister from Hwaju, nicknamed Dizzy. Miss Dizzy picked up the microphone in her hand and asked with a smile. Mr. Yechen, hello, can we ask you some questions? No problem, just ask. Yechen did not refuse either. I want to ask, You just spent a short time today defeating Hwaju's local saffron trainer Hanzu. I want to ask if you have made any preparations before. Have you been studying Hanzu for a long time? That's why you know Hanzu very well. Only afterwards can we directly and quickly solve the opponent with one move. Yechen just smiled. Hanzu is really good. But there is still a big gap between him and me. Yechen said calmly. Beyond the words, it means that the opponent's strength is good. But in his opinion, it is nothing. Because his strength is already high enough, he will not spend time casually researching others. Miss Daisy quickly recorded this answer, and then asked. You are now one of the few players who have entered the race as a native of Hwaju. What do you think is the reason why Hwaju has not had a champion for so many years? Yechen pondered for a while, then said. In fact, I think Hwaju's strength is not bad, there are still a lot of powerful people. As for why there has been no champion for so many years, I think it might be because they are too disheveled. Many reporters were a little surprised. I didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant. It really is young and frivolous. Since Yechen took the initiative to mention the ranking, the reporters also asked directly. Do you have any expectations for your ranking? As the youngest player to qualify for the main event, do you have the determination to make it into the top 10? When this problem came out, Yechen was a little surprised. After slightly stunned, Yechen touched his head. I really don't have that. The reporters were a little bit puzzled, it was obvious that this kid was still arrogant just now. Why have you become so humble now? Yechen went on to say, my goal is not to be in the top 10. My goal must be champion. Didn't you just ask me about studying Hanzu? I definitely don't study it. Because champion is not afraid of other people's research, and he will not study others. A champion who is afraid of being studied by others is not a true champion, and a champion who is afraid of being studied by others is also unqualified. Numerous reporters showed surprised expressions on their faces. They heard it right? This boy's goal turned out to be champion? You know, the Hwaju tournament is the biggest tournament in the Kanto region. People from all regions will go here. Just to capture the champion. As the organizer, Hwaju is local. But it's been a long time since I won a champion. This is also the pain in the hearts of Hwaju people. And now, there is a boy who is only 20 years old, claiming to capture the Hwaju tournament champion in Hwaju? How unreasonable to think about this matter. Although the reporters felt that Yechen was a little arrogant. But they still understand that Yechen is still from Hwaju. What I am doing is also trying to get back the trophy for Hwaju. So I also expressed my understanding. But some reporters from other places don't think so. They felt that the boy in front of them was a little arrogant. Ready to kill his momentum. A reporter from other places approached and asked. Mr. Yechen, did you know that there are still a lot of masters from other regions in this competition? Although you can beat Hanzu, you are good at strength, but you have to know that there is someone outside of you. Just yesterday, the son of Elite also entered the race, and also a move to kill the opponent in seconds. And that's also a trainer from Hwaju. I don't know, what do you think, Mr. Yechen? As soon as the sentence came out, the reporters in Hwaju were very rage. Miss Daisy also flushed, and rage stared at this person. Yechen's face also became a little ugly. Looking at the reporter, he said coldly. Don't say it's the son of Elite. Even if the Elite comes in person, I won't be afraid. The reporters were in an uproar. No one thought of it? Yechen dared to say that? But not every teenager dared to claim that he dared to fight Elite. The reporter from other places was also embarrassed by Yechen's remarks, and quickly found an opportunity to slip away from the crowd. Hwaju hasn't had such an ambitious player for a long time. The people I interviewed in the past always said that they tried their best to be in the top 10. Only Yechen. Although it can be said that he is young and frivolous. But he did say a lot of Hwaja people's aspirations. They have been the champion of Covet for a long time. Although they do not expect too much for Yechen to win the championship. But they all gave their blessings to Yechen. Yechen also understands that everyone's expectations for him are not very high, after all, he is still too young. But it can also be seen from here that they are already very high on Champions Covet. And this time, since I have traveled to Hwaju, well, the champion of this game, he also plans to take it. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Platinum Metagross. 4th, please support. Chapter 19, Platinum Metagross. 4th, please support. Soon time came the next day. The newspaper reported by the reporters last night has been printed out now in everyone's attention. Although most people think that this young man who suddenly looked like a dark horse, the probability of winning is not very high. But it was still a blessing. Moreover, Yechen's plain temperament in the face of interviews also attracted a lot of fans. The referees for the next day's game were still those. Yechen's opponent today is a trainer from outside. He was tall and burly, with a little dark skin, and he was a strong man. This trainer has already checked Yechen's profile in advance. It is believed that this person's most powerful little Pokemon is the bird's Pokemon of yesterday. Judged it for yourself, Yechen's little Pokemon should be only about level 30. There are still a lot of gaps from myself. So he is very confident. Both players prepare. The referee gave an order, and both of them sent their Pokemon. The brawny trainer was very confident and directly sent his little Pokemon. Come out. Growlithe. With the roar of the strong man, a red Growlithe was called out by him. The temperature suddenly became hot on the court. Yechen also used the system's reconnaissance function to take a look at the attributes of Growlithe. Pokemon, Growlithe. Attribute, Fire. Features, Intimidation. Quality, Leader. Level, 38. Carry props, none. Skills, Roar, Ember, Glare, Takedown. This is a Growlithe whose level is approaching 40. Although the strength is really good. However, Yechen just smiled slightly. It seemed that this opponent showed his strongest little Pokemon. I just want Yechen to retreat. He read yesterday's newspaper, and was very upset that a trainer in Hwaja dared to speak wild words. After all, the son of elite this time comes from the city where he lives. But Yechen saw this 38-level Growlithe. It just smiled slightly. Come out. Metang. Boom. A huge white light flashes. Metang's huge body was suddenly revealed. The brawny man opposite was full of horror. Even off the court is boiling. Let me just say it. He has a level 40 Metang. You still don't believe it? My goodness, he didn't know the Articuno yesterday. It's not his little Pokemon, his trump card. This guy actually has a whole card. I remember that Yechen also has a Vibrava coming. It is estimated that the strength is also a powerful Pokemon of the superior level. I believe he can get a champion now. The referees were also surprised. They didn't expect Yechen to have such a powerful little Pokemon in his hands. Wu Shan didn't conceal it this time, he just laughed. The Hwaja people have been aggrieved for a long time. The game officially begins. The referee gave an order and the game finally officially started. The strong man opposite is still thinking about how to win. This sudden Metang disrupted his thoughts, and his head became chaotic for a while. Even when the game started, I couldn't concentrate on it. Of course Yechen will not let go of this opportunity. Metang. Use Alloy Claws. Metang also obeyed the order, his huge body rushed straight to the opposite Growlithe. The brawny trainer hurriedly commanded, Growlithe. Use Ember. Growlithe's body also condensed a huge flame, spit out Metang. But Metang didn't hide at all, and directly resisted the flames, and grabbed Growlithe with a heavy blow. Growlithe's defenses were not high, and Growlithe was directly injured. But Metang stood still, without a trace of being attacked. The brawny trainer knew he was gone. Growlithe is already his most powerful little Pokemon. This can't resist the first move. Even if I use other little Pokemon, I can't save it. Thinking of his own arrogance and prejudice, this brawny trainer can't help but feel a little ashamed. I lost this game. As soon as the sentence fell, the audience immediately boiled. Wow! Another face-to-face? Yachen defeated the opponent. Metang is too strong. I feel that this is definitely not an ordinary Metang. It must be of elite quality. Are you blind? Shiny Metang at this time. Most of the people present are Hwaju audiences. Now that I see Metang's heroic posture, I am naturally very happy. Hey, that's not right. How come this Metang shines? Yeah. It's not going to be evolution, right? Yachen also saw Metang emit a burst of white light. The system's prompt sound is also implemented. Ding. Metang experience points are full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 48. Ding. Metang meets evolution requirements. Evolving. As the light on Metang's body became stronger and stronger, the audience off the court also couldn't help covering their eyes. Finally, the white light dissipated. What remained on the court was a little Pokemon with 2 huge claws and a solid body like Orberg. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your Metang evolution is Metagross. Pokemon, Metagross. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Clear Body. Quality, Champion. Level LV48 Superior. Carry props, none. Skills, Alloy Claw, Confusion, Miracle Eye, Mind Head Mallet, Bullet Punch. Metang evolution became Metagross. The attributes have gone up a lot. Most importantly, this is a shiny Metagross of champion quality. This is Metagross, one of the quasi-gods. This is not Metagross, this is shiny Metagross. My god, this is the first time I have seen shiny quasi-god in my life. I'm so envious. The spectators off the court were dumbfounded. All smiles enviously. Yachen smiled with satisfaction. Without hesitation, Metagross is now at least twice as powerful as evolution before. Became one of the true 9 quasi-gods. Metagross. And it's not an ordinary individual. It's an extremely rare shiny Metagross, whether its strength or appearance. They are definitely invincible existences properly. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Battle Against the Son of Elite. 5th, please support. Chapter 20, Battle Against the Son of Elite. 5th, please support. The next day is the final of the tournament. This competition can be said to be highly anticipated. Off-site seat tickets can be said to be very difficult to buy. More than an hour before leaving the field was already full of people. Because this battle is not just an ordinary competition. Both sides of the game. Except for Yachen, a dark horse that suddenly appeared. The opponent is also not simple. It is said that he is the heir of a true elite-level master, very powerful. And just such a news caused the entire Hwaju to boil over. You know, the elite-level master is undoubtedly the top trainer in the world. And as their heir, with more resources, the strength is naturally not weak. The genius Dark Horse fights against the son of Elite. This kind of news is naturally unparalleled. The whole arena is boiling directly. Yachen came to the arena. The audience watching the audience was boiling, shouting their names. He is also a little happy himself. I have been recognized by people. At this time something very pleased him. But when Lan Yu, the son of Elite, played, The enthusiasm of Hwaja people is obviously reduced. I feel a little regretful. Although Yechen's strength, in their opinion, there is no doubt. That is very powerful. But everyone felt that Lan Yu, the son of Elite, was too strong. Plus, I haven't won a champion for many years. This makes Hwaja people somewhat unconfident. Oh, it's a pity that Yechen is a player. Judging from the previous games, he is 8 Johto can win the championship. It's a pity that he met the heir of the Blue Elite. In the audience, someone felt sorry, shook his head and said. But there are still some people who think Yechen can win. I chose to buy Yechen. The referee will be there soon. The game officially begins. Because this game is a 3v3 format, the main thing is to test the comprehensive ability of a trainer. This makes the audience a little nervous off the court. I heard that Lan Yu has 3 little Pokemons around level 40. It seems to be. And I heard that he also has a level 50 Gyarados. Very powerful. Although Yechen's shiny Metagross is very powerful, it's hard to beat forehands with 2 fists. The audience was suddenly discouraged off the court. If singled out, 1v1, they believe Yechen's Metagross will not lose. But this time it was a 3v3 game again. They all sweated for Yechen. After all, no matter how strong the little Pokemon was, he couldn't stand a fight. But looking back at Yechen on the battlefield. But it didn't feel much pressure. Rather, he has absolute confidence in the strength of his own Metagross. Come on, buddy. Yechen said softly to Metagross in Pokeball. Through Pokeball, Yechen also heard a response from Kaka. Obviously, Metagross is full of energy. The players are ready. With an order, Yechen and Lan Yu were also ready for the game. Game start. The game has finally begun. The field was immediately silent, watching the battle on the field. Lan Yu first sent his first little Pokemon. Come out, Blaziken. Lan Yu's first little Pokemon turned out to be a Blaziken. Pokemon, Blaziken. Attribute, Fighting plus Fire. Features, Fierce Fire. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV 45. Carry props, none. Skills, Ember, Sharp Claws, Flying Sand Feet, Chain Legs, Quick Attack. This is a Blaziken up to level 45. Comparable to Metagross. But Yechen smiled confidently. Come out. Metagross. A burst of white light flashed, and the huge Metagross immediately appeared from Yechen's Pokeball. Lan Yu was a little surprised. He thought Yechen would leave this strongest little Pokemon last. Who knew he was the first to shoot Metagross? It seems that I put a lot of pressure on him. Lan Yu thought in his heart. Yechen sent Metagross. Of course he is very happy. I originally had Yechen's Metagross. So the first little Pokemon released Pokemon with fire attributes. In this way, Metagross with rigid attributes can be effectively restrained. And even if his little Pokemon is not Metagross's opponent. As long as you can consume a little Metagross physical strength. The next little Pokemon can easily defeat Metagross. At this moment, the 2 little Pokemon finally played against each other. 2 little Pokemon used skills at the same time. Blaziken, use Flame Kick. Metagross. Use Takedown. Boom. There was a loud noise. The skills of the 2 little Pokemon hit their opponents at the same time. But beyond everyone's expectations. This blow turned out to directly end the battle between the 2 little Pokemon. There are a few footprints on Metagross, but it is obvious that the problem is not big. But Blaziken was already hit by Metagross. Both eyes have turned into circles. The audience off the court suddenly boiled. Wow! This Metagross defeated Blaziken in one move. Metagross's defensive power was already abnormal, but is it so powerful now? Gosh! Is this the strength of Shiny's Metagross? Lan Yu was also taken aback. Unexpectedly, Metagross' attack power would be so powerful. His own Blaziken is restrained by attributes. But even so, Metagross still resisted Blaziken's kick. Head-to-head defeated Blaziken himself. When I looked closely, I found a slight difference. Hi, you are Shiny's Metagross. Little Pokemon like this is at least elite in quality. I really envy you. Lan Yu said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Although he is a descendant of elite, the resources he gets are much more than the average trainer, but the little Pokemon of elite quality, he still hasn't had it yet. The strongest thing he has is just a little Pokemon of quasi-elite quality. After all, the little Pokemon of elite quality. Even if you look at the entire Kanto, it is very rare. Not to mention, Yechen's Metagross is not an ordinary elite quality. But it is stronger than that, champion level quality. I'm just lucky. Yechen smiled slightly, but did not deny it. After all, his own Metagross is really strong. Brother, yeah, you don't have to be humble, but the next game will really begin. Lan Yu laughed. But he didn't feel discouraged by the flatness of the first game. As the son of elite, he still has this kind of tolerance. After all, in his opinion, Pokemon, his strongest main player, has not yet been on the court. Come out. Gyarados. Ouch. There was a loud roar. Lan Yu finally dispatched his main force. Gyarados. This Gyarados is obviously not a general commodity. But it has a very astonishing momentum. Just by looking at it, you can feel its power. Pokemon, Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flight. Features, Intimidation. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV50. Carry props, none. Skills, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rage, Rampage, Twister, Ice Fang. The level of this Gyarados turned out to be level 50. This is definitely a fierce battle. Yechen's expression couldn't help but become tense. Although his own Metagross has better quality. But the level is a few levels behind. I don't know if I can fight it. The first Blaziken was only the weakest of my 3 little Pokemon. My Gyarados is my real workhorse. Lan Yu is very confident. He trusts his little Pokemon very much. Gyarados, use Rampage. Ah! Gyarados roared, and his huge body slammed straight into Metagross. Metagross. Use Meteor Fist. Facing the full attack of Gyarados, Yechen did not dare to underestimate the opposite. Directly launched his strongest attack. Both are attacking, there is no thought of retreating at all. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Get Waja Tournament Champion. First update, please support. Chapter 21, Get Waja Tournament Champion. First update, please support. Boom. Boom. 2 loud noises came, and Metagross and Gyarados were hit hard at the same time. The audience off the court gasped for a while. This kind of attack power, if it hits an ordinary rock, I am afraid it can be directly crushed. But it was such a terrifying attack. However, both of them shook their bodies forcibly, and the scene was very spectacular. But neither of them fell down, but only suffered minor injuries. Metagross itself is a small Pokemon with a very high defense, and this tackle cannot cause much damage. On the other hand, Gyarados is huge, and a punch is not fatal. Saw Metagross' perverted defensive power. Lan Yu also had a headache. Metagross deserves to be one of the quasi-gods. Whether it is defensive power or offensive power, all are very high. But the race value of Gyarados is not much worse than Metagross. Relying on the level, it can make up for it. The battle on the field is wave after wave, and neither of them will choose to admit defeat. So they will do their best to attack. Roar. Gyarados roared and attacked first. Dragon Pulse. A huge light wave condensed from Gyarados' mouth, and a very violent energy condensed. Boom! Finally, the energy was condensed, and it smashed violently toward Metagross's position. Yachen's face changed drastically. This blow was a dragon attribute attack. Even for Metagross, the damage is not small. Metagross, get out of the way. Yachen quickly ordered Metagross to avoid this attack. Although Metagross is not small, but the speed is really not slow. After hearing Yachen's instructions, he ran to the side quickly. Boom! Dragon Pulse hit the ground hard, causing a cloud of smoke. Even the ground of the playing field was blasted with a big hole. The power of this attack is really too great. Yachen was also a little scared, but he didn't expect Gyarados' attack power to be so powerful. If his Metagross is hit by this blow, I am afraid it will not be able to hold it. But fortunately, it escaped in the end. Gyarados fell into a brief exhaustion after launching an attack. And this time is when Metagross strikes back. Metagross, use the Mind Mallet. Metagross was ordered to condense his own psychic. Boom! An invisible but powerful attack hit Gyarados, who was unable to dodge it. Lan Yu's face changed drastically, and his Gyarados looked a little tired after using Dragon Pulse. So much so that he could not dodge this attack. In the audience, everyone suppressed their heartbeat. Is it over? Gyarados was hit by this move. Metagross' attack is so powerful. Gyarados shouldn't be able to stand it? It's not necessarily. Gyarados went into the runaway only when it was at its strongest. The voice in the audience just fell off. Roar! There was a violent roar. Gyarados went into a runaway state directly after being seriously injured. Although in this state, Gyarados' attack power will become even more powerful. But it also becomes very fragile. Because in this state, Gyarados basically gave up defense. Gyarados attacked. Roar! Dragon Rage! This is another powerful offensive skill. Yachen would naturally not let this attack hit Metagross. Gyarados has entered a runaway state, and there is no need to face it head-on. Just get through this period of time. Wait for Gyarados to enter a state of weakness. I won. Yachen who implemented this tactic. Naturally, he commanded Metagross to avoid the attacks of Gyarados. The scene was suddenly chaotic. There are traces of Gyarados' attacks everywhere. Although Lan Yu was very anxious, he directed Gyarados to attack. However, Metagross is so flexible that Gyarados can't touch it at all. Finally, a while later, Gyarados became weak, and his speed slowed down. Yachen seized the opportunity and immediately commanded Metagross to attack. Metagross, use Bullet Punch. Boom! The punch hit without suspense. Gyarados couldn't dodge this blow in a weak state. Severely injured, it finally lost its combat effectiveness. His eyes turned into mosquito coils, and he was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Lan Yu sighed and carefully took Gyarados back to Pokeball. You won. You are really good. I am convinced that I lost today. Since my strongest little Pokemon has been defeated, it seems that I don't have to challenge you anymore. Seeing Lan Yu surrendered, Yachen was also relieved and said with a slight smile. You are also amazing, you are the most amazing person I have ever met. Lan Yu deserves to be the son of Elite, and his strength is indeed very strong. But I must be stronger. At this moment when Lan Yu surrendered, the court suddenly became silent. They heard it right. Lan Yu surrendered? Has the local trainer in Hwaju won the champion? Oh! The audience is boiling. We Hwaju finally won the champion again. I heard that right? Lan Yu actually gave in. Yachen is awesome. Seeing the cheers off the court, Yachen was also very emotional. This battle with Lan Yu is definitely the most difficult game he has encountered so far. But in the end he won. Take back the champion for Hwaju. At the same time, the huge amount of experience gained from defeating Lan Yu also upgraded Yechen's little Pokemon. Ding! Metagross experience point is full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 51. Ding! Vibrava experience value is full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 44. Ding! Articuno experience points are full, automatic upgrade. The current level is 40. Sure enough, his strength has improved the fastest after experiencing the fierce battle. Flygon is already level 44, only one level away from the upgrade. And Articuno has reached level 40, and his strength has been greatly improved. Metagross is directly upgraded to level 51. Strength in the team. All members have reached the superior level, even the leader level. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Invitation from the Pokemon Alliance Company. Second more, please support. Chapter 22, Invitation from the Pokemon Alliance Company. Second more, please support. I don't know how many Hwaju people are excited at the scene. Originally, the event was held by Hwaju. But as the organizer, Hwaju hasn't won a champion for a long time. This also makes Hwaju almost a laughingstock. But today, Yechen, this is only a teenager, finally got this champion back. Now that champion has appeared. The next naturally is the award ceremony. Wu Shan is the leader of Hwaju Gym. Naturally, I took on this task. Yechen, standing on the podium, was also a little happy. Speaking of it, I still have to thank the little Pokemons who have been fighting side by side with them. If not for their helping hand, it is impossible for him to win this champion. Wu Shan took the reward belonging to the champion and took the lead. The first time he saw Yechen, there was an indelible smile on his face. Good boy. I didn't see you wrong as expected. When you beat me back then, I thought you were not an ordinary person. Now it seems that my judgment is really accurate. Yechen touched his head with some embarrassment. He thought that leader was just like this at the time, but it was actually not strong. I learned later that gym leader actually only brought out his second-tier Pokemon. At that time, I definitely couldn't beat the leader. When Wu Shan saw Yechen, he was not proud of winning the champion. I was also a little happy. I am also sincerely happy for Hwaju to be able to appear such a genius boy. Take it, this is your reward. With that, Wu Shan handed a black card belonging to champion to Yechen. There are 3 million alliance coins in it. You can use this money to buy some changed food for your little Pokemons. Then he took out a silver shining arm guard. This is a saffron gear, named Orberg Arm Guards. We saw that your Metagross is your favorite little Pokemon. So I chose this piece of equipment. It can increase the damage of the gang attribute by 30%. Yechen looked at this legendary saffron equipment with amazement. It was the first time he saw saffron equipment. Even if there are not many things in a city, this is only available in a big city like Hwaju. It can increase the damage of the steel attribute by 30%. It is worthy of saffron equipment. You know, the attack power of Metagross itself is not weak. Plus 30% of the damage. It is almost instantaneous to lose most of the small Pokemon of the same level. If it is said that Metagross wearing Orberg arm guards will go to fight Gyarados again, the result is definitely that Gyarados can be solved in 2s or 2s. Instead of having to mediate with Gyarados in place for so long. For this piece of equipment, Yechen was naturally very satisfied. After the awards were over, Wu Shan also said to the audience off the court. Champion of the Hwaju tournament this year. Who is the ultimate champion? Call out his name. The audience boiled over the field. They shouted loudly. Yechen! 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 Watching thousands of spectators off the stage on stage shouting their names. Yechen also felt that his heartbeat was quickening. It's worth fighting for so many days. All the hard work is also worth it at this moment. After the awards are over, Yechen waved his hand amidst the cheers of the crowd and walked off the podium. His cognition is very clear. He must not be immersed in the short-term glory. Improving your own strength is the most important thing. Just when Yechen returned to the lobby and was about to return home, suddenly a shout came from my ear. "Is it Mr. Yechen?" Yechen turned his head and found several bodyguards wearing sunglasses and suits. In the middle is a middle-aged man with gray hair wearing gray casual clothes. This middle-aged man looks very imposing, presumably in a high position all year round. Seeing Yechen turning his head, the middle-aged man also said directly, "Hello Mr. Yechen, my name is Liang Mu. I am here to invite you on behalf of the Pokemon Alliance Company." Yechen raised his eyebrows slightly. This is called the Pokemon Alliance Company, why is it coming to him? Are you looking for me for anything? Yechen said calmly. After seeing the battle between you and Lan Yu today, we feel that your strength is really good. The purpose of our company is to find the best trainers in the world and become the spokesperson of our company. We think you meet the conditions of our company. I wonder if you have this intention. Yechen was also slightly taken aback when he heard Liang Mu's words. Someone wants to invite themselves? But after thinking about it, Yechen still didn't intend to agree. Silently shook his head. In fact, compared to the system, a company can give its own resources. That is definitely not as good as the system. Moreover, according to the other party's previous conditions, he may not be free in many places. If you sign the agreement, then you have to be forced to help them carry out some endorsements, or promotional advertisements and the like. So Yechen is definitely not willing. Hearing Yechen's refusal, Liang Mu did not respond. Instead, he continued, "We can give you an annual salary of 10 million. As long as you are willing to join our company, we can also give you more resources. There will even be a small Pokemon with leader quality." As soon as the sentence was said, it caused an uproar in the surroundings. God! 10 million annual salary. I don't dare to think about it in this life. How old is he? He can get an annual salary of 10 million. And the little Pokemon of leader quality? It would be great if I could join this company. Many people present, upon hearing this, showed the eyes of Chalemon. You know, no matter which world you are in, a tens of millions of annual salary is definitely appropriate. For most ordinary people, they just can't even think about it. But Yechen still said indifferently, "I refuse." Asterisk. Chapter 23, The Agreement with Professor Oak. Thirdmore, please support. Chapter 23, The Agreement with Professor Oak. Thirdmore, please support. The eyes of the people around him widened, all with unbelievable expressions. Indeed, there may indeed not be many people in this world who reject the little Pokemon with a salary of tens of millions of annual salary and leader quality. Liang Mu's expression also became a bit ugly in an instant. As the leader of a large company, Liang Mu naturally wouldn't go crazy directly. Taking a deep breath, Liang Mu continued. "Mr. Yechen, our alliance company really hopes that you can join our big family. And we have given enough sincerity. I don't know why Mr. Yechen rejected us." After speaking, Liang Mu stared at Yechen with both eyes. Hope he can come up with a reasonable explanation. Yechen is also a bit distressed. What should I say? If you have no system, facing a young Pokemon with a salary of tens of millions of years and leader quality, that must be incredibly happy. But now I have a system. Not to mention the annual salary of tens of millions, even if it is a few 100 million, there is no way to impress yourself. As for the little Pokemon of leader quality, he really didn't. But I have champion quality, or shiny. So the conditions this company gave itself were really unattractive. But I can't tell others that I have a system. What can I do? Everyone on the field is also staring at Ye Chen. They also feel that this condition is already very good. And I haven't heard that Ye Chen has signed an agreement with any major company. It stands to reason that the conditions given by this company are already very good. Ye Chen has no reason to refuse. You know, every strong trainer. There is a powerful company behind it. Because a trainer doesn't just have to have the skills to train a little Pokemon. He also needs a lot of money to buy food to feed his little Pokemon. The cost in this area is huge. It is difficult for a trainer without a big company to go far. So this is something that everyone does not understand. Finally, Ye Chen thought of a perfect excuse. Ahem. Actually, I have promised Professor Oak. After the competition is over, I will visit his research institute and participate in research projects. Professor Oak is much earlier than you guys. Hearing what Ye Chen said, people around suddenly realized it. Let me just say, why didn't he go to a big company? It turned out that Professor Oak was already behind him. Professor Oak is world famous. Young geniuses like Ye Chen will definitely benefit a lot from following Professor Oak. In this case, I won't go to a big company for me, Professor Oak is much more professional. Hearing Ye Chen said that Professor Oak had already looked for him, Liang Mu felt a little embarrassed. It seems that there is a good saying. Dragons do not live in shallow places. Although we have to talk about money, it must be because the company has money. But when it comes to professionalism, Professor Oak must be far ahead of them. And in terms of development and freedom, it is indeed more attractive to participate in Professor Oak's research invitation. As a talented trainer, since I was invited by Professor Oak, naturally, I looked down upon the invitation of ordinary enterprises. Besides, even if nothing else, the few Pokemons that the opponent had previously released in the game were all very well done. With a character like the other party, what if the background is not strong? Then no one believes it, okay. Thinking of this, Liang Mu was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Ye Chen, we were abrupt. Unexpectedly, you are already Professor Oak's distinguished guest. Naturally, we dare not rob Professor Oak. I'm really sorry. Ye Chen looked at Liang Mu and bowed very standardly. I am also a little sad. It's okay, you guys did this in the first place, and I understand it. Liang Mu nodded. Now that Ye Chen has a goal, he doesn't need to waste time on him anymore. If it's okay, shall we go first? Ye Chen nodded and watched the people of the Pokemon Alliance Company go away. He also went back home soon after. If it weren't for people from this company, they would invite themselves to join other companies. I really almost forgot that I had promised Professor Oak to do a survey for him. Today's thing is a reminder to myself. After returning home, Ye Chen also closed the door directly. First released his 3 little Pokemon. They are a little tired after the battle, and they haven't fed them food yet. Anyway, I just won the champion. With a reward of 3 million, I don't have to worry about money at all. They are the most expensive and best Pokeblocks. Watching the 3 little Pokemon eat with gusto, Ye Chen was also very happy. They also rubbed the heads of Metagross, Vibrava, and Articuno. The 3 little Pokemons who were eating happily rubbed Ye Chen's palms with a little dissatisfaction. But the action is still very intimate. Now Ye Chen has a very good relationship with his little Pokemon. Just then, the sound of the system rang in due course. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, get the Hwaju Tournament champion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, 3 chances to draw a Gasapon machine. Ye Chen was also very excited. To win a champion by himself, in fact, 3 million and that saffron level equipment are not the most important. The 3 Gasapon lottery opportunities awarded by the system are his most covet. since he had 3 chances to draw a lottery again. I don't know what good things can be extracted this time. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Flygon, Champion Level Qualification. 4th, please support. Chapter 24, Flygon, Champion Level Qualification. 4th, please support. Now that there are 3 chances to draw a lottery, Yachen certainly does not hesitate. Immediately said, System, Lottery. With the rotation of the Gasapon machine, 3 Gasapons rolled out of it. Ding. Congratulations to the host, I got a bronze capsule. Ding. Congratulations to the host, I got a silver gacha. Ding. Congratulations to the host, I got a saffron gacha. This time it turned out to be a bronze, silver, and saffron gacha. Prove that the luck this time is pretty good. System, turn on the Gasapon. Yachen can't wait to know what items he can sell. Ding. Congratulations to the host, who opened the bronze gacha and got 1 Pokeball. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you opened the silver gacha and got 1 rare candy. Ding. Congratulations to the host, opened the saffron Gasapon and obtained 1 quality enhancement potion. Rare candy and quality enhancement potion were actually prescribed. This is the first time. Yachen quickly checked the effects of rare candy and quality enhancement potion. Rare candy, you can raise your little Pokemon by 1 level. This effect is effective for any little Pokemon who is not at the full level. Quality improvement potion, it can improve the quality of your little Pokemon, thereby gaining a higher room for improvement. See these 2 effects. Yachen was also a little overjoyed. The effect of rare candy is to improve by 1 level. Although this effect seems to be ineffective. After all, it's only the first level, it's useless. But be aware that this is useful for any little Pokemon who is below the level. Even if your little Pokemon is level 99. You can directly upgrade to level 100 if you use rare candy. In the later stage, I don't know how long it will take to get the first level experience. So the importance of this rare candy is reflected. The effect of this quality enhancement potion is better than rare candy. It can improve the quality of little Pokemon, allowing them to reach a higher level. If you are a quasi-elite Pokemon, then your endpoint is level 69. There is no way to reach level 70 in an exhausted life. But when you have a quality enhancement potion, you can upgrade to a higher quality. The highest can reach level 79 or even level 100. This kind of thing that can break the upper limit of helping hand Pokemon. The value is simply incalculable. Yachen also lost his thoughts while holding these 2 things. I don't know if I should use it now. The effect of rare candy is definitely the best when left behind. Because the pre-upgrade is indeed much faster. The little Pokemon that stayed on him was used when he was at level 90. The effect is definitely the most powerful. As for the quality enhancement potion, he must use it immediately. Think about it. Yachen set his sights on Vibrava. The quality of Vibrava is only quasi-elite. This means that its growth has an upper limit. When it reaches level 69, it cannot go further. And his other 2 little Pokemon. The quality is better than Vibrava. After the decision was made, Yachen also immediately took out the quality enhancement potion. Vibrava opened its big eyes and looked at Yachen. I don't know what he wants to do. Yachen put a small bottle of clear liquid to Vibrava's mouth and let it see what it was. Vibrava can feel that the contents inside have a helping hand for itself. He also looked at Yachen anxiously. Is this for me? Squeak. Yachen touched Vibrava's head and said, of course this is for you. Vibrava was also very happy to drink this bottle of quality enhancement potion. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the quality of Vibrava has been upgraded from quasi-elite to champion. Seeing this, Yachen couldn't help but shine. Originally, he thought that this quality enhancement potion could only improve the quality of little Pokemon for one stage. But I didn't expect it. It turned out to be directly improved from the quality of Quasi-Elite to Champion. Reached the Quasi-Elite, and the Champion level quality above the Elite. Two big levels have been continuously improved. In this case, the quality of Vibrava is already on the same level as Metagross. This is very comfortable. Now that Vibrava has reached the Champion quality. Yachen also measured it, and finally decided to use Rare Candy directly. The current Vibrava is only one level away to be upgraded. It is a good time to use the Artifact Candy. Although this thing can only be used to its greatest effect in the later stage. But he is not very short of experience points. With a triple experience booster, you will not lack experience. So it is the wisest way to improve your own strength now. So I directly gave Vibrava this sweet-scented candy. Vibrava was plunged into white light after eating the candy. Yachen was also a little excited. After all, this is his second little evolution Pokemon. Metagross and Articuno saw Vibrava enter the evolution state. They all leaned over and looked at Vibrava quietly. After a while, the white light on Vibrava finally disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Vibrava evolution is a Flygon. Yachen was so excited that Vibrava evolution was a success. Now I have a second evolution Pokemon. Pokemon, Flygon. Attribute, Dragon plus Ground. Features, Floating. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 45. Carry props, none. Skills, Sand Tomb, Bug Buzz, Earth Power, Dragon Tail, Earthquake. After Vibrava evolution became Flygon. His own strength has also risen another step. Not only the property value has undergone a huge change. And also learned the skill of Dragon Tail. This skill, which is a dragon attribute, is very powerful. In this world, dragon attribute skills are not weak. And now, his Flygon has reached the quality of Champion. The strength has become stronger. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Professor Oak's Research Problem. 5th, please support. Chapter 25, Professor Oak's Research Problem. 5th, please support. After a short rest night. Yachen also remembers the agreement with Professor Oak. Since I have finished the competition, I also won the champion. Next, Yachen also plans to go to Pallet Town to meet Professor Oak. Even if there is no agreement with Professor Oak before, Yachen will probably go to Pallet Town. After all, he finally came across to the world of Pokemon. How can you not go to the start of Dream? First, after feeding the little Pokemons breakfast, Yachen took the Flygon and set off. Professor Oak's Research Institute is in Pallet Town, which is quite far away. Fortunately, I have Flygon, and I can take myself forward. Flygon's speed is very fast, if ordinary people really can't handle such a fast speed. When sitting on Flygon, the wind blew his face. Yachen also felt a little sensation. If I had not accepted the ancient heritage, had psychic, and had a physical fitness far superior to ordinary people, I really couldn't stand it. But fortunately, relying on the protection of ancient psychic, those winds, which are very uncomfortable for ordinary people, blow on Yachen's face, making it much more comfortable. It feels like an ordinary person, riding a motorcycle for a quick drive. It makes people feel very comfortable. The speed of Flygon is indeed fast enough. It only took more than 10 minutes to reach Pallet Town. Professor Oak's Research Institute is also very famous locally. So I arrived at the Oak Research Institute without any effort. But when I came to Professor Oak Institute, I knocked on the door for a long time, and no one came to open the door. This makes Yachen feel a little strange. Did everyone go to the field to investigate? But why is the door unlocked? Shaking his head, Chen opened the door by himself and entered the institute. When I went to a room in the research institute, I found Professor Oak's figure. But now Professor Oak's situation is a bit dumbfounding. He was spinning around a large table, followed by a few taureaux. While chasing, taureaux tilted his horns upwards, and wanted to give Professor Oak a shot. Chen was a little speechless. A professor who studies little Pokemon. He would be chased by the little Pokemon he studied and run around the house. It seems there is really no difference between Professor Oak and the original book. The affinity for Pokemon is indeed low. Professor Oak heard the sound of opening the door and looked at the door and found that it was Chen who had arrived. Professor Oak was overjoyed. I have been chased for most of the day, and finally I met a savior. Chen, you are here. Come and help me. I don't know what's going on, why do they want to beat me? Professor Oak said in a panic while evading Taureau's chase. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help being full of black lines. Sure enough, Pokemon Professor's affinity for little Pokemon is not very high, isn't it? Chen had no choice but to step forward. Only use the ability of ancient heritage. Communicate with these taureaux. Soothe their emotions. Under Chen's comfort, taureaux also returned to calm. No longer chasing Professor Oak. When I saw Professor Oak, I was still looking up, trying to hit Professor Oak. Professor Oak hid behind Chen with some fear and watched taureaux go elsewhere. This slowly came out. Chen had the opportunity to ask, Professor Oak, what's wrong with you? Why are these taureaux chased all over the house? Professor Oak did sigh slightly, and said helplessly, this is not the pot of my research. I'm currently studying some little Pokemon with many evolution branches. I want to study their different ways of evolution. Chen looked at Professor Oak with a weird expression and said, so you have been chased by this group of taureaux for a long time. Professor Oak was a little bit embarrassed. In fact, I just want to see if they have another way to evolution. After all, taureaux, a little Pokemon who can't evolve, I am really curious. Speaking of this, Chen basically understands why Professor Oak has to be chased away. Professor Oak must have done something that made taureaux uncomfortable, but he didn't know. Then he was chased and ran all over the ground. Professor Oak saw that Chen seemed to be very interested in this topic. Just asked, you seem to be very interested in this research. Would you like to try it together? With your participation, this research will definitely make greater progress. Chen saw Professor Oak so enthusiastic. And he is indeed a little interested in this. He also said simply and neatly, no problem. I also want to learn about this knowledge. Seeing Chen agree to the invitation, Professor Oak was also very happy. He directly pulled him to the front of his desk. Chen looked over and found a series of data about the research on EV evolution at this time. Professor Oak was very proud to point to the data above and said, look, Chen, these are the results of my research. I found that EV is definitely the most unstable little Pokemon in evolution. Obviously there is only one initial form, but it can evolve into 3 forms. I was shocked when I first discovered it. I didn't expect that the same little Pokemon could evolve into 3 completely different little Pokemons. But when we saw it with our own eyes, although it was difficult for us to agree, we all accepted this statement. Having said that, Professor Oak patted Chen on the shoulder. I know you might be a little shocked at first, and you might find it a little weird. It's okay, after you have been with me for a long time, you will naturally understand. Chen nodded with a wry smile, as a response to Professor Oak. Actually Professor Oak was right. EV does have many evolution methods. In the end, a total of 8 forms can be evolved. This research should have been discovered by no one at this time. Professor Oak was able to discover this very secret thing, it was indeed a bit remarkable. But Professor Oak's thinking is still problematic. In fact, EV's forms are not only the types he found, but there are more types. There are only 3 types of evolution that Professor Oak wrote on the paper. EV can evolve into water Pokemon by using water stone in a humid place. EV can evolve into fire Pokemon by using fire stone in a hot place. When EV is thundering, he can use Thunderstone to evolve into Pokemon. Doubt, why is there still a rumor of Bing Pokemon? No evolutionary stone/ite with ice properties was found. Yachen shook his head slightly. It seems that Professor Oak's understanding is not deep enough. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Go to Snow Mountain. First update, please support. Chapter 26, Go to Snow Mountain. First update, please support. Seeing Yachen shaking his head slightly, Professor Oak said in a puzzled manner. What's wrong? These studies are all fine. Yachen said apologetically, Professor, of course your research is fine. It's just that your thinking is still slightly limited. EV has more than 3 types of evolution. Professor Oak said with some confusion, no, does EV have any other evolution methods? But I don't remember evolutionary stone/ite with other attributes. Yachen looked at Professor Oak's information and found that he had written a big word evolutionary stone/ite next to EV. But there are only fire stone, thunder stone, and water stone in the world. This is also true. EV can only turn into fire Pokemon, thunder Pokemon, and water Pokemon by using evolutionary stone/ite evolution. As for the other sun Pokemon, moon Pokemon, leaf Pokemon, ice Pokemon, fairy Pokemon, all need to be in a specific environment to be able to evolution. The thinking of Professor Oak is limited to such a framework using evolutionary stone/ite evolution. With this in mind, Yachen decided to explain some theories about EV evolution to Professor Oak. Professor Oak, what do you think EV evolution needs? When Professor Oak was asked about his professional knowledge, his face immediately became serious. He picked up the information on the table and read it carefully first. After confirming that he was correct, he said, EV evolution first needs evolutionary stone/ite. Evolutionary stone/ite determines whether an EV can evolve into a corresponding form. The first time we met EV evolution was an EV wearing a fire stone. It evolved next to a volcano, and then it became a fire Pokemon. At the time we were still surprised because we also saw EV evolution for the first time. Later I discovered that if EV wants to evolution, evolutionary stone/ite is indispensable. Here Professor Oak's theory about EV evolution. He immediately discovered the problem. Professor Oak put his eyes too much on the evolutionary stone/ite, thus ignoring the problem of attributes. Actually EV evolution. The most fundamental reason is an attribute. As long as it is in the terrain environment of the corresponding attribute, only then can it evolve into the corresponding form. Upgrade in a frosty environment, it is possible to evolve into ice Pokemon. Upgrade in the forest, it is possible to evolution into Pokemon. These are all EV's affinity for attributes. And fire Pokemon, water Pokemon, thunder Pokemon. They all use the elemental power in evolutionary stone/ite. So Yachen asked Professor Oak. Professor Oak, how many forms do you think EV has? Professor Oak pondered for a while, and said, this should be determined based on the properties of evolutionary stone/ite. Currently, only 3 types of evolutionary stone/ite have been discovered, so there are only 3 types of EV. If you find another evolutionary stone/ite, then there must be other forms of EV. It's just that I still don't understand why there is a legendary ice Pokemon. Could it be that there is an evolutionary stone/ite with ice properties that we didn't find? After Professor Oak finished speaking, his face was lost in thought. Yachen also smiled and said, Professor Oak, let's try it. I don't need evolutionary stone/ite to help hand EV evolution, believe it or not. Professor Oak's eyes widened, his expression unbelievable. How is that possible? EV must need evolutionary stone/ite to be able to evolution. Could EV have many other types of evolution methods? But Yechen did not rush to say. Just ask Professor Oak to watch it mysteriously. Yechen also thought about it. Want to come to evolution EV without evolutionary stone/ite? Definitely preferred Ye Pokemon and Ice Pokemon. Because these two are relatively simpler, you only need the environment to evolve. Sun Pokemon and Moon Pokemon both need Soothe Bell. I don't know where to find Soothe Bell for a while. As for the Fairy Pokemon, this is the most difficult. It requires EV to learn Pokemon's attribute skills. This condition is too harsh. After seeing the environment around Professor Oak, Yechen also immediately chose the nearest snow mountain. Behind the institute is a big snow mountain. It takes only half an hour to walk over. If this is not used, it would be too stupid. But I still need a few EVs here. After all, I didn't catch a little Pokemon like Eevee. Professor Oak waved his hand and made a few phone calls, calling some of his own researchers. They are all researchers in the Oak Research Institute who are responsible for keeping Eevee. So Eevee has a high degree of intimacy with them. Let them take Eevee, and the probability of evolution will be higher. After the researcher arrived, they also brought Yechen to the backyard, where are a few lively Eevee. The EVs were also very happy to see someone coming. Only seeing Professor Oak a little annoying, I don't want him to touch him. Yechen laughed while watching. Professor Oak is really a well-deserved Pokemon with zero affinity. After bringing Eevee, Yechen thought for a while, and there was nothing to carry. In this way, the group headed to the snow-capped mountains near the Research Institute Mighty. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Eevee starts evolution. Second more, please support. Chapter 27, Eevee starts evolution. Second more, please support. Oak Research Institute, a snowy mountain in the backyard. The EVs are jumping on the snow, looking very cute. The thick fluff on Eevee's neck allows them to move easily in the snow. Seeing Eevee playing very vigorously on the snow, the researchers couldn't help but play with Eevee. There were a lot of snowballs flying on the snow. The harmony between the little Pokemon and human beings is immediately revealed. Yechen and Professor Oak are ahead. Yechen can't remember the conditions for Eevee evolution to become Pokemon. Just remember to upgrade on the snow and there is a chance of evolution. But the specific conditions are definitely more than these. If it's that simple, the snow must be ice Pokemon is gone. There will be no ice Pokemon that no one has ever noticed. Professor Oak behind Yechen also looked at Yechen curiously. I don't know what he is doing. According to his understanding, Eevee evolution definitely needs evolutionary stone/ite. Is Yechen looking for evolutionary stone/ite in the snow? Finally, Yechen chose a place. Here is a very flat snow. There is ice all around. It must be in line with Eevee's evolution conditions. No more hesitation, Yechen said, you guys are training here. Try to upgrade. The researchers glanced at each other, although they felt that they didn't understand Yechen's words at all. But still obediently did it. Soon. There are 8 EV in total. Trained on this piece of snow. Yechen also glanced at their level by the way. Pokemon, EV. Level, LV15. Pokemon, EV. Level, LV13. The level is not very high. So the upgrade will be relatively easy. Now I am waiting for EV to upgrade. Then, with a certain chance, he upgraded to Ice Pokemon. On the snow, several EVs were training panting. But obviously the sufficiency is still too low. Yechen frowned and said, it's too slow. Change to fight. The EV glanced at each other, and looked at Yechen with some confusion. Yachen can only comfort him. It's okay, it's just normal training for your combat effectiveness. After your strength comes up, you can also protect your master. The Aviz nodded, agreeing with this statement. In this way, the 8 EV were divided into 4 groups, and the first round of the battle began. Although I don't want to fight. But once in the battle state, EV's strength is still okay. Looks fierce and cute. EV, use shock. EV, use flying sand feet. Finally, the first round of battle is over. And at about this time, 4 EVs have already been crushed to the ground by the other 4 EVs. The eyes have turned into circles. After the battle, the standing 4 EV also directly upgraded to 1 level. A white light flashed, Yachen looked at them expectantly. Ice Pokemon has a chance to evolve into Ice Pokemon by leveling up on ice and snow. I don't know how this time. But after a burst of white light flashed, Yachen was a little disappointed to find that these 4 EVs did not evolve into Ice Pokemon. There must be something wrong. Yachen muttered to himself. Is it still an environmental problem? Professor Oak asked with some confusion, Yachen, what environment? Is EV evolution related to the environment? Now that Professor Oak asked, Yachen also tried his best to answer Professor Oak. Professor Oak, have you actually thought about it? In fact, it is not evolutionary stone/ite that promotes EV evolution, but the power of the elements. Fire Pokemon uses the power of fire, and Pokemon of water is the power of water. So, I let EV fight and upgrade in this icy and snowy place. In fact, it is also a way of using the attributes of the surrounding environment. Professor Oak seems to have opened the door to a new world. The whole person was stunned and murmured, so that's the way it is. I'll just say, why is there no evolutionary stone/ite with grass attributes? But someone has always said that they have seen Pokemon. It turns out that Pokemon evolutionary stone/ite is not necessary at all. After getting in touch, Professor Oak also worked with Yachen to find a suitable place. The researchers behind him took the injured EV back to Pokeball with some distress. Follow Yachen and Professor Oak forward. Finally, they selected a cave. This should be the coldest place in this snow-capped mountain. I just don't know if it will work here. The 4 EVs opened the battle again and fought. EV only regarded this as a normal competition. So even in this environment, I played very enjoyable. Finally, the result of this battle finally came out, and 2 EVs grabbed the opponent's tail again. Pressed on the ground violently. A burst of white light flashed, and the whole cave suddenly became cold. A researcher next to him pointed to an EV in surprise and said, "Look. It seems to be evolution." Asterisk. Chapter 28, Ice Pokemon. Third more, please support. Chapter 28, Ice Pokemon. Third more, please support. I saw under the white light. The breath of an EV began to grow stronger and stronger. Finally, the white light dissipated, and what was left was a little blue Pokemon full of ice crystals. There was a strong smell of ice crystals all around. The whole body looks like a little fox, slender and elegant. This is a little Pokemon that has never been found before. Professor Oak and the surrounding researchers were stunned. What's this? EV evolution. Can EV not use evolutionary stone/ite evolution? So we came here to experiment with this. Professor Oak is even more earthquake. He had studied the subject for a long time, but it was overthrown by Yachen within a day. Now he looked at Ye-Chen differently. Ye-Chen was also relieved. It seems that I remembered correctly. EV upgraded in the icy environment. It is indeed possible to evolve into an ice Pokemon. Professor Oak hugged Ye-Chen's shoulders a little excitedly, and said very excitedly, "Ye-Chen, did you know that you have developed a completely different evolution method for Pokemon? You even found a little Pokemon that you had never found before." Ye-Chen was a little embarrassed. After all, this is a memory that I brought, which is a trick. Speaking of this, Professor Oak pointed to this beautiful little Pokemon and said, "Because this is the little Pokemon you found first, you should name it." Ye-Chen pondered for a while, and finally decided to call after EV evolution. It is evolving in the ice and snow, and EV already has Thunder Pokemon, Fire Pokemon, and Water Pokemon, so it's simply called Ice Pokemon. The EV that had just evolved was still standing still, a little uncomfortable. After hearing the name Bing Pokemon, he also yelled very happily, "Ahhhhh, I like this name." Professor Oak saw Bing Pokemon look like this, and knew Bing Pokemon liked the name very much. "Yes, just the name." "Very good." Bing Pokemon got the name, and also ran over, gently rubbing his head against Ye-Chen. Now that the purpose of going up the mountain this time has been achieved, Ye-Chen and his party did not stay too much on the mountain. Instead, he directly chose to go down the mountain. For Professor Oak, the gain from going up the mountain this time is really not small. I was immersed in the vicious circle of using evolutionary stone/ite to make evolution. Ye-Chen helping hand walked out by himself. Because Ye-Chen's theory is completely reasonable. In this way, Ye-Pokemon is also very easy to understand. A problem that has troubled me for a long time can finally be solved. After returning to the institute, Professor Oak opened a website directly. "Ye-Chen, you can fill in your information. Because you discovered the ice Pokemon, I want to help you apply for a discovery patent." Ye-Chen was a little confused, but found that this Pokemon still has a patent. But in fact, this is why Ye-Chen doesn't know enough about the world. In this world, even the appearance of a mutated little Pokemon will be big news. And discovering a brand new little Pokemon is even more important. So after Ye-Chen discovered Ice Pokemon, Professor Oak would help hand Ye-Chen to apply for a patent. This is a very high honor. The reason why Professor Oak is known all over the world. It is also because he is very good at studying Pokemon. Discovered a lot of unknown Pokemon and a lot of knowledge about Pokemon. After Professor Oak fixed the patent, Professor Oak and Ye-Chen went to sort out the information about EV evolution. Ye-Chen helping hand Professor Oak has done such a big job. Professor Oak also enthusiastically stayed Ye-Chen for one night in the institute. Under the arrangement of Professor Oak. Soon, a very clean and tidy room was taken out. The researchers can see that Professor Oak is very happy today. So the dinner tonight is also very rich. A large table of people ate very happily. It was only during the meal break that Ye-Chen found a photo. Above is a photo of Professor Oak and a little boy. I didn't see who the little boy in the photo was for a while, and I didn't know why he hadn't come back during dinner. The dinner was very enjoyable. Professor Oak and the researchers are happy that they found ice Pokemon. Ye-Chen also eats too much. In order to eliminate food, Ye-Chen is going to go shopping outside. Professor Oak called Ye-Chen when he was leaving, and pointed to the photo on the wall to show Ye-Chen. Ye-Chen looked at it, and it turned out that it was the little boy who took a photo with Professor Oak. "This is my grandson Gary. I don't know why, he hasn't come back so late today. If you meet him, please help me call him back. Because there are so many things in the institute, I can't get out of it." Ye-Chen nodded. It seems that the timeline of this world is somewhat different from that in anime. After all, in the original book, Gary's age is about 13-14 years old and looks like a teenager. The photo in front of me is about 9 years old, to about 10 years old. The timeline is a few years earlier than the animation world. After reading the photos, Yechen also went out. I thought to myself, anyway, I also took a walk along the way. Yechen simply agreed. The scenery in Pallet Town is pretty good. Yechen walked all the way, admiring the scenery all the way. That's it, almost half an hour later. Yechen walked all the way to the beach. At this moment, there was a shouting sound in front of him. Help! Asterisk. Chapter 29, Gary and Ash attacked by Pokemon hunters. 4th, please support. Chapter 29, Gary and Ash attacked by Pokemon hunters. 4th, please support. I heard a voice of help. Yechen's expression changed, and he hurried over. At this time, he saw a little boy about 10 years old, with some blood already flowing out of his arm. Help, big brother. Gary was very happy when he saw Yechen, and ran over quickly. Seeing Gary's embarrassed look, Yechen frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Gary pointed angrily to his escape route and said, "It's a Pokemon hunter. I just played outside with Ash, who knew I ran into Pokemon hunter. The Pokemon hunter fell in love with Ash's little Pokemon and so he wanted to force us to hand over the little Pokemon. I escaped under the cover of Ash, ready to find my grandpa. But Ash and Pikachu and my Dragonair have already been kidnapped." Gary's tone was very anxious. And when Yechen heard this, he couldn't help being stunned for a while. Ash. Pikachu. Pokemon hunter? Yechen was a little angry. There is no reason to let Pokemon hunters who hurt even innocent children for their goals. Big brother, can you help us get back our little Pokemon? Gary is very sad. I have a deep relationship with Dragonair. If he were caught in this way, I didn't know how uncomfortable it would be. Thinking of this, Gary couldn't help sobbing. Yechen immediately stood up and said coldly, "Let's go. Give these unscrupulous Pokemon hunters a little bit of color to see. Big brother, just ahead." According to his own memory, Gary showed Yechen the way, and the two quickly approached the place where Gary was attacked. While in the same place, the Pokemon hunter has not left yet, but tied Ash and Pikachu together, preparing to resist leaving. There is also a cute Dragonair next to it. But now whether it is Pikachu or Dragonair, all of them were injured and lost combat effectiveness. Several young men dressed in dark gray next to them were also tidying up the scene. You said that the current little devil head, although his strength is not good, but he has a lot of good things. Who would say no? It's just such a rookie head with Dragonair, one of the quasi-gods. This is probably what no one thought of. Yeah. Quasi-god. I never thought in my life that I could get such a little Pokemon. It's a pity it is really tough, otherwise I really don't want to sell it. Hey, the luck of this kid is really good. Ha 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 ha, they are indeed lucky, but they didn't expect to meet us. Ha 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 ha. Today they have gained a lot and they are in a good mood. The two Pokemon hunters were still happy, and they looked at Ash and Pikachu with playful eyes. Both of them are now tied together. The two obviously resisted, and there are some scars on their bodies. Ash's hat had been beaten up and hung on one side diagonally. And Pikachu also has some scars on his body, and the whole person looks a bit decadent. Pick up Pika. Sorry, Ash. Pikachu said to Ash a little apologetically. It was its insufficient strength, which caused them to be caught. It's okay, Pikachu, hasn't Gary escaped? Soon he will be able to find powerful people to clean up this group of bad guys. Ash still looked serious, thinking that Gary would find someone to save them. Hearing these words, Pikachu rubbed Ash very happily. No matter when, this teenager is always full of sunny and positive emotions. As long as Gary calls his grandfather, Ash, and himself can definitely be rescued. But at this moment Pokemon Hunter was a little unhappy. Who can that little devil call? It won't be for us to give us food, let's add a few more Pokemon. Ha 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 ha. The two Pokemon hunters laughed loudly. Really? Seeing a cold voice came, Yechen walked out with Gary from one side. Seeing that Ash and Pikachu were alright, Yechen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that it is not too late to come by myself. Originally, the Pokemon hunter was taken aback by this sound. Seeing Gary came with a young man who seemed to be only about 20 years old, the Pokemon hunter couldn't help laughing. No way, kid head. You just found a kid who is a little older than you. Aren't you afraid to give us some more little Pokemon? Pokemon Hunter doesn't say that Gary hadn't thought of this. Now I looked at Yechen with some worry. Yechen smiled coldly and touched Gary's head. Gary, you stand aside first. Brother will return your little Pokemon to you right away. The Pokemon Hunter snorted coldly, don't talk nonsense, just take it to death. Come out. Golbat. Come out. Onyx. As soon as the Pokemon Hunter raised his hand, the two little Pokemon were released. Pokemon, Golbat. Attribute, Poison plus Flight. Features, Mental Power. Quality, Leader. Level, 30. Carry props, none. Skills, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Bite, Confuse Ray. Pokemon, Onyx. Attribute, Rock plus Ground. Features, Rock Head. Quality, Leader. Level, 30. Carry props, none. Skills, Mud Sport, Impact. Seeing that Pokemon Hunter sent a little Pokemon, Yechen also released his Flygon. I saw a burst of cyan light flashing. A mighty and handsome Flygon just appeared on the field. The two little Pokemons on the opposite side felt the pressure from Flygon. They all took a small step back involuntarily. Pokemon Hunter's face is also a little ugly. Can feel the power of Flygon. At this moment, they have already begun to retreat. They can feel this Flygon whether it is grade or quality. It should be a little Pokemon that far surpassed him. But there is no way. Now I can only bite the bullet. Golbat. Use Wing Attack. Onyx, use Tackle. Golbat flapped its wings, and a powerful storm was condensed, and then the wings slapped it fiercely. Onyx shrank the whole person into a ball, and then rushed straight towards Flygon like a sharp arrow of a Thunhyun. Seeing these two powerful attacks, Gary, Ash, and Pikachu couldn't help but exclaimed. Big brother, run away. Pick up, pick up. However, Yechen was very confident and commanded Flygon to say, Flygon. Use the dragon's tail. Flygon listened to the order and didn't mean to evade the attack at all. Instead, he swept his tail and directly used brute force to deal with brute force. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Defeat the Pokemon Hunter. 5th, please support. Chapter 30, Defeat the Pokemon Hunter. 5th, please support. Seeing this scene, the two Pokemon hunters both had smiles on their faces. Onyx's melee combat ability is very strong. Boom. There was a roar where the two little Pokemon touched. Suddenly there was smoke. But wait until the smoke is over. What remains on the ground is just an Onyx with two rimmed eyes. Onyx and Flygon are close. It was Onyx who fell. What? Onyx lost. The Pokemon hunter looked incredible. I never thought that Onyx would lose. But Yechen did not hesitate, defeated one, and there was another one. Flygon. Use Dragon Tail. After defeating Onyx with Dragon's Tail, Flygon quickly approached Golbat. Prepare to get rid of Golbat with one more trick. The speed of Flygon is too fast. The Pokemon hunter wanted to command Golbat to avoid, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud noise again. Golbat was slapped flying by Flygon. It also fell to the ground, with two rimmed eyes. See here. The Pokemon hunter was stunned. One for each move. This is a hammer. I saw Yechen's strength turned out to be so powerful. I also knew that I couldn't be Yechen's opponent at all. Run! Run! The two chose to escape by coincidence. Even his little Pokemon forgot to take it back. But how can one pass Flygon? Flygon, Dragon Rage. Yechen shook his arm and spoke to Flygon. For this kind of Pokemon hunter, he will naturally not show mercy. After all, there is a good saying. Forgiveness for the wicked is injustice to the good. If you let this Pokemon hunter run away, then I am afraid it will only allow them to continue to endanger the society, do some illegal activities of poaching small Pokemon, or robbing pedestrians. So he naturally had no reason to let these people escape successfully. Boom! The pale blue dragon rage whizzed past, and the moment it touched the ground, it exploded fiercely. As for the two Pokemon hunters who fled, they were directly hit by the violent shock wave. Hit directly on a huge rock. Next second. Ah 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 ah. Two terrible growl sounds rang. The sound was so loud that even a few hundred meters away, the Pidgeotto on the tree was scared away. Press this miserable growl. It is estimated that the other party is immortal, but also disabled. Anyway, the end will never be better. After the attack is over, Yechen released Ash and Pikachu. Dragonair also fell into Gary's arms for the first time. One Pokemon hugged each other, tears filled his eyes. I thought they were going to be separated just now. Yechen is also a little emotional. When he turned his head, he realized that Ash was already looking at himself with beaming eyes. What do you want to do? Yechen was a little uncomfortable being stared at by Ash's eyes. After all, it is too warm. Ash immediately said loudly, "Big brother. You are so amazing. Can I study with you?" Yechen's eyes widened. What's the situation? Ash wants to worship himself as a teacher? Are you kidding me? No need. I can't be with you. I have a lot of things. Yechen refused without thinking. Ash also knows that there are indeed many things about powerful trainers like Yechen. Seeing Yechen rejected him, I was also a little disappointed. But when I thought that I was finally out of trouble, he was still very happy to hug Pikachu. Pikachu! We are free! Ha 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 ha! Pick up pick up! Pikachu was also very happy, even though she was still hurt, but she hugged Ash and jumped. Yechen was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with Ash and Gary. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps beside him. The goal is this place. Don't move. You are already surrounded. A loud shout came, and a heroic female police officer rushed out from one side. An aggressive Growlithe followed. But seeing Ash, who should have been tied up, stood intact. Next to the big pit on the other side, those two Pokemon hunters. He has passed out in a coma, and does not know his life or death. See the scene in front of you. She couldn't help but wonder. What happened? Could it be Ash and Gary? These two children, under 10, defeated two Pokemon hunters? This is obviously impossible. Unless, there is a particularly powerful trainer. Officer Jenny, we meet again. Yechen saw this female police officer and immediately recognized that this was the last time police officer Jenny met in the forest. Last time, it was her helping hand who solved the Team Rocket's trio by herself. Unexpectedly, this time also came so quickly. Jenny's face suddenly realized. I'll just say, Ash child, how could it be Pokemon Hunter's opponent? So you defeated the Pokemon Hunter. Jenny also watched the Hwaja tournament, and naturally knew that Yechen's strength was very strong. Since Yechen is there must be no problem here. It really scares me to death. If it weren't for you here, I don't know what will happen to them. Jenny patted her chest in fear, and took a big breath. After receiving Gary's alarm call, she rushed over immediately. But judging by time, it is very likely that I will not be able to catch up. Fortunately, Yechen is there. Jenny also nodded solemnly and said, "These two people will not let it go. We have wanted them for a long time. Now that the two Pokemon hunters have been dealt with." Seeing both Ash and Gary and little Pokemon both hurt a little, Yechen also hurriedly bid farewell to Officer Jenny, and first took them back to the institute for treatment. Jenny commanded Growlithe to carry the two back to the police station. After returning to the institute, it was already dark. Professor Oak is still doing experiments at this time. Seeing Yechen returning with the injured two people, his face was also anxious. "Ah, Gary. What's wrong with you? Why are you hurting all over your body?" Gary comforted Professor Oak very intimately, and Yechen slowly told what happened. Professor Oak was also relieved after listening to Yechen's words. He held Yechen's hand tightly with both hands, and said with great gratitude, "I really have to thank you. Without you, I don't know what will happen to my grandson." Yechen just waved his hand, which was a piece of cake for him. "I didn't care about it at all. Hey, it's been a while since you came back." At this moment, Jenny arrived, still holding a card in his hand. "This is the bounty of the Pokemon hunter we want. A total of 200,000 Union coins. You have to keep it away. Officer Jenny is very strong for this. Yechen, who rescued Ash and Gary again, is very fond of it. After all, who wouldn't like a strong and handsome trainer?" Asterisk. Chapter 31, The Emergence of a Mysterious Mission. First update, please support. Chapter 31, The Emergence of a Mysterious Mission. First update, please support. After Yechen accepted the bonus, he also chatted with Officer Jenny for a while. After chatting for a while, Jenny also left. After all, the work of the police is also very busy. Yechen naturally understands this point. Looking back at Professor Oak's side, it was also after reprimanding Gary and Ash not to run in such a dangerous place. Help the other party to dress up. Fortunately, the two of them had only skin injuries, and after they were bandaged, they were almost there. Yechen, thank you for what happened during the day today. Professor Oak walked over and said very gratefully. Although Ash and Gary, the injuries of the two of them are not too serious. But if Yechen and Jenny did not arrive in time, then he was still a little afraid to think about the consequences. It's okay, Professor Oak. Didn't we make an appointment to study and collaborate together a long time ago? My family doesn't need to say this. Yechen smiled slightly and said. After all, Yechen also needs Professor Oak's academic knowledge. Because I might trigger more tasks like this. You can also get more chances of lucky draw for the Gasapon machine. After all, academic achievements are generally relatively rare. If the system issues such tasks, it will be difficult for the system to complete it independently. And, even if not to say, he has now joined the Oak Research Institute, and the two are working together as the original party. He also grew up watching the two people in the cartoon. So even if you don't work with Professor Oak, Yechen will also choose to shoot. In contrast, Professor Oak. When I heard this, I was taken aback. But he reacted quickly, and laughed. Haha, yeah, we are our own family now, there is no need to say this. Professor Oak laughed, looking very happy. Then he patted Yechen on the shoulder and said seriously. With the addition of an excellent trainer like you, my future research progress will definitely increase a lot. This is really the blessing of my bad old man, thank you, Ye-chen. Professor Oak smiled relievedly. Can get a helping hand, a talented teenager in the competition. He is naturally happy now. Oh, by the way, it's not too late for me to watch it. I'll take you to the new room. I have already prepared it for you in the afternoon. Professor Oak continued. Ye-chen nodded. After all, he is no longer in Hwaju now. Pallet Town is not far from Hwaju. But at least, it took 2 hours to ride the Flygon back and forth. If it is by car, that's even further. So he still needs a new residence. Under the leadership of Professor Oak, Ye-chen also came to an independent dormitory in the backyard of the institute. It is different from most ordinary researchers. His room is independent. The surrounding environment is very quiet and beautiful. In addition to the green grass at the door, there is also a clear lake. Except living by yourself. It is also very suitable for little Pokemon to play. It can be said to be very good. After checking in the room, seeing that it was too early, Professor Oak stopped disturbing Ye-chen. I must be tired today. Turning off the light, Ye-chen touched his 3 Pokeballs and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Ye-chen got up, it was already bright outside. It seems that dawn has been a while. After simply feeding the 3 little Pokemon some food, Ye-chen went directly to the research room. Sure enough, I directly saw Professor Oak's hard work there. Professor Oak, good morning. Professor Oak was also doing things. Hearing Ye-chen's shout, he also turned his head to say hello. Good morning, Ye-chen. Your patent application report still has some time to come down. You can rest around here during this time. If you want to play something, you can ask my researchers to take you there, just say it, don't be embarrassed. What Ye-chen wants to do most now is to improve his little Pokemon's strength. In this world, strength is still very important. If I didn't have any strength last time, maybe it was really for the Pokemon hunter to send food. As for the salted fish rest, now he doesn't really want to consider this. Professor, is there anything around here that can improve Pokemon's strength? Professor Oak was taken aback for a moment, but also a bit wry smile. Originally, I asked you to take a break, but in the end you were better off, just thinking about practicing. Professor Oak was also a little emotional. Sure enough, no champion came out of thin air. Ye-chen won the champion at a young age. After that, he didn't fall into pride, but continued to work hard to improve strength. When I was young, I definitely did not have the self-control of Ye-chen. No wonder you can win the champion at such a young age, you are really strong. After pondering a little, Professor Oak said, if you think you really want to improve your strength, you can try it at the nearby Pallet Town gym. The leader inside is still very powerful. You have to be careful. Professor Oak said after thinking for a while. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Ye-chen's mind. Ding, the system prompts. The system has automatically refreshed new tasks. Does the host accept? Weather. Task, defeat Jingxin Gym. Task reward, random. Unexpectedly, Pallet Town also has gym here. I didn't know before. However, the rewards for this task are random, which is quite mysterious. But think about it, since it is a task issued by the system, then the reward will never be bad. Ye-chen thought about it for a while, and then went. Professor Oak, then I'm going. When Professor Oak saw Ye-chen's excitement, he couldn't smile at all. Go. Remember to come back for dinner at noon. Ye-chen nodded and went out directly. He looked at Ye-chen with a happy look. Professor Oak turned around and made his own report. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Pallet Town's Gym. Second more, please support. Chapter 32, Pallet Town's Gym. Second more, please support. Although Pallet Town is just a small town, but there is actually a gym here. It really made him a little overjoyed. At this moment, the sound of the system rang again. Ding. Congratulations to the host, confirm the mysterious mission, get the Pallet Town Gym medal. Reward for branch missions, 1 chance to draw a prize for the Gasapon machine. Get the mysterious option once. Seeing this, Yechen's mouth rose slightly. A faint smile appeared. It seems that my guess is indeed correct. Although this is just a side task. But it rewards a lucky draw chance for a Gasapon machine and a mysterious option. This reward is still very good. In this way, with excitement, Yechen finally came to gym. Although Pallet Town is a small town, but the appearance of this gym is really spectacular. It looks better than Hwaja Gym. And this gym is obviously quite famous. There are already challengers coming here at the door. But without exception, they were all blocked outside. This surprised Yechen a little bit. But when it comes to this gym challenge, what conditions are needed? With this mood, Yechen also tried it. Hello, I'm here to challenge Pallet Town Gym. The apprentice at the door first glanced at Yechen. Seeing that it was a young man who was only about 20 years old, he also shook his head slightly. It takes 3 gym medals to challenge our leader. People who don't have this strength, let's challenge other gyms first. I learned that to challenge this gym, 3 medals from other gyms are needed. Yechen also gave a wry smile. No wonder there are so many people blocked at the door. It turned out that I didn't understand this rule. At this moment, an apprentice just walked out of the door. The moment he saw Yechen, he showed an expression of astonishment. Yechen, are you here to challenge Jim too? Yechen didn't expect someone to know himself in Pallet Town. He scratched his head and said, yes, but I don't have 3 gym medals. When the apprentice heard this, he immediately patted his head. Our leader sets this rule to not want those who are too weak to disturb her. Since the champion of Hwaja tournament is here, you must meet the requirement of being capable. After that, he opened the door and put Yechen in. People who were blocked outside saw that Yechen entered the gym without 3 medals. Also a little angry. Why can he ignore this rule? Are you going to be stopped at the door? However, the apprentice exclaimed, as long as you can come up with an honor comparable to Hwaja tournament champion, you can also ignore this rule. The people around were silent immediately. Of course they can't get it out. Finally, I went back disappointed. Enter Pallet Town Gym. Yechen is still thinking about it. The leader of this gym must be a strong person. Otherwise, such a harsh condition would not be set. It seems, except for the quietness. Her strength should also be very strong. This line should not come in vain. Along the way, some apprentices can be seen training their little Pokemon. Following the instructions of the apprentices, Yechen finally saw the leader of the gym in a room. Unexpectedly, this leader turned out to be a female leader. It seems to be in his 20s. He is training his little Pokemon at this time. Pallet Town leader also saw a stranger come to the gym. I also understand that this is to challenge myself. But the person in front of him looks so young, he just doesn't know how he got the medals from the 3 gyms. Suddenly, Pallet Town leader was surprised. Young and powerful. He immediately thought of Yechen, a young genius who was recently famous. Are you champion Yechen of Hwaja tournament? Leader asked. Yechen nodded. Yes, I am Yechen. I came to Pallet Town to challenge the leader this time, also to improve my own strength. I also hope that the leader won't have to be merciful. I didn't come here for fun, I came here with preparations to improve my strength. So as long as you can improve your own strength, no matter how strong the little Pokemon on the opposite side is, he will try to overcome it. Pallet Town leader laughed too. I am also very happy to be recognized by Ye Chen. My name is Jin Mu, and I have never been waterproof. You have to be careful. Jin Mu looked at Ye Chen. I also know that I have met a master this time. She also participated in the Hwaja tournament 3 years ago. But in the final four, he was defeated by a trainer from outside. In the end, the trainer in the field also won the championship smoothly. After that, I opened this gym myself to improve my strength. That's why he refused to fight with some people who were too weak. Today I met the champion of Hwaja tournament. Of course I have to see how strong I am. After that, Jinmu leader took Ye Chen directly to the competition venue. There were originally 2 children competing here. Seeing the Pallet Town leader coming, he quickly moved aside. Ye Chen also discovered that these 2 children turned out to be Ash and Gary. The 2 of them trained here so early. Also hard enough? Brother Ye Chen, have you also come to the gym to train? Ash is also very happy to see Ye Chen. Say hello very enthusiastically. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gary on the other side. You are stupid, Ye Chen, he certainly won't be here to train like novices like us. With the strength of Ye Chen, I guess he must have come to challenge sister leader. After Gary finished speaking, he looked at Ye Chen very forwardly. He had long ago hoped that someday in the future, be able to become those excellent trainers who can beat the leader. Right now, the appearance of Ye Chen has given Gary a new idol. Wow, then, brother Ye Chen, you have to come on. After listening, Ash showed a very admiring look. As Ye Chen's #1 fan, he and Gary have long regarded Ye Chen as his learning object. He immediately sat in the audience and watched nervously at the upcoming match. Brother Ye Chen must win. Brother Ye Chen, come on. Pallet Town leader saw Ash and Gary cheering for Ye Chen. Also shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect you to be so popular with children. Ye Chen is also a little helpless. I don't know when Ash liked him so much. But since the 2 came to the competition venue, as long as it is accompanied by an order from the referee, the game can officially start. Asterisk. Chapter 33, The Extremely Powerful Metagross. Thirdmore, please support. Chapter 33, The Extremely Powerful Metagross. Thirdmore, please support. Jinmu leader and Ye Chen stood on both sides, and both of them quickly entered a fighting state. Ash and Gary looked at them, and they also held their breath involuntarily. This is a very good learning opportunity, neither of them wants to miss it at this time. Soon, the battle began. Jinmu looked at Ye Chen and smiled softly. You won the champion of Hwaja tournament some time ago. I heard that it was a 3v3 model that time. Why don't we come here again today? Ye Chen certainly won't refuse. His 3 little Pokemons are not weak. In comparison, the probability of losing is very low. And he also won the champion of Hwaja tournament by this mode. How could it be cancelled? Jinmu took the lead and sent his first little Pokemon. Come out. Ninetales. Accompanied by Jinmu's call. A red light flashed through the Pokeball. A very beautiful little Pokemon like a fox appeared on the court. Pokemon, Ninetales. Attribute, Fire. Features, Ignition. Quality, Leader. Level, 45. Carry props, none. Skills, Flamethrower, Imprison, Quick Attack, Safeguard. This is a little Pokemon with fire attributes. In terms of properties, Metagross restrains steel properties. But Ye Chen was not afraid at all, and directly released his own Metagross. A white light flashed on the field in between. A mighty Metagross just appeared on the field. I heard that Pallet Town gym leader is going to compete with a young man. Many people also came to gym admiringly. At the moment, I was sitting on the stands to watch the game. Among them, there are people who know the name Yechen but don't know him. As soon as Metagross came out, the audience immediately knew who this person was. The field suddenly exclaimed. Let me just say, Pallet Town leader is very powerful. How dare ordinary people challenge him? It turns out to be the champion of Hwaja tournament. If that's the case, it's really a difficult battle, because the strength of leader should be about the same as Yechen. I feel that leader's strength should be strengthened a little bit. Her level 50 Gardevoir is incredibly powerful. Ash heard that everyone around him was not optimistic about Yechen, which made him a little unhappy. He simply opened his throat and shouted, "Brother Yechen, come on." Hearing Ash's voice, Yechen smiled slightly. The battle on the field is already on the verge. Ninetales, use flamethrower. Pallet Town leader immediately commanded Ninetales to attack. In his opinion, Metagross is restrained by attributes and will definitely avoid this attack. Although his own Ninetales is definitely not an opponent of Metagross. However, he can greatly weaken the strength of Metagross through long-range fire attribute skills. I haven't heard that Yechen has any other little Pokemon worth mentioning besides Metagross. As long as you get rid of Metagross, you will definitely win. But he still underestimated Yechen's determination and Metagross' defensive power. Metagross, use Bullet Punch. With an order, Metagross rushed towards Ninetales. This move immediately caused an uproar in the stands. Gosh, does Yechen plan to use Metagross to fight against Ninetales' Flamethrower? Flamethrower's attack power is also very strong in fire attribute skills. Can Metagross hold it? I'm still young. But at the next moment, the result was far beyond everyone's expectations. Metagross stared at the flames, completely disregarding his own injury, but directly knocked Ninetales into the air with a punch. With the blessing of Orberg arm guards, Ninetales has lost its combat effectiveness even in mid-air, and its eyes have become mosquito coil eyes. The audience off the court also showed unbelievable expressions. No one thought that the side whose attributes were restrained would be so violent. Wow! Is the steel attribute restraining the fire attribute? I am a little confused. Is the leader so weak? Although most people have some doubts. You know, leader-level masters are basically inside them on weekdays. Said to meet the strongest trainer. But in front of him, he was defeated by the opponent with one blow, so he was naturally surprised. But some people still see the truth. No, in my opinion. It's not that Jinmu leader's strength is not good. It's that the strength of this challenger is different. After all, think about it. If it is a general challenger, how could it be possible to challenge without being checked? Moreover, he uses Metagross, one of the 9 quasi-gods, so it shows that the opponent's strength is not simple. An experienced trainer said. Among the crowd onlookers, his experience is the most abundant. It was immediately cleared out at a glance. After listening, everyone nodded. I feel that what the other party said makes sense. If nothing else. So this time they Pallet Town Gym. Maybe I have encountered a big challenger who is so strong that he is outrageous. On the other hand, Jinmu was also a little surprised at the moment. Although she had anticipated that the strength of the other party might not be simple. But I didn't expect it to be so violent. And powerful. It turned out to be directly carrying Flamethrower to the front and defeating Ninetales. Seeing this result, Yechen also smiled. Although the attributes are restrained. But my damage may not be lower than yours. My defensive power has thrown you a lot, why can't I defeat you with the flames? Instead of trying to hide your skills. This is a common problem with most trainers. Many people know that they have the advantage of attribute restraint, so they let go of their hands to attack. I don't want to defend at all. The restrained side always thinks of defense. I am afraid of hitting myself face to face. But at this time, if you change your thinking, it will be much easier to play. Of course, this is only under the circumstances that Metagross itself has a huge advantage. After all, one is level 51 and the other is level 45. The gap between the two is not small. What's more, Metagross is also a shiny Pokemon of champion quality. Seeing his little Pokemon fall, Jinmu was also a little upset. I also forgot that the first little Pokemon used by Lan Yu also had a fire attribute. However, Metagross lost it in seconds. Metagross now has props to increase its attack power by 30%, and his Ninetales is definitely unstoppable. Jinmu took back his Ninetales, his expression became serious. He didn't expect his little Pokemon to lose so fast. In a blink of an eye, he took a look at Metagross. There are only traces of flame burning on his body. Although it can be seen, Metagross is also injured. But it did not affect the combat effectiveness of Metagross. I lost the first battle too thoroughly. At this time, Jinmu also became focused. If this continues, I will lose. You are amazing. It is indeed the one in the rumors who defeated Yechen, the son of Elite. But my second little Pokemon will surprise you. Jinmu took out his second Pokeball from his pocket. The surrounding audience seemed to have thought of something. They craned their necks one after another. Could it be that Jinmu leader is the second one and will be sent to him? The pressure that Yechen puts on the leader is so great. The field is already boiling. Because you have to know, Jinmu's Gardevoir. It is because she can create Gym and become the strongest trump card for leader. And now, in the second game, the opponent chose to use it. It is enough to see that Jinmu is already real. Forced by the opponent to use Pokemon, the trump card. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Quasi-Elite, Jinmu who was forced out of the trump card. 4th, please support. Chapter 34, Quasi-Elite, Jinmu who was forced out of the trump card. 4th, please support. You are very strong. I guess I only have this little Pokemon in my hand, who can fight you. Jinmu's words fell. Released his strongest little Pokemon. Sure enough, it was Gardevoir who was chanting by the audience. Pokemon, Gardevoir. Attribute, Psychic plus Fairy. Features, Synchronization rate. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, 50. Carry props, none. Skills, Confusion, Teleport, Calm Mind, Double Team, Magical Leaf, Imprison. At this time, a small Pokemon of Quasi-Elite quality. And now it has reached level 50. Even Yechen saw the appearance of this little Pokemon. Also took a breath. Gardevoir is the little Pokemon of Psychic. The special attack ability is very good. Although his own Metagross has thick skin and thick flesh. But it was also unable to withstand Gardevoir's mental attack. What's more, your own Metagross now has no level advantage. This battle is definitely a fierce battle. Gardevoir came out. It feels that there is an inexplicable coercion affecting the entire venue. Metagross also showed a solemn expression for the first time. For this dexterous little Pokemon, Metagross is the most annoying. Yechen is very clear. Now I can't continue to use close combat. Although Metagross's movements are not cumbersome. But there is still a slight gap from Gardevoir. Right now, he can only engage in skill battles with Gardevoir on the opposite side. Gardevoir. Use Confusion. Jinmu gave an order and immediately directed Gardevoir to attack. When Gardevoir heard the command, he also directly used his skills. A wave full of energy rushed over, and the target was Metagross. Yechen understands that this trick cannot be hit by Gardevoir. I dare not take this risk. But I thought that Gardevoir was restrained by steel properties. If Metagross can use steel attribute skills to hit Gardevoir, maybe there is a chance to end the game directly. This risk is worth taking. Metagross, dodge this trick. Use Alloy Claws. When Metagross heard the command, he also dodged Gardevoir's attack, turning around the field and rushing towards Gardevoir. As long as you are close, Gardevoir will undoubtedly lose. Metagross moves fiercely and quickly. The gust of wind that came up when I rushed past can even be felt in the stands. Everyone exclaimed. Gardevoir, get away. Gardevoir, don't get close. Jinmu smiled coldly when he saw Metagross thinking about getting close. Metagross is so cumbersome that he still wants to get close. Gardevoir, use agility. An extremely surging mental power surged from Gardevoir's body, and an invisible ripple immediately spread. Cover Gardevoir's petite body. At this time, Metagross is already close to Gardevoir, and the Alloy Claws are about to hit. If Gardevoir is hit by Alloy Claws, the huge damage caused by Attribute Restraint and Orberg Arm Guards will instantly defeat Gardevoir. But at this moment, Gardevoir jumped lightly. The speed is extremely fast. Metagross has no time to react at all. Even in the end, Gardevoir stepped on Metagross's head and jumped away. There was a burst of exclamation off the court. I thought that Gardevoir was going to be shot. Who knew it was so fast? The speed of Metagross is already not slow. But Gardevoir's current speed is already against the sky. When Metagross rushed over, because the speed was too fast, he didn't have time to adjust his position. This is a good time for Gardevoir to attack. Jinmu waved his hand and said, Gardevoir, use Magical Leaf. Gardevoir received the order and immediately released a few leaves lingering magical energy. This move is inevitable, Yechen had to let Metagross resist this blow. Peng. Magical Leaf hit Metagross and made a loud noise on Metagross. The audience suddenly exclaimed. Metagross can't escape this trick. Yechen made a mistake in his judgment. Metagross also has psychic skills. You shouldn't use close combat so recklessly. It's hard to say, Metagross is very defensive, so there is not a big problem with this hard defense. Ash also looked at Metagross's position with worry. In his eyes, Metagross is better than Gardevoir. But now it is still in a dangerous situation. Metagross has no way to dodge this move, it can only resist. But when the smoke cleared, Metagross was still standing on the field. The defense of Metagross is too strong. Gardevoir's hasty blow did not cause much damage. Jinmu also finally felt Lan Yu's past feelings. This Metagross is really amazing. The attack power itself is already very abnormal. In addition, there is the Orberg Arm Guard, one of the rewards of the Hwaja tournament champion. Makes its attack power further increased. And the defense of this Metagross is even more outrageous. The Flamethrower and Magical Leaf who fought hard against Ninetales can still stand on the court. The speed of Metagross is not low. When I rushed over, it was really fast. If it hadn't been for the use of agility in time, maybe it was already defeated at once. Yechen's face is still very calm. The defense of Metagross is not just talking about it. Champion quality shiny Metagross is not so easy to pass. The real battle has just begun. Metagross, use confusion. Yechen immediately asked Metagross to use psychic skills. Since close combat can't do anything to you, why don't I try the psychic remote skill? Gardevoir is good at psychic skills. Naturally, I will not be afraid. Gardevoir, use confusion. Two little Pokemon used confusion together. Boom. A loud sound exploded between the two little Pokemon. The two little Pokemon in this blow turned out to be a 55 km. Even from the visual effect, Metagross is even more dominant. Jinmu was shocked suddenly. This Metagross is so powerful in special attacks. Defensive power and offensive power are both top-notch. Special attack training is not weak. What kind of monster is this that can cultivate such a powerful little Pokemon? Asterisk. Chapter 35, Win the Gym Battle. 5th, please support. Chapter 35, Win the Gym Battle. 5th, please support. But Yechen did not give up on the attack because of this minor situation. Instead, they kept telling Metagross to continue using the skills. Metagross, use Zen Headbutt. Metagross, use Confusion. Under Yechen's constant orders, Gardevoir was overwhelmed by the endless skills of Metagross for a while. Jinmu also clenched his teeth. She is the person who feels Metagross's most repressive power. Metagross's skill release is very particular. If he is inattentive, he will be hit. Gardevoir will lose its rhythm and be killed by Metagross directly with skills. But Metagross does not mainly use special attacks after all. If this continues, Metagross will lose sooner or later. This situation is very obvious, let alone the leader. Even the audience off the court understands that the power of Metagross will soon be exhausted by using skills like this. The audience off the court just thought that Yechen had no choice. This is just delaying time. Consumes Gardevoir's stamina. Waiting for his next little Pokemon to play. Some people have even concluded that Yechen has lost. Metagross will soon be unable to hold on using skills like this. And I have never heard that Yechen has a second great little Pokemon. And now leader's Gardevoir is still very physically strong. With Agility's Gardevoir, evasion skills won't consume too much energy. But Ash flushed. Yechen also has a Flygon. It's also amazing. But unfortunately, the trainers around did not take a child's words seriously. All feel sorry for Yechen. In their view, Metagross is already strong enough. But it is a pity that I met Gardevoir of Leader. Since Pallet Town Gym was established, Leader's Gardevoir has not been defeated yet. But at this moment, the situation has changed. Metagross, use Reading. Metagross, use Agility. Originally, Jinmu still commanded Gardevoir to avoid Metagross's attack. But Metagross suddenly gave up the attack at this time and chose to use the buff skill. Originally, the leader was still prepared to maintain defense. There was no reaction for a while. Metagross was about to release its skills. When Metagross has agility, its own speed will become very fast. Gardevoir's advantages will be eliminated indefinitely. Then I will be chased by Metagross. Knowing that now is the moment of life and death, Jinmu immediately ordered, Gardevoir, use Size Hawk. Under the crisis, he commanded Gardevoir to use its most powerful skills. This sudden change on the field stunned everyone. No one thought that the original Infinite Offense was actually foreshadowing this. Everyone also understands what will happen if the speed of Metagross increases. So everyone is holding a heart, watching whether Gardevoir's attack will hit. If it hits, this battle is over. No one would dare to hardwire a skill like Size Hawk. But if Metagross can dodge it, then Gardevoir is in danger. Finally, Gardevoir gathered energy. A very powerful Size Hawk attacked Metagross. But Yechen's layout so long ago, how could the opportunities won by Yechen be wasted easily? At this point in time, Metagross finally finished releasing its skills and escaped from Gardevoir's attack range as quickly as possible. There was an uproar off the court. That's it? Metagross escaped this trick. Sure enough, as everyone thought. After having agility, Metagross quickly caught up with Gardevoir. Gardevoir has no way to escape Metagross's attack. In the end it was defeated. There was silence off the court, and no one thought that the leader's strongest little Pokemon would be defeated like this. Jinmu was also in a daze. I not only lost Yechen to the little Pokemon. Even in the tactics, I failed. Regrettably put away his Gardevoir. Jinmu shook his head regretfully. Oh. You won. I don't think I need to send a third Pokemon. As expected of the champion of Waja tournament. I'm convinced that I lost. His third little Pokemon is far inferior to the first two. Not to mention that Metagross is still on the court now. I have no chance to win. Simply surrender. After learning that Pallet Town leader had surrendered, the audience was silent for an instant. Did you hear me wrong? Pallet Town leader gave up? A moment later, it broke out off the court. Leader will lose. Sanado lost? Oh, my Gardevoir actually lost. Oh my god, this Yechen is really amazing. He is indeed a genius boy. Yechen breathed a sigh of relief and took Metagross back to Pokeball. This battle is really difficult. I didn't even think that Pallet Town turned out to be a crouching dragon, hidden tiger. The strength of a little leader is so powerful. It is also a little bit difficult to be able to win. But his strength is still placed here, and he finally won. Ding. Metagross experience point is full. Ding. Metagross has been upgraded. After this battle, Metagross is finally upgraded. Pokemon, Metagross. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Clear Body. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 55. Props to carry, Orberg Arm Guard. Skills, Confusion, Zen Headbutt, Takedown, Alloy Claw. At the same time, due to the effect of experience sharing, Articuno and Flygon are also upgraded. Ding. Articuno experience point is full. Ding. Articuno has been upgraded. It is now level 45. Ding. Flygon experience point is full. Ding. Flygon has been upgraded. It is now level 49. Both of his own little Pokemon have also been upgraded. Now his strength has risen a bit. It is indeed a difficult battle. He even made his little Pokemon grow so much. Although it is said that there is a triple experience booster effect, but Gardevoir's strength is also enough for Metagross to upgrade them. You are very strong. Congratulations. This is the gym medal. After that, Jinmu also handed the gym medal to Yechen with admiration. Yechen received the medal. Cheers suddenly sounded off the court. Ash is the loudest one. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Accept Ash as an apprentice. First update, please support. Chapter 36, Accept Ash as an apprentice. First update, please support. Yechen received the Pallet Town medal. Also did not continue to stay in place. Turning around also embarked on the way back. At this time, the rewards of the system also appeared in a timely manner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, get the Pallet Town Gym medal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Get one chance to win a lucky draw for the Gasapon machine. System, Lottery. Yechen also directs the system to draw the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host, I got a saffron gacha. Yechen was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, there is only one chance to draw. Even the saffron gacha can be drawn. He quickly opened the saffron gacha. I want to know what's inside. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the saffron gacha and getting a Hyper Beam skill fragment. Seeing this, Yechen couldn't help but shine. Hyper Beam. This is one of the most powerful skills in the whole work. There are only a few skills with 150 power. Not to mention that not every little Pokemon can learn. Although this skill is used, the little Pokemon will fall into a period of weakness for a period of time. But it is definitely worth it. Because this can be said to be one of the few skills that can defeat the strong with the weak. As long as his little Pokemon has this skill. Basically, you will not be afraid of others. The most terrifying thing is that all three of your own Pokemon can learn this skill. Yechen quickly wanted to use the skill fragment, and helping hand Pokemon learn this skill. But when I saw the description of the skill fragment, but he was stunned for a moment. Hyper Beam skill fragment, you can learn the skill Hyper Beam by helping hand your little Pokemon. Note, this skill fragment can only be used once. It seems that this fragment can only be used once. Let's just say, how can such a terrifying skill come out of a saffron Gashapon? It turns out that only a little Pokemon can learn. Since this skill fragment is only a little Pokemon can learn. However, this is not too much beyond Yechen's expectations. After all, a little Pokemon can directly learn new skills. In this world, that doesn't exist at all. Yechen is not in a hurry to use such a good thing. After all, this thing can be used at any time, but it can only be used once. It is most appropriate to wait until you think which small Pokemon is the most suitable. Just when I decided to wait a while before using the skill machine, there was another noise in his head. Ding! The mystery reward mission has been updated. Task 1, challenge gym and get 8 gym medals. Task 2, teach one's own combat experience and accept an apprentice. The host can choose one of the 2 tasks at will. Task reward, 1 epic gacha. An epic Gashapon. Yechen was stunned again. This is the first time I have seen an epic Gashapon. You know, when you have the best luck, you just drew out 2 diamond level Gashapons. And these 2 diamond capsules. One is a shiny champion quality Beldum. A 3rd level God Articuno with champion quality. They are all great little Pokemon. What will this epic Gashapon draw? Is it a true favorite? As soon as he thought of this, Yechen became excited all over. But after the excitement, Yechen also thought about these 2 tasks of his own. Task 1, challenge gym and get 8 gym medals. This is still not a small challenge for myself. After all, like leader Jinmu of Pallet Town, her strength is very good. I dare not say that meeting such a leader can guarantee 100% victory. And most importantly, the number of 8 gyms is too much. If you want to get 8 medals from gym, you have to go to 8 gyms. This takes a long time. Because the distance between gym and gym is still very long. If you have to ask for these 8 medals, I don't know how far I have to go to challenge these gyms. It must take a lot of time to come and go. But the second task is different. Just accept 1 apprentice. Compared with the first task, it is much simpler. But he also looks very young. Although he is the champion of Hwaja tournament. But I really haven't taught anyone. After weighing it a lot, Yechen still decided to choose the second mission. System, I choose the second task. Ding! The host chose the second task, to teach his own combat experience, and to accept an apprentice. Task reward, 1 epic gacha. Since it has already made up his mind, Yechen is also going to return to Professor Oak's Research Institute first. Be prepared to consider which apprentice you should accept. In my heart, Gary and Ash are both good choices. Just when I wanted to go home while walking, there was a shouting voice behind him. Brother Yechen! Wait for me! Looking back, it turned out to be Ash. At this moment, Ash was running sweat all over his head. The hat on the head is also crooked. Pikachu behind him also chased Ash with his short legs. Look at the way Ash and Pikachu look. Yechen was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't know when he became very popular with Ash. Maybe he defeated 1 Pokemon hunter that day? While thinking about it, Ash has already caught up with Yechen. At this moment, he looked at Yechen with little stars shining in his eyes. Brother Yechen! You are really amazing. I thought your Flygon was already very powerful. I didn't expect you to have a more powerful Metagross. Ash saw the end from the beginning. It is also the deepest feeling about the strength of Metagross. Originally in his thoughts, when you are restrained by attributes, you should avoid frontal combat as much as possible. Yechen showed him a different combat mode. And the strength of Metagross is also very strong. He always thought that Jinmu Leader's Gardevoir was the most powerful little Pokemon he had ever seen. Unexpectedly, Yechen's Metagross is even more powerful. The battle between the two little Pokemon looked dazzling. In the end, Yechen defeated Jinmu Leader. At this moment he made up his mind. I must learn something from Yechen. Seeing Ash admiring himself so much. Think of this kid always cheering for himself when he was fighting. Yechen's perception of Ash in his heart is also much better. Ash immediately said, somewhat embarrassed, Brother Yechen, can you accept me as a disciple? I really want to learn something with you. Yechen was also a little moved after hearing this sentence. After all, he still has a system task. And Ash is also an active kid who loves to learn. I liked Ash very much. Now I must also accept disciples. Then why not choose him? Thought of this. Yechen also looked at Ash's slightly nervous eyes. Nodded. There was an incredible expression on Ash's face. But it was quickly replaced by happiness. Turned around to hug Pikachu and jumped up happily. Pick up. Pikachu was also very happy, jumping and laughing with Ash. There is a happy atmosphere immediately here. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Epic Rewards, Dialga Blood. Second more, please support. Chapter 37, Epic Rewards, Dialga Blood. Second more, please support. Seeing Ash so happy. Yechen also feels very good. It seems that I have to be more serious. Can't be a handshaker. After all, a child like Ash. The future is boundless. After that, Yechen didn't delay either. He just agreed with Ash to meet tomorrow and return to the research institute. After returning to the institute, I still wanted to find Professor Oak. But I saw Professor Oak still doing research very hard. Didn't bother him. Instead, he went back to the room. Professor Oak was immersed in his research. I definitely can't bother him. Just then, a clear voice sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, imparting his own combat experience and accepting an apprentice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting an epic Gashapon. Looking at the system panel that suddenly appeared in my mind. Yechen couldn't help but shine. The epic Gashapon is here. Yechen opened the Gashapon with great excitement. Want to know what is inside the legendary epic Gashapon? Diamond-level Gashapons can draw champion-quality shiny Metagross and Articuno, one of the three gods. I don't know what can be opened in this epic Gashapon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the epic Gashapon. Ding. The host opened the epic Gashapon and got a drop of Dialga blood. What? Dialga? Yechen opened his eyes wide and looked at the drop of blood floating in the air in his hand. Although this drop of blood seems to be unremarkable. But Yechen can clearly feel the coercion. Dialga. This is an authentic first-level god. As the first-class beast of Sinnoh region, Dialga can be described as the ceiling in the ceiling of this world. The existence of a race value of up to 680. In the original book, Dialga is a magical little Pokemon who can control time. And because they live in another dimension of the world, it is almost impossible for humans to study them. But now there is a drop of Dialga's blood. Dialga's essence and blood, this is the essence and blood of the sacred beast Dialga. You can grant this drop of essence and blood to your little Pokemon, which can promote its evolution. Note, the young Pokemon must not be weak in strength and aptitude, otherwise he will not be able to accept Dialga's blood. This drop of blood can be granted to his little Pokemon. And to talk about my little Pokemon. Yechen also thought of his Metagross for the first time. Today's Metagross is level 55, and it is also his strongest little Pokemon, and his strength is definitely not weak. As his mind moved, Yechen released his Metagross. Metagross, do you want this drop of blood? Yachen looked at Metagross's mighty body and asked softly. Metagross looked at this drop of blood. Although I have never seen it before. But oneself can also see the powerful force contained in this drop of essence and blood. If you can fuse with this drop of blood, there will definitely be huge benefits. But Metagross doesn't know what it is after all. So when I looked at this drop of blood, I still hesitated. Yachen understood the idea of Metagross and also explained to it the effect of this drop of blood. After a little hesitation, Metagross decided to accept this drop of blood. This can improve one's own strength. With strength, you can better helping hands own partners. Yachen nodded and directly gave this drop of blood to Metagross. If this drop of blood is placed outside, even if it is several 100 million, it is estimated that some people will break the head. But Yachen doesn't care about that much. As long as his little Pokemon partner can improve his strength. What can you care about the mere money? After this drop of Dialga's blood got close to Metagross, it was also directly integrated into Metagross's body. Suddenly a very powerful coercion spread out. Even Yachen feels that his time for thinking has been prolonged. Yachen was shocked. Is this the strength of Dialga? This is only a drop of blood. If the Dialga body comes, I don't know what will happen here. Worthy of being a legendary beast. I can see it now. After Metagross absorbed this drop of blood, he also curled up suddenly and fell into a deep sleep. Yachen is a little worried. Can't Metagross accept this drop of blood? No, Metagross is not low in terms of qualification or level. In desperation, Yachen immediately turned on the reconnaissance device that came with the system. Pokemon, Metagross, in evolution. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Clear Body. Quality, Champion. Level, LV60. Props to carry, Orberg Arm Guard. Skills, Confusion, Zen Headbutt, Takedown, Alloy Claw. Note, the Pokemon is absorbing the essence and blood from Dialga. During this process, Metagross will fall into a certain degree of coma. Note, absorb blood, current progress 1%. Seeing this data, Yachen was finally relieved. I thought what happened to Metagross, it turned out to be in a coma with the blood of absorbed Dialga. Here Yachen was also a little surprised by the power of this drop of blood. Only 1% of the progress made Metagross directly upgraded to level 60. Although the current Metagross is falling asleep. But I don't know what Metagross will look like after waking up. Yachen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Include Metagross in Pokeball. Quietly waiting for when Metagross will wake up. I believe that at that time, Metagross will surprise everyone in the world. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Start Training. Thirdmore, please support. Chapter 38, Start Training. Thirdmore, please support. Early the next morning. Yachen still fed his little Pokemon Pokeblocks as usual. As for Metagross, he was still in a deep sleep, and he was not too anxious. After all, the current progress is also rising little by little, and it will be a matter of time before he wakes up. When I came to the research institute, I found that Professor Oak was still doing research, and he had a trace of respect for this workaholic in his heart. It seems that Professor Oak is so powerful and well known all over the world that anyone will look in admiration when he hears his name. This is all because Professor Oak is really hard-working enough. I didn't bother him either. I just thought that I had already made an appointment with Ash yesterday to meet on a piece of grass on the east side of the research institute. This rushed towards that place. When I came to the grass, I found that there was already a person standing there. There is also a cute yellow creature Pikachu next to it. Ash saw Yachen coming, and grinned, "Good morning, Master." Yachen was called that for the first time, and he was a little uncomfortable for a while. "It's okay, you just call me Yachen, there is no need to call me that. I feel like I'm going to be called old by you. Ash touched his head and chuckled, but still didn't change his mouth. This is the first day Ye-Chen teaches Ash skills. Ash was also the first to ask the question he was most concerned about. Master, I recently reported for a competition called Kanto League Quartz Conference. I want to know how far my strength can go here. This question is his most anxious question. Because this is also my first time attending the conference. I have never participated in any similar competitions before. There is no competition experience. So I don't have much confidence in myself. It happens to be here that Ye-Chen, the champion of Waja tournament, who has won a regular national competition, is here. So he asked anxiously. In fact, Ye-Chen knew about this problem. Ye-Chen was also very impressed by this game. In the original book, Ash has participated in such a competition for the first time. But there are many friends behind him who support him, and he has gone a long way with helping hand. Both Brock and Misty were on the court to watch the battle, and then gave specific opinions and guidance. For example, in the third game, Ash and Brock's helping hand were instructed, and Ash used Pikachu to win. But in the later plot, because Team Rockets came to make trouble, Ash's main force, Pikachu and Clefairy, exhausted their energy before the game. Finally, I had to choose Charizard, who had not yet been tamed, to play. But Charizard didn't listen to Ash's orders, and eventually lost the will to fight. Cause Ash to lose without a fight. In fact, it must hurt Ash's heart to say this result. But Ye-Chen decided to tell the truth. Looking at Ash, Ye-Chen still considered the sentence and said, "Your strength is still pretty good. It's just that you can only get the top 16 results in the end. None of the first 10 went in." When Ash heard these words, he was also very frustrated. He thought he could hit the quarterfinals. Who knows that Ye-Chen bluntly said that he can only reach the top 16. In fact, Ye-Chen thinks Ash is already pretty good. This is Ash's first game after all. That's why he lacks a lot of experience. And Gary is even worse in this game. Just won the top 32 and fell. Ash also learned a lesson in this game. Later, his battle skills became more and more mature. After that, he won the champion. But now Ash is very anxious. Although it is his first time to participate in the competition. But there is a heart to win at all times. So he said directly to Ye-Chen, "Master, what should I do?" Ye-Chen laughed loudly. "What are you thinking about? I'm still there. With me, you will not only fall in the top 16. Ye-Chen as a person who won the champion. Both strength and experience. And Ash is not a stupid person, a little training will definitely be able to get a good ranking." When Ash heard Ye-Chen's words, he was also relieved. "With Ye-Chen, I have a bottom in my heart." Ye-Chen also said jokingly, "The competitions I participated in have always been first place. Although your strength may be a little bit worse. But if you can't even get in the top 10, don't say I taught you in the future." Ash heard that, the nerves that had been relaxed were tightened again. Ye-Chen is right. He came out to participate in the game. In the end it all ended with a win. I have never heard of Ye-Chen losing to whom. This is why Ye-Chen is called a genius boy. But not everyone can get the title of genius. Ye-Chen's strength has long been recognized as strong. Ash took a deep breath. I finally became Ye-Chen's disciple. Naturally, Ye-Chen's expectations will not be wasted. Master, don't worry. If I can't even get in the top 10, I don't need to continue wasting your time. Seeing this boy who was only 10 years old had such a fierce fighting spirit. Ye-Chen also nodded. Now that you are ready, then we have to start training. Then Ye-Chen set up a training plan for Ash, and he was thinking about how to improve Ash's strength. Watching Ash and Pikachu train their physical fitness on this grass. Ye-Chen stayed alone. Thinking about how to effectively improve the strength of Helping Hand Ash. To say the fastest way to improve strength. That must be a direct match between the two. But now Yechen's little Pokemon's level is too high. If you play against Pikachu, I'm afraid that you won't defeat Pikachu just by raising your hand. Hey, that's not right, although my own little Pokemon is too strong. But I can grab a little Pokemon with a little bit lower strength. Yechen suddenly thought of this. And there are quite a few little Pokemons in Professor Oak's Research Institute. You can definitely find it if you go there by yourself. After asking Ash to continue training, he also went to Professor Oak's Research Institute. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Elite Quality EV. 4th, please support. Chapter 39, Elite Quality EV. 4th, please support. After arriving at the Professor Oak Research Institute, I saw that Professor Oak was finally resting. Now he is lying on the chair, holding a piece of information and looking at it. Seeing Yechen coming in from the door, Professor Oak also asked. What's wrong, Yechen? I heard you went to train Ash. Yechen smiled wryly. I originally planned to improve Ash's strength by playing against each other. But I didn't expect my little Pokemon's strength to be too high. It's not suitable to play against Pikachu. So I came to the Research Institute and wanted a little Pokemon with a slightly lower ability to play against Ash. Professor Oak nodded too. Two little Pokemons who are too different in strength will not have any effect on the battle. And once one party is careless, it may hurt the other side. Pikachu's current strength is still too low. In addition, it is wisest to find a little Pokemon with a slightly lower strength. Now that Yechen spoke, there is no problem with Professor Oak either. It's okay, just look at it. Our research institute has a lot of young Pokemon. If you get along with them, you can take them away. Yechen smiled slightly. He knew that Professor Oak would definitely not refuse him. When he came to the backyard, he saw a few Eevee who were alive and kicking at first sight. The Eevee looked very cute, fighting each other on the grass. It looks like a few lively kittens. Yechen uses the system's built-in detection function to check these little Pokemon one by one, trying to find a Pikachu with similar strength to Ash. Yechen checked one by one, and finally stopped at an Eevee. Pokemon, Eevee. Attribute, General. Features, Adaptability. Quality, Elite. Level, LV10. Carry props, none. Skills, Impact, Flying Sand Feet, Tail Whip. Yechen was taken aback. This turned out to be a small Pokemon of elite quality. Eevee was also very happy to see Yechen's arrival. It saw this human last time and took them to the snow-capped mountains. Even some friends have evolved into ice Pokemon. It's just a pity that I didn't succeed in evolution. Still depressed for a while, Yechen saw this little Pokemon circle around his feet. The two big eyes also look very cute. He just picked it up and said softly, "Are you going to follow me?" The feel of the tentacles is soft, and Eevee's hair feels very soft to the touch. Eevee looked at Yechen, and whispered, "Eh." Yechen smiled and said softly, "Of course, what form you want to become, I will help you evolve to that form." Hearing Yechen's words, Eevee also yelled very happily. The researcher next to him was surprised to see that Eevee liked Yechen so much. Eevee is a very timid little Pokemon. I usually run away when I see strangers. Now I see Yechen not only not running, but very close. But since Eevee and Yechen get along so well, I can safely hand Eevee to Yechen. Yechen also thanked the researchers and carried Eevee out. Professor Oak saw Yechen get so close to an Eevee so soon. It's also amazed. This Yechen is really amazing. But since Yechen has found little Pokemon, the top priority now is to find Ash. On the way, Ye Chen found that this EV was of very good quality. But its skills are still too few. It is best to learn a skill for yourself. But now he only has one skill, machine Hyper Beam. But Ye Chen is a bit distressed. Hyper Beam cannot learn from EV. I don't know if there will be any difference between the products produced by the system. System, can Hyper Beam be used by EV? Let it learn this skill. Ding. The skill machine produced by the system can make any young Pokemon learn this skill. It is indeed something produced by the system. Ye Chen sighed secretly and directly used the skill to learn from EV. Ding. You used the Hyper Beam skill, fragment. Ding. EV learned Hyper Beam. EV was originally lying in Ye Chen's arms, but at this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being illuminated by a warm light. It seems that I suddenly learned a very powerful skill. Evie looked at Ye Chen with big gem-like eyes. Ye Chen smiled slightly. We will be partners in the future, and we will need more advice from now on. Evie is very happy. After learning this skill by myself, I can tell my brothers and sisters later. Presumably they saw that they had learned such a great skill. I will praise myself too. Thinking of this, Evie is also very happy. Running around Ye Chen's neck. He seemed very happy and lively. Soon, Ye Chen took Evie to the grass. Ash and Pikachu are still training. Seeing Ye Chen's arrival, he was immediately ready. Ye Chen must have ordered the next task. Sure enough, Ye Chen came to Ash. He whispered, "Ash, what do you think is the fastest way to improve your strength?" Ash thought for a while, then suddenly realized, battle. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Teaching Combat Experience. 5th, please support. Chapter 40, Teaching Combat Experience. 5th, please support. To talk about the fastest way to improve strength. It must be a battle. Actually, Ye Chen has never been taught by anyone. Therefore, he does not have a very systematic teaching method. His greatest advantage lies in the battle. His record in the game is extremely dazzling. He fought so many battles without losing a single one. This is also the capital he dares to teach Ash in a battle. In the battle, the test is a trainer's perception of his little Pokemon's strength. When to attack and when to dodge, this requires the trainer to react in an extremely fast time. And for a novice, because of lack of experience in battle, it is particularly easy to suffer in this regard. This is what Ye Chen wants to teach Ash. Soon, Ash and Pikachu rested, ready to play. At this time, Ye Chen is also in accordance with his own practice. Take a look at Pikachu's property panel with the reconnaissance function of the system. Pokemon, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Features, static electricity. Quality : Piston. Level, LV10. Carry props, none. Skills, Thunder Shock, Growl, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave. Note, this is a little Pokemon that surpasses ordinary Pikachu, and the quality cannot be judged. It seems that Pikachu deserves to be the most promising little Pokemon in the original work. When it is strong, it can defeat any enemy, and sometimes it will lose to an opponent who shouldn't have lost. But now it is only level 10, and there is still a long way to go before it becomes a real skin god. Ash took a deep breath and said seriously, "Master, don't keep your hands." Ye Chen also nodded, "I won't keep my hands. But you should also pay attention to your mistakes, sum it up, and don't do it again next time." Ash nodded. He naturally knew that Ye Chen's purpose was to help him avoid the mistakes he might make. As long as you find out in time, you can effectively avoid it later. Now that both parties are ready, Ye Chen also put down his EV. Eevee quickly entered a state of combat, looking cute and fierce. Eating. 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 Not to be outdone, Pikachu's tail flashed with electricity. Pick up, pick up. The first stop of the two little Pokemon has officially started. Yachen didn't waste any time, and immediately commanded Eevee to say, "Eevee, use shock." As soon as he finished speaking, Eevee immediately landed on his four little feet and rushed to Pikachu very quickly. Ash was caught off guard by a sudden attack. Panic commanded Pikachu and said, "Pikachu, use Thunder Shock." But Ash still forgot that Thunder Shock needs to be charged, and Pikachu can't move at this time. Before Pikachu displayed Thunder Shock, Eevee had already rushed to Pikachu. Boom! With a loud bang, Eevee interrupted Pikachu's casting and knocked Pikachu a few meters away. This battle is over. Pikachu was knocked out by Eevee. Has already lost combat effectiveness. Ash hurried to the place where Pikachu had fallen and helped him up very distressedly. "Pick up, pick up," Pikachu said aggrievedly. Ash rubbed Eevee's wound with the potion distressedly. Yachen took Eevee back and waited for Ash to treat Pikachu's wounds. Then he said, "You have made a serious mistake." Although Ash saw that Pikachu was injured, she felt a little painful. "But I also understand that Yachen's words are all experience now." He listened carefully on the side. Yachen recalled the battle just now. Start analyzing one by one. What is the most important thing about fighting? Just to seize the opportunity. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can choose whether to attack or defend. You can also make subsequent tactics according to your choice. For example, if you want to fight a protracted battle this time, or resolve the battle quickly, you have the final say. The one who was preempted behind must have fallen into the opposite rhythm. Yachen's remarks were not made out of thin air. These are the experiences he has learned in the battle. For Ash, who is still a novice, these words are naturally extremely useful. He didn't know how to fight before, and this was his first contact with the theory of preemptive opportunities. I also feel that Yachen's words are very reasonable. Yachen did not stop, and continued. You also made one of the biggest mistakes, and that was your misjudgment of your little Pokemon. Pikachu's speed is not slow. If you just directed it to dodge, you have a chance to dodge this attack. But you want to use Thunder Shock to attack. This is a misjudgment of your little Pokemon. You don't know how long it took Pikachu to release Thunder Shock, which finally led to Pikachu's defeat. Yachen recalled the battle just now. Said. In fact, such mistakes are made by many trusts. Because the rookies have little combat experience, they don't know how to judge how to command Pokemon next. Like this one, Ash just got sick of this mistake. In the end, Pikachu was defeated. If it is hard power. In fact, Yachen thinks that Pikachu should be stronger than Eevee. Of course, this is when Eevee does not apply Hyper Beam. Ash heard Yachen's analysis. I also feel like I have been exposed to battle for the first time. Yachen mentioned this knowledge, but he has never heard of it. This is indeed something that people who have accumulated a wealth of experience in the battle know. Now Yachen is willing to tell Ash without reservation. It also moved Ash a little. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Why is your Eevee Hyper Beam? First update, please support. Chapter 41, Why is your Eevee Hyper Beam? First update, please support. Ash looked at Pikachu's injury, but it was not particularly serious. After listening to Yachen's teaching, I was also a little edge. I want to use this knowledge to release it in battle immediately. Ash is like this, he is always full of fighting spirit. No matter whether it fails or not, I always want to try again, there will always be success. Pikachu, can you still fight? Ash looked at Pikachu with determination. But he also said it after judging that Pikachu was not seriously injured. Of course, what Pikachu means to him is different. Of course Pikachu is also full of fighting spirit. Pickup. He was just given a head by Eevee. I have to find a way to push it back. Although Yechen wanted them to rest for a while and come again. But I also understand that this time is also the fastest time for them to improve. He also took over this battle altogether. The second competition officially begins. This time, Ash did not make another mistake, but just like Yechen, he commanded Pikachu the first time. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Pikachu obeyed the order and immediately accumulated energy in the same place. If Yechen uses Shock again, he can judge whether Thunder Shock can be used. Even if it is too late to release the skill. I also have time to react. But Yechen just smiled. Eevee. Take care to avoid, slowly approach Pikachu. Yechen did not choose a head-on conflict. Instead, he decided to look for opportunities around. Finally, Pikachu has accumulated energy. Pickup. Yeah. Boom. A powerful electric light shot out from the tail of Pikachu, and the target was officially Eevee's location. The speed of this trick is really fast. Such a power, even if you say that Pikachu is more than 20 levels, it is estimated that no one will be surprised. Even Yechen was taken aback at first. Such power is worthy of being a leather god? Eevee. Avoid it? Yechen also quickly directed Eevee to avoid the blow. Eevee was definitely not hit by this. Boom. At the end of this thunder shock Eevee escaped. It was a bit thrilling just to be almost hit. It can also be seen from this that Ash's learning ability is indeed good. But he still has many ways to go. Eevee, use Flying Sand Feed. When Eevee heard the order, the two also backed up for a while, and suddenly a large piece of sand flew up on the court. Pikachu was obscured by the dust, and didn't know how to attack. Although Pikachu is very powerful. But this also requires an accurate goal. At this time, the field was full of dust, which made it difficult for Pikachu to locate. Even it can't even see Eevee's position. Ash suddenly panicked again. But he still maintained a high level of concentration. In his thinking, every skill of Yechen will not be released meaninglessly. This seemingly defensive move is definitely aimed at the subsequent attack. Sure enough, in the dust, Eevee's figure rushed out from inside. Extremely fast. Ash's nerves are tense to death at this moment, and quickly command Pikachu. Pikachu. Avoid it. Pikachu was also hit by Eevee's impact once. Of course, he wouldn't be hit by Eevee so easily. Although his vision was obscured by Eevee, he couldn't see Eevee's movements clearly. But is Ash's command in place? In the end, Pikachu also dodges Eevee's impact at the limit. Eevee almost wiped past with Pikachu. A cold sweat broke out on Ash's forehead. He didn't know why Yechen could bring him so much pressure. He could tell that Eevee didn't have many skills. Otherwise, Yechen wouldn't be able to use just such a few skills. Pikachu. Use Thunder Shock. Now that Eevee used the shock, on the other side Eevee was still recovering. Pikachu is already accumulating energy. This time, I will not be interrupted. Eevee. Use Flying Sand Feed. Yechen was not in a hurry, just gave lightly. If he wants to win, he can directly direct Eevee to use Hyper Beam. I also want to see how much Ash has learned. This time Flying Sandy Feet, it disrupted Ash again. Make Pickup lost the goal. After Ash lost his goal, he was once again lost in confusion. I don't seem to know how to break through this line of defense. Just when he was lost, a voice rang faintly. Eevee. Use Hyper Beam. Ash's face changed drastically. Hyper Beam? Can Eevee still learn this skill? But he couldn't let him think too much. A ray of light containing terrifying energy rushed towards Pikachu in a thunderous force. Pikachu, get away! Ash yelled. If this skill hits Pikachu, Pikachu will definitely be defeated. Pikachu reacted quickly, and immediately after hearing Ash's order, he wanted to avoid it. But the speed of the energy wave is faster. Just a moment, it's about to hit. Only. Boom. This huge energy fluctuation seemed to be a bit crooked, and it happened to hit the grass next to Pikachu. The grass was blown up by a cannonball, and the soil was blown away for more than 10 meters. The huge fluctuation caused Ash to cover his head involuntarily. The aftermath dissipated, leaving only a huge pothole on the ground. There is also a hint of white smoke slowly rising into the sky. On the side, Pikachu didn't receive a positive impact. But it was also received by EPUB of Hyper Beam. His body was covered with mud, and he kept dodge action. Stand in place blankly. Ka. Pikachu looked at the exploded grass, her small face was frightened. Because it has never seen such a powerful move. Yachen retracted EV and said softly, "It's almost like that today." After Yachen finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. Just now, he deliberately let EV attack the grass on the side, instead of directly hitting Pikachu. Otherwise, with EV's strength, Pikachu must be injured. And Ash and Skin God are currently his own apprentices. So in the discussion, Yachen naturally has a sense of measure. Thank you Yachen, you and EV are so amazing in the game just now. After a while, Ash swallowed. If it were not for Yachen's mercy, then he could hardly think of the consequences. Because of the power of that blow just now. It was definitely what Ash had seen, except for the duel between Yachen and Leader. The strongest attack he has ever seen. At least the power of the elite level. Well, your progress is also fast. Yachen smiled and said. Ash nodded, but still a little confused. Thank you Yachen brother. But, did EV send the Hyper Beam just now? But isn't EV unable to learn Hyper Beam? Ash has never heard that EV can also learn Hyper Beam. Could it be, again the result of Yachen's cultivation? Yachen had a mysterious smile on his face. You don't have to be envious, and the strength behind your Pikachu will not be bad. Yachen comforted Ash and said. As for why EV uses Hyper Beam, then I would definitely not tell him about the Hyper Beam skill fragments. After all, it's a system, and the other party will not believe it. Maybe there will be some unnecessary troubles. As for the strength of Pishin. But he didn't lie either. In the later stages of Pishin, the power of Thunderbolt is indeed very high. Pikachu next to him also didn't understand. Why can an EV be powered by Hyper Beam? When I heard Yachen's words, I also understood that it turned out to be the result of Yachen's cultivation. It wasn't just Ash this time. Even Pikachu admires Yachen. A little Pokemon that can helping hand break through. This is not something that an average trainer can do. Asterisk. Chapter 42, The Awakening of Metagross, a beast level qualification. Second more, please support. Chapter 42, The Awakening of Metagross, a beast level qualification. Second more, please support. After that, Yachen is ready to end today's training. Ash has enough land today. If he continues to instill knowledge into Ash, he may not be able to accept it. And Ash also feels that he has gained a lot today. Whether he is directing little Pokemon or observing the overall situation of the scene. The gap with his master is not that big. Now that the master helping hand found the problem by himself. Then the problem must be solved first. Now I don't need more fighting. Summarize today's mistakes, and then continue training, so that the effect will be better. In this way, today's training is over, Ash and Yachen both returned home. Because Yachen's patent is still not issued. And he has to teach Ash. So Yachen began to live here briefly in Professor Oak. My life is usually compact. Helping Hand Professor Oak usually researches a topic. At the appointed time, go to Helping Hand Ash training. His EV has also been upgraded after the battle. Pokemon, EV. Attribute, General. Features, Adaptability. Quality, Elite. Level, LV25. Carry props, none. Skills, Tail Whip, Growl, Impact, Hyper Beam. EV has reached level 25. The strength has also improved a lot. Comfortable days pass quickly. These days, when I have time, I will play with little Pokemon for a while. During this time, the relationship between the little Pokemons and Yechen is getting better and better. It's just that Yechen's Metagross is still sleeping. This makes Yechen a little worried. But when the system checked, the progress bar was almost over. Yechen is also a little relieved. Finally, one morning when Yechen was playing with Pokemon as usual, Yechen suddenly felt that his Pokeball was moving. It was immediately understood that Metagross had awakened. Yechen was very excited and wanted to see his shiny champion quality Metagross. What can it become after absorb Dialga's blood? Finally, after the Pokeball with Metagross flashed a dazzling light, Metagross is finally awake. A great pressure passed through this room. There was a flash in front of him, and a little Pokemon exuding powerful pressure appeared in front of Yechen. Metagross also slept for a long time. I was very happy to see Yechen right now. OM. Metagross plunged into Yechen's arms very affectionately. I think it is broken during this period of deep sleep. Yechen was thrown onto the bed by Metagross's huge body, also a little bit dumbfounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Metagross successfully absorbed Dialga blood. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Metagross has successfully advanced. Quality evolution is a third-level god. Yechen heard the sounds of these two sound systems. I am also very happy. Metagross really succeeded. And the quality has finally become a third-level god? You know, there are only 6 third-level gods in this world. And his own Metagross is now one of the third-level gods. It can be said that if it is better than qualifications. The little Pokemon as a trainer in this world does not have his own Metagross qualifications. Not to mention that your Metagross is shiny. Saw Metagross successfully promoted to the third-level god. Yechen couldn't help but sigh for the greatness of Dialga. It's just a drop of blood. You can helping hand a champion quality little Pokemon evolution to become a third-level god? Worthy of being the most authentic first-level god? Quickly use the system's investigation function and take a look at the Metagross property panel. Pokemon, Metagross. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Clear Body. Special status, Dialga Blood Fusion Degree, 10%. Quality, Level 3 God. Level, LV62. Props to carry, Orberg Arm Guards, increases the power of steel properties by 30%. Skills, Hyper Beam, Confusion, Zen Headbutt, Takedown, Alloy Claw. Looking at the Metagross data panel, Yechen's eyes lit up. Now Metagross has a full level of 62. And learned Metagross's most powerful Hyper Beam with a power of 150. When I saw the Hyper Beam skill, it was a shame that I didn't get the Hyper Beam skill machine. Only getting Hyper Beam fragments makes his use uncomfortable. But I didn't expect Metagross to obtain this skill directly by upgrading. The power of 150. This is the most powerful of all skills. Metagross now. The strength is directly several times higher than before without evolution. And what makes Yechen most happy is that is, although Metagross current integration progress is only 10%. But the quality has reached the level of the third-level beast. The level has also gained a lot of skyrocket. This shows that the future potential of Metagross is simply scary. According to this integration progress, 10% can be so powerful. If it is completely integrated, even if it is the time, your own metagross, even if it encounters the true mythical beast body, it may not be counseled. Look at metagross so great. Yechen also touched Metagross's head. Metagross, you are amazing. Metagross also rubbed Yechen very affectionately. If it weren't for Yechen to give it Dialga's blood, he also didn't have the chance to reach the 3rd level sacred beast quality. So it is also very grateful to Yechen. I also feel that helping hand Yechen must defeat all opponents. Only in this way can he live up to Yechen's expectations of himself. Yechen touched Metagross's head and was very excited. It's great to have such a powerful little Pokemon. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Elite Level Master, The Arrival of Lance. Third more, please support. Chapter 43, Elite Level Master, The Arrival of Lance. Third more, please support. Another morning, Yechen also trained Ash again. After Metagross wakes up, Yechen is also very happy. Even with training, Ash became vigorous. It's just suffering, Ash, tortured to death by Yechen. Although abused. But his strength is also growing rapidly. So Ash and Pikachu did not complain, but, as always, respect Yechen very much. After training, after a short rest, Yechen also took Ash to Professor Oak's house for breakfast. But when I came to the Oak Research Institute, but found that the atmosphere is obviously different. After asking the researcher, I realized that it was a visitor. Yechen wondered, what kind of guest would make Professor Oak even go to greet him in person? When I entered the Research Institute, I discovered why Professor Oak was so serious. He has fiery red hair, and behind him is a big black cloak that walks vigorously. The whole person looks very imposing. Just by looking at his eyes, you know that this is definitely a master. It turned out to be Lance. Lance, one of the 4 elite. Yechen was also surprised. Why are elite here? You know, elite is the most powerful person in the world. Each of them has strength close to the top of the pyramid. He is the strongest person in the world. And Lance is recognized as the strongest person among the 4 elites. And now, he actually came to Professor Oak's Research Institute. I don't know what it is for. Just when Yechen was thinking, Professor Oak came over from one side. Hey, Yechen, you are back. Yechen also smiled and said, yes, I just trained Ash. Seeing Yechen doesn't seem to know Lance, Professor Oak also quickly introduced Lance. This is Lance. Is one of our 4 elite. Very strong. Then he turned his head and introduced Yechen to Lance. This is the Yechen you're looking for. Although he is young, his strength is also very good. Yechen heard Professor Oak's words. Also a little confused. Lance is here to find himself? Why are you looking for yourself? Lance looked at Yechen with a hint of splendor in his eyes. This teenager looks very calm. And I heard that I have never heard of him losing talents with good scientific research and strength like this. I have to encourage it. Thinking like this, Lance also greeted Yechen. Hello Yechen, I am Lance. I came here this time to give you a loose medal. Yechen reached out and shook Lance. Then I remembered that my patent medal had arrived. Some time ago, Professor Oak said that someone would send him the medal for discovering the new little Pokemon. I haven't paid attention to it yet. Who knew it was an elite level master who gave himself a medal? Thinking of this, Yechen has a numb scalp. This is really a bit extravagant. Lance took out a golden medal from his pocket and said to Yechen. This is a reward for you for discovering a new little Pokemon. Yechen received the medal and checked the roll of the medal. Medal of Honor, allows you to fly over towns and has the function of freely entering and exiting the pioneering area and the wild small Pokemon environmental area. Taking this medal back into his pocket, Ye-Chen felt nothing in his heart. After all, it is just a slightly useful medal. But there was a wave in Ash's heart. Ye-Chen didn't understand the glory brought by this Medal of Honor. You know, the entire Kanto region has a population of tens of billions. But someone who can get this Medal of Honor, there are only less than 100, can get a medal. They are all master trainers, or people who have made great contributions to the league. And most of them were acquired around the age of 30. Like Ye-Chen. He won the Medal of Honor before he was 20. This has never happened before. The more Lance looked at Ye-Chen, the more he felt that this person was extraordinary. Also directly said, "I've heard of your name before. A genius boy under the age of 20. Lance looked at Ye-Chen with a smile in his eyes. Before I saw Ye-Chen, I didn't take it seriously. I saw it now and realized that the rumors really made sense. The temperament of this young man is indeed good. I heard that you defeated Lan Yu at the Hwaja tournament and won the champion. I also want to discuss with you, I don't know if it's possible." While talking, Lance has reached out to Ye-Chen. Ye-Chen understood what was going on now. It turns out that his reputation is already so big. I don't know yet. It seems that this time Lance is going to come and give himself the medal. I also hold one to see if I am as powerful as the rumors. Think of it this way. These things make sense. Now that the elite have sent out invitations to themselves, I have no reason to refuse. Looked at Lance's confident eyes. Ye-Chen also smiled slightly, looking very indifferent. Come on. Hold both hands tightly. Came to the battle arena. Ye-Chen was also a little absorbed. This is the first time he has played against an elite player. I am definitely not afraid. Just defeat a strong enemy. I will become very excited. Lance is also no nonsense. Straightforwardly released his little Pokemon. Dragonite. Pokemon, Dragonite. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Features, Mental Power. Quality, Quasi-Elite. Level, LV 69. Carry props, none. Skills, Storm, Fire Punch, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Dragon Scale Fury. This is a semi-elite Dragonite with a level of up to LV 69. You know, Dragonite is one of the quasi-gods. The race value is as high as 600. And this level is indeed a little scary. His own Metagross is only level 62. But Ye-Chen will not be afraid. Although his own Metagross is not as good as Lance's Dragonite. But his quality has surpassed Dragonite by a lot. Ye-Chen also released his own Metagross. Come out. Metagross. A dazzling white light flashed. Metagross, who was all over Orberg, appeared on the field. Just appeared on the court. Metagross's huge and sturdy body. It put a lot of pressure on Lance and Dragonite. Lance frowned. He always feels that this Metagross is different from ordinary Metagross. If it was shiny Metagross, he hadn't seen it before. But something like Ye-Chen's, he really hasn't seen it. It feels like a mysterious force lingers all over. Take a deep breath. Lance has begun to enter a state of combat. Ye-Chen is also fully focused. He wants to defeat this elite. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Battle Dragon Elite. 4th, please support. Chapter 44, Battle Dragon Elite. 4th, please support. The battle officially begins. Both sides commanded their little Pokemon almost at the same time. Dragonite. Use Fire Punch. Metagross, use Confusion. As soon as the game started, Professor Oak and Ash paid close attention to the battle on the court. Ash has watched Ye-Chen vs Ninetales. It is also known that the most powerful part of Metagross lies in melee attacks. Although Metagross's long-range attack is not weak. But because of the presence of Orberg arm guards, close combat uses Metagross with steel attribute skills. The strength is obviously going to rise to a notch. That's why Ash was a little confused. This time Metagross didn't even use the close steel attribute skills with this blow. But this is also Ash's limitation. This time is different from the last time I played against Ninetales from Pallet Town Gym. Metagross not only does not have the advantage over Dragonite, it's even a disadvantage. So I definitely can't choose a tactic like the last time. If you choose to hold on to the opposite attack, as long as it was a face-to-face, his own Metagross fell down. The opposite is elite, so be careful. For the skill of fire attribute, I won't take the risk to hardwire it. And Lance trusts his Dragonite very much. So you can rest assured to let Dragonite go to close combat. Both commands arrived at the same time. Metagross voluntarily gave up the release of Confusion. Because own Confusion cannot cause huge damage to Dragonite. But Dragonite's Fire Punch, he couldn't bear it. So Yachen quickly commanded Metagross to avoid this trick. Boom! There was a loud noise. A big hole was punched in the ground by Dragonite's Fire Punch. There was still a terrifying hot heat inside. But Metagross has already avoided more than 10 meters away. This trick turned out to be completely unsuccessful. Ash saw the terrifying power of this blow. It also took a breath. It seems that his master really made his judgment very correct. If you are on your own, you may be defeated again. There are still a lot of things to learn. And after Dragonite's move missed, Lance's heart also jumped sharply. He read it right. Can a Metagross evade the attack from its Dragonite? You must know that Dragonite's speed is among the highest among all Pokémon. But now he was evaded by a relatively cumbersome Metagross. This is completely impossible. There really is a problem with this Metagross. But he couldn't allow him to think too much. The second round of battle broke out again. Yachen has tested in the first round of attempts that his Metagross will not be too far behind in speed. Even slightly exceeded. I am also at ease. This must be a change brought about by Dialga's blood. This makes Metagross surpass ordinary Metagross. In this case, I have to try to attack. You know, even if the Dragonite on the opposite side is a skill with fire attributes, can cause restraint damage to oneself. But my own harm is not small. Orberg arm guards, saffron equipment increase the damage caused by your steel attribute skills by 30%. The existence of this prop. Basically, you can erase the damage caused by attribute restraint. Metagross, use alloy claws. Dragonite, avoid. Now Lance dare not attack easily. When the speed is overtaken by the opposite side, he can't attack easily. The best way is to dodge and defend. Because once he was hit by the opposite side first, not only will he be hurt by the opponent's skills, you will also suffer damage caused after your own skills are interrupted. Lance as a veteran elite, just dodge several attacks. This is a good time for him to formally observe the opposite Metagross. As long as you can see the shortcomings of Metagross, I can instantly grasp this shortcoming. Then defeat the opponent in a very short time. This invincible observation ability is the magic weapon for him to be an elite. It's too late and it's fast. Metagross's huge body is already close to Dragonite. When the Dragonite approached Metagross, it also swooped. Escaped the area attacked by Metagross. Boom. There was a loud noise. The mud on the ground was caught by Metagross alloy claws into a terrifying pit. The mud flew up half of the sky. It looks very scary. Lance saw the power of this trick. It also feels a bit untrue. The speed of this Metagross is very abnormal. As a result, the attack power is so powerful. If my Drago Knight hadn't avoided it just now, this can be directly severely injured. Fortunately, I commanded Drago Knight to dodge. This is definitely a problem. Although Lance is at a disadvantage now. But he was still very calm. No matter how disadvantaged the situation is, he can calmly figure out the direction of his victory. He looked at Metagross's wrist. The upper arm guard made of stainless steel was shining coldly in the sun. Got you. There was a smile on Lance's face. This is the basis for Yechen's confidence to attack. Orberg arm guards. This should be the reward Yechen got after he won the Hwaja tournament champion. Although it is indeed very powerful. But don't forget. This is only effective for steel attribute skills. The steel properties are almost always released only when you are close. Understand this. Lance finally figured out Yechen's tactics. Drago Knight? Use ranged attacks. He wants to deal with Yechen. As long as you are not close, Orberg arm guards are almost useless. Yechen heard this command from Lance. I also find it extremely tricky. The biggest advantage of Metagross was seen by Lance. Now if Metagross can't get close, his own Orberg arm guards are almost useless. This Lance. That's amazing. It was just a few rounds before and after. I can see where my weakness is. The tactics were worked out very quickly. Is this the strength of Elite? Too strong. In the next time, Lance really decided to use a long-range attack to fight Metagross. Metagross, use Alloy Claws. Drago Knight, hide. The two little Pokemon were immediately caught in a fierce battle for a period of time. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Defeated Elite. 5th, please support. Chapter 45, Defeated Elite. 5th, please support. Lance carefully observed the situation on the scene. I want to find a chance I can win from it. But I have to say that the strength of Metagross is too strong. Drago Knight itself is proud of its speed. Now it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Metagross. The Orberg arm guard on the opposite side has too much bonus to steal attribute damage. He didn't dare to accept a single move. Once picked up, Drago Knight may not be able to hold it and fall down. This Yechen was the first trainer who couldn't find his shortcomings. You know, even when facing Elite before, you can catch loopholes from their little Pokemon or the command of the trainer, so as to use this to defeat them. But Yechen is different. Although he does not have some very exciting tactics, but he took the greatest advantage of his little Pokemon to the extreme. He knew that his Metagross was invincible in close combat, so he has been using melee combat. Even if the scene became anxious, he didn't give up. This is also a very clear understanding of his own strength. And people who use their strength to the limit. Seeing that Dragonite's speed has dropped a bit now. Drago Knight has always maintained such a high speed. The loss of one's physical strength is also amazing. And Metagross on the opposite side. I don't know what kind of monster it is. It still looks like a okay person. If you continue to procrastinate, you may lose the game. Drago Knight, give it a go. With an order, Drago Knight immediately understood what Lance meant. Energy has already started to accumulate in Shenty. Yechen heard this command. His brow jerked. There seems to be a faintly bad premonition. But Yechen obviously doesn't want to give up his offense. The opposite Drago Knight fell into his own attacking rhythm. I just need to maintain my own rhythm. The Drago Knight on the opposite side will definitely lose. So he ordered directly, Metagross, use Alloy Claws. When Metagross received the order, he also slammed forward very simply. Continue to maintain your own offensive rhythm. At this moment, Professor Oak and Ash both had unbelievable expressions. Before the start of the game, no one thought that Yechen's Metagross could actually be able to beat Lance's Drago Knight. And now listening to Lance, turned out to have been driven to desperation, ready to burst out the final hole cards. Just when Metagross stepped forward to attack, Dragonite turned out to be uncharacteristic. Choose not to move. Instead, the energy in its own body began to fill up. It seems to be accumulating a powerful offense. Yachen even understands that Dragonite must be accumulating skills. I can't retreat myself, because now is the best time to interrupt its skills. If I back off, the Dragonite on the opposite side will have more time to accumulate skills. The consequences could be disastrous. And this time, Metagross finally got close to Dragonite. A pair of huge claws grabbed the Dragonite heavily. This is also the first time Metagross has approached Dragonite since it has been playing for so long. Have you won? Yachen was very nervous. Even Professor Oak and Ash, who were on the side, held their breath for a while. His eyes didn't blink. Dragonite still didn't move. This move is a real hit. But Yachen's happy face suddenly froze before he had time. After this hit, he did not expect to defeat Dragonite. It was Dragonite who stubbornly solved the blow. Dragonite's huge body was seriously injured by Metagross. There was even a nervous look on Lance's face. But the final result is okay. Did not exceed my expectations. Dragonite? Dragon Dance. With a loud shout, Lance finally came up with the move he used desperately. In an instant, the energy in Dragonite's body quickly accumulates. And it broke out in an instant. After this one momentarily passed, Dragonite's speed has become much faster. A smile began to bloom on Lance's face. Dragonite lags behind this mysterious shiny Metagross in terms of speed and attack power. But when I used the skill in Dragonite, the speed and attack power that lag behind are all made up. I can also take a defensive fight. After Yachen was shaken by Lance, I also felt something bad in my heart. My own Metagross was originally dominated by all. After carrying himself offensively and using buff skills on the opposite side, now Metagross has fallen into a disadvantage. At this time, Yachen also discovered that he still underestimated an elite. This may be Dragonite's only chance to win this battle. But Lance can accurately capture the Tau. Both Ash and Professor Oak looked in admiration. As expected of Lance, the first among the four elites, even such an opportunity can be seized. And there is this courage to take such a big risk. Most importantly, it is because of this. Now the situation on the court has reversed. Dragonite, after using Dragon Dance, speed and attack power have become very high. For a while, Metagross was suppressed by Dragonite. But because of Metagross's superior defense, for a while, he has not been suppressed too hard. At the end, Yachen finally decided to show his courage. Ready to give it a go. Metagross, use your most powerful trick. Yachen yelled. This may also be his last chance to come back. Metagross was suppressed by Dragonite, and he was also very rage. Hear Yachen's command. I also understand that it's time to finally break out. In an instant, Metagross also accumulated his own energy in his body. And Lance was in the previous battle. It has long been known that Metagross does not have particularly powerful long-range attack methods. This time, it must be Mimic himself, using a powerful buff skill. Young man, it's still too young. Dragonite, use Fire Punch. He is going to use this trick to solve Metagross. Dragonite yelled loudly. Suddenly a powerful flame energy lingered on Dragonite's fists. Boom. Dragonite rushed over quickly. Dragonite after buff is too fast. Even when flying by, a gust of wind can blow. Ash and Professor Oak couldn't keep their eyes open. Ash's heart also hangs. Can Metagross resist this blow? Boom. But no one thought of it. Haven't waited for Dragonite to approach Metagross. Metagross has already ejected a ray full of destruction. Hit Dragonite directly. Dragonite was hit by this blow. The injury was too serious and he fell directly to the ground. The eyes turned into circles. The scene was silent. Yachen won? Yachen won. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Agreement with Lance. First update, please support. Chapter 46, Agreement with Lance. First update, please support. There was silence down the court. No one thought of it? Metagross even hides such a powerful ranged skill. Hyper Beam. Ultimate skill with power up to 150. After this hit, Dragonite was immediately defeated. The huge amount of experience gained by defeating Dragonite. It also directly caused Yechen's little Pokemon to upgrade. Ding! Metagross experience point is full, automatic upgrade. Metagross level has been upgraded to level 65. The Flygon level has been upgraded to level 50. Articuno has been upgraded to level 48. Eevee has been upgraded to level 35. After this battle, the team's strength has also been improved. Except for the highest level Metagross, the experience points required to upgrade are very much. The other little Pokemon's levels have been improved a lot. In the team, Eevee, who is currently the weakest, has also been promoted to level 35. As for Ash on the side, his face is unbelievable. Although he had known for a long time, his master was very powerful. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Lance, the most powerful of the four elites, was defeated. And Professor Oak smiled. Yachen, this kid. It's really good. It seems that there will definitely be a bright new star rising in the future. Even Lance showed an incredible expression at this moment. Isn't Metagross without great long-range skills? Why did Hyper Beam suddenly happen? Wrong judgment. Lance was a little upset. He was suppressed too hard in the previous game. After gaining the advantage, he began to underestimate the enemy a little. Unexpectedly, Metagross still hides a Hyper Beam. It's really amazing. Yachen, the trainer, is a bit amazing. Both Yachen and Lance took their little Pokemon back. After experiencing such a battle, both felt a little tired. But they all feel extremely enjoyable. Lance looked at Yachen with a smile in his eyes. You kid. That's great. I am very happy in this battle. Yachen is also very happy. He can fight with characters like the Big Four Elite. This is also a great improvement for oneself. I am also very happy to be able to defeat you. Yachen has a proud smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, your kid. Lance was a little bit dumbfounded. For such a genius seedling who knows he is an elite and can calm down and fight. I also have this responsibility to cultivate it. How about we make a bet? Lance looked at Yachen and smiled slightly. Yachen asked, what bet? We have agreed that the next time we meet, we will fight again. Lance carried his hands behind his back, and the cloak behind him swayed slightly in the wind. If I lose, I will give you something mysterious. Yachen was actually aroused by this mysterious thing in his mouth. What is it? Lance smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you now. When you defeat me, you will know it naturally. Speaking of this, Lance also said jokingly. This is something hundreds of times more valuable than the saffron equipment on your body. Yachen was stunned. Hundreds of times more valuable than saffron equipment? You know that the Orberg arm guards on Metagross now make Metagross melee ability almost invincible. A thing that can be hundreds of times more valuable than saffron equipment. What will it look like? Yachen still wants to ask again. But Lance waved his hand. Let's see you next time. After speaking, I also exchanged mobile phone numbers with Yachen, and then I was ready to leave. As an elite, he has a lot of things. Dragonite. Lance sipped softly. A white light flashed, and a Dragonite was released from his pokeball. He still has a Dragonite. Yachen was a little surprised. I also checked the properties panel of Dragonite. I don't know this, but I was shocked at first glance. Pokemon, Dragonite. Attribute, Dragon plus Flight. Features, Mental Power. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 95. Skills, Hyper Beam, Storm, Dragon Dance, Dragon Scale Fury. Yachen didn't know what to change for a while. A level 95 Dragonite? In that case, he must be waterproof. Otherwise, if he sent this Dragonite to the field, he would definitely be defeated in one round. But think about it carefully. Lance is the strongest existence among the 4 elites in the original book. There is nothing wrong with having this strength. And he is too young after all. I won't be afraid later. Lance was already riding Dragonite away. Professor Oak approached Yachen. Seeing Yachen's eyes were staring at that Dragonite, Professor Oak also smiled lightly. You don't have to envy him. That's his best little Pokemon. Professor Oak is an old friend of Lance, so he naturally knows the strength of Lance. You are still young. It is normal for you not to reach this height. Professor Oak is afraid that Yachen will be hit for this reason. If such a perfect seed is hit, if you become decadent afterwards, it will be a pity. Yachen smiled slightly. He naturally heard Professor Oak's worry. There is also some warmth in my heart. Nothing. I won't be discouraged. Next time I meet, my opponent will be this Dragonite. At that time, I will still use my Metagross to defeat him. Yachen was talking. Confidence shines in his eyes. Professor Oak nodded too. Yachen can have such a strong momentum. He was relieved too. Yachen is certainly not afraid of Lance. Although level 95 is such a terrifying level, he can't keep up in a short time. But I now have a shiny champion quality Metagross that incorporates Dialga blood. As long as you have enough time. Just a mere Dragonite, not enough. Professor Oak also patted Yachen on the shoulder. He is still very optimistic about this genius boy who is neither arrogant nor impetuous. After experiencing such a battle again, Yachen is also a little tired. I quickly returned to Professor Oak's research room to rest. And after such a battle, the strength of his little Pokemon has also improved very quickly. Pokemon, Metagross. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Clear Body. Quality, Level 3 God. Special, Dialga Blood. Level, LV 65. Props to carry, Orberg Arm Guards, Steel attribute damage increased by 30%. Skills, Hyper Beam, Zen Headbutt, Confusion, Alloy Claw. Pokemon, Flygon. Attribute, Dragon plus Ground. Features, Floating. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 50. Carry props, none. Skills, Sand Tomb, Dragon Tail, Sandstorm. Pokemon, Articuno. Attribute, Ice plus Flight. Features, A Sense of Oppression. Quality, Champion. Level, LV 48. Carry props, none. Skills, Hurricane, Powder Snow. Pokemon, Eevee. Attribute, General. Features, Adaptability. Quality, Elite. Level, LV 35. Carry props, none. Skills, Hyper Beam, Impact, Quick Attack. Yachen looked at his little Pokemons. I am also very happy. The overall strength of his team now. It is definitely necessary to properly improve a lot. Asterisk. Chapter 47, 2 Platinum Gacha. Second more, please support. Chapter 47, 2 Platinum Gacha. Second more, please support. Yachen is thinking about the agreement with Lance. The Dragonite he was leaving really left a deep impression on him. Dragonite at level 95 is really strong. My own Metagross is definitely not its opponent now. After all, the level is tens of levels worse. If you can win, then I am afraid it is a ghost. But Yachen is not depressed either. Lance is a veteran trainer after all. I am still very young. The room for improvement is much greater than him. At this point, he is still very confident. At this moment, a crisp voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, fighting against elite level masters. Ding! Task reward, 2 chances to draw the Gasapon machine. Looking at this, Yachen couldn't help but be happy. Unexpectedly, challenging elite level masters is a hidden mission. But there were 2 more chances to draw for no reason. Yachen is still very happy. Yachen had expectations in his heart, watching the virtual Gasapon machine spin there. Boom! Boom! 2 capsules were drawn out by the capsule machine. Ding! Congratulations to the host, I got a Platinum Gacha. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a Platinum Gacha. Accompanied by the sound of 2 system prompts, 2 white and golden Gasapons landed on the ground. 2 Platinum Gachas. Yachen found that his luck was a little bit better recently. Perhaps it is because of the higher difficulty of the hidden achievement completed this time. So this time I actually won 2 Platinum Gachas directly. This is something he didn't expect. Above the rarity. Platinum is also a very good one. Although slightly lower than the Diamond level. But it is much better than the Saffron level. Yachen opened the 2 Gasapons with excitement. A dazzling light flashed. Ding! You opened the Platinum Gacha and got a bottle of God-level experience potion. Ding! You opened the Platinum Gacha and got a bottle of Lucky Rune supplement potion. Yachen looked at the 2 objects in his hands. I also checked their attributes. God-level experience potion, a very magical potion that can make your little Pokemon experience soaring and directly enter the final evolution form. Lucky Rune replenishment potion, you can replenish the energy of your Lucky Rune. Hiss. Yachen took a deep breath. The things in the God-level Gasapon machine are indeed good things. God-level experience potion can directly evolve a small Pokemon to its final form. This is simply the ultimate effect. There are many Pokemons who are difficult to evolve in this world. But they all have one feature in common, that is, they are very powerful after evolution. If you own a little Pokemon like this, using this bottle of potion directly, the effect is definitely not as strong as usual. Just imagine. If Yachen got this potion early, when everyone else is Bulbasaur Mosquito Frog, take out a Metagross or Flygon directly by yourself. There is no need to fight the other side at all. But now his little Pokemon doesn't need this potion anymore. Both Metagross and Flygon have evolved to their final form. Articuno, as a 3rd level beast, doesn't need evolution. Eevee's evolution method is not a traditional upgrade evolution, but requires a specific environment. So looking at it this way, Yachen unexpectedly found such a bottle of extremely abnormal potion. It's not very useful here. Yachen smiled bitterly and shook his head, and put away the bottle of potion. Pick up another item of yourself. Lucky Rune replenishes potion. I have an impression of myself. It was the effect of Lucky Runes that he caught Trapinch. It can make one's lucky value reach the highest in a short time. During that period of time, you can get invincible results by doing whatever you want. This is a versatile good thing. Yachen doesn't think there are too many such things. But it is not time to use it now. After fighting with Lance, it is indeed a bit tired. Yachen turned off the lights and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yechen saw that the weather was good today. And Ash's training has been going on for many days. Let Ash have a vacation today. After making up your mind. I'm also going to take Ash to take a stroll outside. After breakfast, Yechen took Ash to the beach. Ash saw Yechen bring herself to the beach. I thought it had other training. He also asked with some doubts. Master, shall we train by the sea? He has also seen a lot of trainers. Just like standing in the water. Challenge the trainers who came along the way. But the trainers who train like this are generally good trainers. And it must be the little Pokemon with water attributes. Pokemon, who has no water attributes, doesn't know how to train. Seeing Ash thinking about training. Yechen also shook his head. Ash's desire to win is really good. But it's not good to be too nervous. You, don't keep thinking about training. Yechen pulled Ash to the beach and sat down. Let's take a break today. Also let me and your Pikachu take a break. Ash just sat down seemingly understanding. I also understand that today I can finally rest for a while. Simply lying on the beach and basking in the sun. There are many anglers on the beach. They all hope to catch some small Pokemon of water type. The little Pokemon of water type is very slippery in the water. Generally speaking, it is impossible to grasp directly by hand. So fishing has become people's favorite way to catch water-type Pokemon. Yechen seems to have fun seeing them fishing. He also took the fishing rod directly and went fishing. The fishermen around took a look at Yechen. Knowing that he must be a novice. I don't know how to select a location at all. Even fishing rods are very crude. Everyone curled their lips and didn't pay attention to Yechen. Yechen didn't say anything. But it quietly used the effect of the lucky rune. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Catch Shiny Magikarp. Third more, please support. Chapter 48, Catch Shiny Magikarp. Third more, please support. He used the lucky charm to replenish the potion last night to fill the energy of the lucky charm. Today's lucky charm has been charged. It is back to the usable state again. Ding. The host used a lucky rune. Ding. The host reached the highest lucky value in half an hour. Since he had already used the lucky charm. Throwing down the fishing rod, Yechen didn't have more pipes. Bask in the sun alone. The angler next to him also shook his head. How can you catch fish like this? Let alone whether you can have fish at this position. Even if there are fish. You have already slipped while you are basking in the sun. The angler next to him still stared at the water. As long as there is a little tremor in his float. They pulled the fishing rod up. But it's a pity. Even if they all choose the place where they think Pokemon is the most. But still no one can catch any Pokemon. Everyone has no gain. At this moment. Yechen thinks that time has passed by not a short time. It's almost 10 minutes. Why haven't the fish caught the bait yet? As he looked at his unmoving fishing rod, he was a little puzzled. The fishing rod suddenly began to vibrate violently. Ash saw it for the first time. He immediately said to Yechen, Master. The fishing rod has moved. Yechen's eyesight was quick and his hands were quick, and he immediately lifted the fishing rod. A big fish shining with golden light was lifted up by Yechen. The anglers around were all incredulous expressions. How is this going? I have been fishing for a long time in the best place and used the best fishing rod. His attitude is also so serious. This didn't catch it. But this kid just threw his fishing rod into the water casually. Then it's okay. Is this all caught? Ash was also taken aback. This fish turned out to be a shiny Magikarp. Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados. And Gyarados' combat effectiveness is very strong. It's almost like a quasi-god. Even at the point of fierceness, it is even more powerful. The master actually caught a shiny Magikarp like this. He was also a little speechless. You know, shiny Pokemon is not a Huxia cabbage on the street. It is very rare, 1 in a million. Watching Yechen hold this big fish firmly in his hand. The anglers nearby were also messed up in the wind. I haven't been fishing for a long time. As a result, a newbie just caught it? Yechen was a little surprised to see this big carp whose whole body was red, so that it was shining with golden light. Huh? This is Magikarp. Still shiny. In Yechen's hands, a big carp is jumping alive. It seems very energetic. Yechen also took a look at Magikarp's attributes by the way. Pokemon, Magikarp, shiny. Attribute, water. Characteristics, leisurely. Quality, elite. Level, LV20. Carry props, none. Skills, water splash, impact. I don't know it, but I was taken aback at a glance. This turned out to be an elite quality Magikarp. So to say. This elite quality shiny Magikarp definitely has training value. Just when Yechen was surprised by the quality of this Magikarp, people around can clearly see the big carp in Yechen's hand. I thought this kid had stepped on shit luck. Now they are all laughing. Boy, this Magikarp is useless. Although there seems to be a chance to evolve into Gyarados, the odds are too low. Before its evolution, he didn't have any fighting power. You should release it? Everyone said one sentence for you. It's not that no one has caught this kind of little Pokemon. Magikarp, recognized as a waste wood. There will only be one jump in total. Except as a mascot, it seems really useless. But who wants a Magikarp as a mascot? They don't look good. There is a chance to evolve into Gyarados, but this training is very difficult. After all, Magikarp has almost no combat effectiveness. Can't get experience upgrades by fighting. It can only be allowed to grow up by itself. This time does not know how long it will take. Yechen heard the words of those around him. I don't feel anything. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to cultivate Gyarados. But he is different, he has a god-level evolution potion. And don't they know that Gyarados after Magikarp evolution is so strong? Even if it is difficult to cultivate. But it is also worth a try. It seems that they don't understand the strength of Gyarados at all. Ash heard the people around him look down on Magikarp so much. Also argued. Magikarp is very strong, and Gyarados after evolution is also very good. Although it is indeed difficult to cultivate, it is definitely worth it. Yechen heard what Ash said, and nodded slightly. In Yechen's memory, the Gyarados in the original book can be said to be a fierce beast. The destructive power is very powerful. It's just that this little Pokemon has a very grumpy temper. Although it's not a perfect little Pokemon. But the strength is definitely undeniably strong. It is also very profitable to spend a little time training one. But the anglers around just shook their heads. Of course they didn't believe Ash's statement. It's not that no one has raised such a little Pokemon. But no one has seen Magikarp evolution. Because of this thing, evolution is too difficult. So much so that they all think that Gyarados is just a product of legend. People who saw everyone around didn't believe it at all. Yechen also shook his head. Anyway, Ash told you all. They believe it or not, that's your own business. My own Magikarp of elite quality, and it's still shiny. Shiny Gyarados after evolution. It's definitely not so powerful. Although, the cultivation of Gyarados is really difficult. After all, even a leader-level master. It is also difficult to raise the salted fish, which can only splash and jump, to at least 30 levels. But Yechen didn't care. Because if it is in the past, Yechen may indeed find it difficult when there is no system. However, now I have more than just the system. He even had a bottle of God-level experience potion in his hand. To this shiny Magikarp, isn't it a matter of minutes to cultivate to the level of evolution? Asterisk. Chapter 49, Red Gyarados. 4th, please support. Chapter 49, Red Gyarados. 4th, please support. Fishing for a while on the beach again. Some fish were caught one after another. Yachen put them in the bucket, ready to take it back to Oak Research Institute. The person next to him is naturally a little skeptical of life. Is your position bad? Yachen looked at today's time and it was not early. Let Ash continue to play with Pikachu here first. But he left the port. Came to a shore with no one. He is going to directly use the God-level experience potion to Magikarp. Evolve directly out of Gyarados. This Magikarp is a shiny Magikarp of elite quality. It's worth doing it yourself. While thinking about it, Yachen already took out the Magikarp from his bucket. This Magikarp is even being held by someone else. There is no panic. As expected, the little Pokemon with a leisurely enthusiasm. Yachen took out a bottle of potion from his pocket without saying anything. It is the God-level experience potion drawn last night? God-level experience potion, you can make your little Pokemon directly evolve to its final form. The system products are really high-quality products. This potion is indeed the most precious thing for the little Pokemon, who is very difficult to evolution. Like Magikarp. I don't know how many Magikarps can evolve a Gyarados. Magikarp was just a harmless little carp before evolution. But after evolution, the fighting power is cyclonous. Magikarp can be said to be almost equal to zero combat effectiveness. But Gyarados' combat effectiveness is definitely the first echelon. And it is cruel by nature. Most have the desire to fight. Even if you meet someone stronger than yourself. Also have the courage to fight. There is a huge difference before and after this evolution. It may also be caused. Many people don't know that Gyarados came from Magikarp evolution. Yachen did not delay, and directly used the God-level experience potion to Magikarp. Ding! You used a God-level experience potion for Magikarp. The system rang softly. Suddenly Magikarp began to emit a red light. It's going to be evolution. Yachen is also a little nervous. I don't know what Gyarados will look like. Finally, after the last red light dissipated, a huge and cruel foreign trade guy is revealed. The whole body is red, the body is huge, and the muscles are extremely strong. Even if you just stand here, do nothing, you can see its ferocity. Yachen also checked the properties panel of Gyarados. Pokemon, Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flight. Features, Intimidation. Quality, Elite. Level, LV40. Carry props, none. Skills, Dragon Rage, Bite, Twister, Ice Fang. This is a level 40 red Gyarados. It is also the most brutal Gyarados. But Yachen is still very satisfied with its strength. After all, it is the most brutal Gyarados in the original book. The race value is as high as 540. The strength is definitely enough. Gyarados' evolution is completed. He immediately looked at the creature closest to him, Yachen. Although Gyarados is a very violent little Pokemon, but it is not a creature that has lost its sanity. He also understands that this is the person helping hand himself evolution. So it didn't do anything outrageous to Yachen. Instead, he rubbed his head against Yachen very affectionately. Yachen also touched Gyarados' huge body. He whispered, "You have been misunderstood before. Let's go back this time and tell others that Magikarp is also great." After Magikarp training is Gyarados of Combat Power Report. And Magikarp itself is not difficult to cultivate. It is indeed a pity to miss Gyarados. Gyarados is also the first time evolution has come out. I really want to play in the water. Yachen was not in a hurry, so he watched Gyarados playing in the water, sitting in the sun by himself. From time to time, Gyarados caught the fish and gave it to Yachen. Yachen also smiled and put the fish in the bucket. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Yachen stood up from the ground immediately, his face solemn. This voice, actually came from Ash's direction. Could it be that Pokemon hunters attacked there? Yachen's face changed drastically, he immediately took Gyarados back, and hurried to the place. Sure enough, Yachen walked along the direction of the explosion sound. It happened to be the place where I fished. The place is now full of smoke. Yachen strode back to the original place, only to discover the clues. There seems to be no problem ashore. But there is chaos in the water. The explosion on the shore was accidentally detonated in a panic. The main danger is still in the water. Yachen actually saw Carvanha and Sharpedo attacking the port together. This kind of little Pokemon is indeed bad-tempered. But it won't be radical to attack the port together. This point makes Yachen a little puzzled. There was a growl in the distance. It turned out to be a little boy swimming in the water before he could escape. It turned out to be caught by the school of fish. If Carvanha catches up, the whole person will definitely be hurt. At this moment, a burst of growl came. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. This is Ash's voice. Pick up. Pikachu condenses a huge amount of energy and launches towards the school of fish. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Defeat the leader of Sharpedo. 5th, please support. Chapter 50, Defeat the leader of Sharpedo. 5th, please support. This lightning shot out in an instant, and the target was the leader of Sharpedo. However, the leader of Sharpedo swooped directly, and even resisted this thunderbolt. Ash was taken aback. Pikachu is electrical. The Sharpedo on the opposite side was naturally restrained. But Pikachu's thunderbolt turned out to be just a puff of smoke on its back. It didn't cause much harm at all. It can be seen that the gap in level is really too big. But this time it attracted the attention of the Sharpedo group. All Sharpedo are rushing towards Ash. Ash didn't panic, but the commander Pikachu attacked. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. It is not possible to retreat now. If it retreats, the little boy hasn't reached the shore yet. It will definitely be attacked. But Yachen shook his head. Hurry to Ash's direction. He has just seen the level of the leader of Sharpedo. Pokemon, Sharpedo. Attribute, Water plus Evil. Features, Shark Skin. Quality, Curator. Level, LV35. Skills, Feint, Glare, Rage, Water Jet. The level of this Sharpedo is as high as level 35. Ash's Pikachu is only in his early 20s. It is not an opponent of this Sharpedo at all. Sure enough, Pikachu's Thunder Shock didn't cause much damage at all. Sharpedo approached, but with a slight swing of his tail, Pikachu flew away. Pikachu's own defense is not good. This shot by Sharpedo was solid. It quickly lost combat effectiveness. Ash was very anxious when he saw this. He also rushed towards the place where Pikachu fell. I want to pick up Pikachu. But Sharpedo didn't let Ash mean. A fierce rush immediately caught up with Ash. Ash's situation is immediately extremely dangerous. Yachen was also anxious. If Ash is injured, how can I explain it to his parents? Now in the water, the little Pokemon who uses water attributes will be stronger. Come out. Gyarados. Yachen threw his Pokeball, and immediately there was a red Gyarados coming out of it. Roar. The first time Gyarados appeared, there was a roar. The power of the sound stunned everyone present and little Pokemon. Even the last moment was a very chaotic scene. At this moment, it miraculously quieted down. No one dared to speak out. Everyone was intimidated by Gyarados. Everyone came back to their senses, and when they saw such a Gyarados, they also exclaimed, "This seems to be Gyarados, too handsome. This seems to be the little Pokemon of that young man. Isn't Gyarados blue? Why is this a red Gyarados?" The Sharpedo group also gathered together immediately after regaining their senses. The leader of Sharpedo rushed over to bit Gyarados with a roar. Ash just escaped from Sharpedo's mouth. Before I could catch my breath, I saw a huge figure swimming towards the Gyarados who had just saved him. "Be careful!" Ash exclaimed. He saw Gyarados facing Sharpedo's charge, and he didn't even move at all. Sharpedo is very large and moves faster in the water. Even seeing Gyarados' body is very huge. But it must not be able to withstand the shock of Sharpedo. It is very likely to be seriously injured directly. Even directly defeated and lost combat effectiveness. It is also very possible. But Yachen is very calm. The level of this Sharpedo is only 35. It's not as good as Gyarados at all. Gyarados is not only 5 levels higher than Sharpedo. Not to mention that combat effectiveness is not at the same level at all. So Ash was very relieved and didn't worry that Gyarados would be defeated at all. Gyarados saw Sharpedo rushing over. A trace of contempt flashed in its eyes. Roar! Gyarados let out an angry roar, without any warning, and suddenly bumped his head. Ash covered his mouth. This Gyarados turned out to be directly confronting Sharpedo physically. You know that Sharpedo has the characteristics of shark skin. Such a direct physical collision. Gyarados will definitely be hurt. It must be impossible for Gyarados not to know. The only explanation is, it doesn't care about this little injury at all. Ash couldn't help but start his tongue. I have long heard that Gyarados is very irritable. Unexpectedly, it was brutal to this point. Gyarados and Sharpedo finally collide together. Boom! There was a loud noise. At this moment, EPUB, who was hit by two giants head-on against the originally unstable water surface. A spray of water as high as 10 meters rose from the same place to the sky. The scattered spray directly drenched everyone. It's like a heavy rainstorm. Everyone was shocked by the battle of these two fierce beasts. This is the first time they have seen such a brutal battle. Everyone looked at the water with nervous expressions. Who wins and loses? Boom! There was another loud noise. Everyone only saw a blue figure being thrown out tens of meters away in embarrassment. The surface of the water seemed to be exploded with flowers. It was Sharpedo that was defeated. And it was a complete defeat. Hi! Sharpedo is defeated. Sharpedo was completely hung and beaten. This is the first time I have seen Sharpedo look so embarrassed, and it's still the leader. The splash dissipated, and the figure of the Sharpedo leader disappeared. Everyone knows that they must have escaped. Right now, there was only one figure that was flushed with flames. Yachen smiled slightly. Gyarados. It's so good. Gyarados heard Yachen's praise. I am also very happy. Roar. There was another roar, and the voice resounded through the port. The Sharpedo group, which had disappeared because of the leader, heard the roar of this life. They were all too frightened to tremble. In just a few seconds, hundreds of Sharpedo and Carvanha have all disappeared. The power of Gyarados was unobstructed in front of everyone. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on this Gyarados. The red scale armor gleamed with colorful light in the sun, the huge body was extremely mighty, and the fangs made it even more frightening. This is simply a god of war. Asterisk.